Our protagonist, Lee Jiho, was a lifelong loser. Instead of earning money for college with a part-time job in real life, he spent all his free time playing Circuit. The game was incredibly popular because it allowed players to create their own perfect virtual reality. In-game currency was more valuable than real money. Items were divided into 3 tiers, but some were valued at no less than 10 million won. So most players tried to make money by scavenging for rare loot. The protagonist was one of them, working as a slime cleaner, since slimes had a low chance of dropping cool items. After 2 months of working like this, he had earned only 5 gold coins, which was practically insufficient for anything. The protagonist realized it was best to quit the game, but decided to stay a little longer before leaving, having heard about a lottery in the square. Not a single player managed to scavenge anything worthwhile. Others gave up on winning, but the mysterious old man managed to persuade Lee Jiho to try his luck. Without hesitation, the young man decided to spend all his remaining coins. He opened the item he'd purchased, and it turned out to be a rare artifact, one no one had ever dropped before. Realizing his superiority over the other players, MC decided to stay in the game for now. At the same time, Circuit TV begins a news segment covering the game's hottest items. A popular streamer cheerfully introduces the latest market report. The broadcast focuses on the most expensive items recently sold at auction. The first example is presented as the current record holder. That item is Aina's ring, a magic accessory that sold for $72,000. Its fame comes from dropping off a northern field boss and carrying the coveted health regeneration effect. The streamer emphasizes that health regeneration is considered the rarest and most valuable magic effect in the game. Because of that, the ring's sale shattered the previous auction record. It is now treated as the most valuable known item in Circuit. Ordinary viewers are left stunned that such a simple effect can command the price of a luxury car. The streamer then moves on to the second most valuable item. That spot belongs to a strength necklace that sold for $39,000, proving how prized raw stat boosts are. Watching this, Kiho realizes that the kind of fortune he once thought belonged to another world may now be in his hands. He looks again at Pelorin's star and its absurd list of effects. The word rare finally sinks in, but now it means something entirely different to him. He recalls that in most games rare gear is common enough to be disappointing, but Circuit is not like that. Because Circuit is still new, even magic items dominate the market, and true rare gear is virtually unheard of. That means the auction house has never had anything like what Kiho is holding. He realizes with a jolt that Pelorin's star may be the first genuine rare item in the entire game. The thought is so overwhelming that he can only laugh in disbelief. Then disbelief gives way to exhilaration as he recognizes he has hit an unimaginable jackpot. Relief, greed, and vindication all crash over him at once. He clutches the necklace like proof that his suffering was not meaningless after all. The emotion becomes so intense that he nearly collapses under it. In that moment, the item feels like salvation itself. Then a practical thought cuts through the euphoria. He asks himself what something this unprecedented could possibly be worth. Comparing its effects to known magic items, he realizes Pelorin's star is on an entirely different level, especially with its extreme self-healing and party-wide regeneration aura. He concludes it should be worth at least 6 figures and may even reach $1 or $2 million. With that kind of money, his tuition problem would disappear instantly. He starts imagining a future where he can afford a real home. His fantasies escalate to cars and every comfort he has been denied. Driven by that vision, he decides he should rush the necklace to the auction house before anything changes. He even reaches for the command to go there immediately. But he stops himself at the last second. Looking at the necklace again, he feels a stronger urge than greed. He remembers hearing that even a few extra strength points can transform a weak player into someone completely different. After struggling just to kill slimes, he starts wondering what this item would make him capable of. For the first time, he imagines himself fighting like the elite high-rank players he used to watch from afar. Thinking back on all the humiliation and hardship, he begins to feel he has earned more than just a payout. Instead of selling immediately, he considers keeping the necklace as a reward for everything he endured. He reasons that he can always sell it later if he still wants the money. When he checks his own character sheet, he is reminded how pitifully weak his current stats really are. That weakness makes the decision easier. Kiho lifts the necklace and finally moves to equip it. The item's power begins to merge with his status. As the change takes hold, Kiho stares ahead in shock at what he is becoming. He jolts awake in pain, as if his body has been violently recalibrated. The sudden surge leaves him reeling and barely able to steady himself. He collapses back onto the bed, stunned by how real the sensation feels. He realizes the agony is the side effect of gaining 18 levels worth of stats at once, and resents how faithfully virtual reality reproduces it. That thought makes him wary of what removing equipment might do to him as well. Testing a command, he calls up his inventory and pulls out an item directly into his hand. The success amazes him, and he finally understands why players obsess over items. He sits up, energized by the possibilities. Deciding to stop wondering and start experimenting, he chooses to head out and test himself. A travel guide explains that the continent's center is the easiest place to reach other regions and the best place to find parties and raids. It names the busiest player hub as the grand city of Asparagon. When he arrives, the scale and polish of the city immediately overwhelm him. Seeing everyone's gleaming gear, He realizes this city is full of serious players. That makes him wonder if coming here with so little preparation was reckless. Apart from his necklace, he has only a battered old sword, and he knows no party will be impressed by that. He starts looking for a solo quest instead, until someone calls out to him as a swordsman. He turns, unsure why anyone would be addressing him. The voice catches him completely off guard. He finds a pink-haired archer smiling at him with clear interest. She correctly guesses that he is searching for a party. He awkwardly admits that she is right, though he clearly did not expect to be approached. Before he can overthink it, she eagerly grabs his hand. She offers him the last open spot in her party and invites him along. He follows her through the city before he has fully processed his luck. She brings him to her waiting teammates, a heavily armored man and a younger player in light gear. The armored man complains that Sharon is late and worries they will miss the raid. The younger teammate defends her, trusting that she would not lead them wrong. Sharon announces her return and calls out cheerfully to the older man. She presents the protagonist as the extra person she promised to bring. The armored man falls silent as he takes in the newcomer's shabby appearance. His first judgment is immediate. The newcomer is wearing beginner gear and carrying a sword that is nearly broken. He questions Sharon's judgment, arguing that she has brought someone far too inexperienced. Sharon brushes that off and insists the newcomer was the strongest person in the square, even if he looks like a complete novice. Her confidence comes from something she noticed the moment she saw him. She admits his equipment made him look worthless at first glance. But her archer skill sharp eye let her estimate nearby players' abilities, and it marked him as stronger than anyone around him. Before the party can press the issue, a superior arrives and the armored man reports that their four-man group is ready. The name of that superior shocks the protagonist. He realizes the man before them is Silborin, the famous magician ranker and guild master of the Silver Guild. Rumors about Silborin's wealth and his collection of 5 magic items flood back to him. When Silborin orders the raid to depart, the protagonist is stunned that he has ended up under someone so important. Silborin calls for everyone's attention and gathers the participants. He formally thanks the assembled players for joining the Trolls subjugation raid led by Silver. Only then does the protagonist fully register what kind of mission he has signed up for. The raid target is revealed to be Trolls, a far more dangerous hunt than he expected. The briefing explains that Trolls may be low-level monsters, but they are hostile and regenerate quickly. It also warns that their strength is monstrous, especially the larger specimens that can crush stone with ease. The message is clear: underestimating them is fatal. Hearing that, he starts to doubt whether he can really perform well here. Gal adds that once a troll targets someone, it will pursue them relentlessly, and that their group behavior makes them even more troublesome. The armored man follows by explaining that trolls are at least weak to fire and curses and not especially fast, which makes them manageable for experienced hunters. Then he reveals what really matters to most players: trolls are profitable. The protagonist is surprised that money is the first thing on their minds. Sharon eagerly explains that troll materials sell for high prices. Troll blood is valuable for superior potions, while troll leather and bones are prized crafting materials for high-grade equipment. Because of that value, troll hunts are usually monopolized by major guilds. The armored man says ordinary players are lucky just to be allowed to participate at all. He adds that rumors of Silver recruiting new members have made everyone especially eager to join this raid. Guile quietly admits he would be satisfied with even a little troll blood if it helps him pay down his school loans. That leads to the discovery that Guile is also a university student funding his tuition through the game. The protagonist reveals he is doing the same, and the shared struggle instantly makes them feel closer. Guile warmly treats him as a fellow laborer in the grind for item drops. Sharon jokes about wanting her student days back, while the armored man grumbles that office work offers nothing worth missing. Their small talk ends when the raid leaders call everyone to attention. A guild representative announces that the operation plan will now be explained. Silborin and the core Silver members step forward to address the assembled raid teams. They display a map of the hunting area to coordinate the operation. Silborin begins the official troll subjugation briefing. He tells everyone to consult their maps as he outlines the strategy. He explains that Silver members have already risked themselves for days to set traps at multiple locations. The first step is for each assigned team to lure a troll toward one of those prepared traps. The moment the troll is caught, the trap will weaken and immobilize it. Then the attack team will finish the trapped troll with concentrated force. Silborin presents the method as a fast and safe way to hunt creatures slower than humans. The listeners are impressed by how thoroughly a famous guild has prepared the raid. The protagonist, however, is disappointed that this plan leaves no room for him to test his new strength in a direct fight. Guile voices a different concern, wondering whether the arrangement is unfair. He notices that not a single Silver Guild member has been assigned to the dangerous lure teams. The armored man concludes that Silver is keeping the attack role for itself to secure the best share of contribution points. Sharon shrugs it off, saying they should just be grateful to participate, especially if a magic item happens to drop. The protagonist realizes that being in the same party does not mean everyone actually shares the same risks. Silborin adds that rewards will be distributed automatically by contribution points, urging everyone to perform at their best. Soon one lure team moves into position around the designated point in the forest. The red-haired swordsman confirms their simple job is just to find a troll and bring it back. The hooded teammate agrees that once they spot one, all they need to do is lead it into a trap. That easy description makes the swordsman relax and treat the mission like a formality. He even jokes that this must be what life in silver is like, all profit and no danger. The hooded player quietly warns him not to get careless. He dismisses the warning with contempt. A troll suddenly appears and proves how wrong he was by tearing into the hooded player in an instant. The creature's growl makes it clear they are no longer in control of the situation. More trolls surge out behind it, turning a simple lure mission into a deadly ambush. The two surviving lures freeze as they realize the number of monsters is far beyond what they were told to expect. The forest erupts with the roars of an entire pack. Panic takes over, and the survivors abandon the plan and run for their lives. The swordsman curses the raid's promises as the supposed easy job becomes a desperate escape. They keep sprinting toward the trap site, shouting at each other to focus on surviving. The two race through the trees with the trolls closing behind them. Elsewhere, the attack team is already engaged in combat, showing the raid has begun on multiple fronts. As the lurers near the rendezvous, the swordsman frantically demands to know where the trap is, and the other points it out ahead between the trees. He braces himself and commits to the final dash. The silver attack team waits calmly at the trap site and orders the fleeing pair to run straight toward them. Believing they have finally reached safety, the two lurers burst into the clearing. The swordsman starts to vent his rage at the monsters now that rescue seems certain. He swings back to strike, convinced the trap will finish the job for him. Instead, something black and viscous erupts beneath him. He stares in disbelief as he realizes the trap has caught him. The sticky substance pins him in place before he can escape. He learns too late that it is a sticky oil trap, a thief's skill that immobilizes anyone who touches it and can be ignited for an explosion. While he is trapped, a troll seizes the wounded hooded player like prey. The swordsman can only stammer as the situation turns grotesque. He begs the silver team to save him and remove the trap immediately. Silborin notices the discrepancy and realizes the lure team has brought back more than expected. The trapped man begins to understand that this may not be an accident at all. Silborin calmly raises his staff instead of helping the man. He calls the lures fools and unleashes his spell without hesitation. A massive blast of magic crashes down on the trapped area. The swordsman realizes too late that he has been included in the target zone. The explosion engulfs both him and the trolls. Afterward, Silborin coldly reminds everyone of his earlier promise. His real meaning becomes clear. The hunt is quick and safe only for silver, and any expendable outsider can be sacrificed to keep it that way. Then an even greater threat appears, a field boss called Black Mountain towering over the protagonist and the armored man. The boss's presence alone radiates a level of menace far beyond the ordinary trolls. The protagonist freezes, sword in hand, as the scale of the danger finally hits him. In bitter contrast, his own party had been joking moments earlier about how easily they could each handle a troll alone. The armored man had even boasted that a troll's attack power meant nothing to him. Chiron and Guile had laughed that if things went bad, they could always leave the armored man behind as bait. Now that joking mood vanishes as the boss looms over them from above. The protagonist is the first to notice something is terribly wrong. He spots movement high on the cliff and tries to warn the others. Chiron notices his distraction and asks what he is looking at. He points toward the cliff, trying to explain that something is up there. Before he can finish, Chiron also senses the threat. The field boss drops down directly in front of them, cutting off any easy escape. The protagonist is stunned into silence as the monster's killing intent washes over him. Black Mountain attacks immediately, swinging with crushing force. The armored man throws himself in front of the others and barely blocks the blow with his shield. Even as he strains under the impact, he shouts for the others to get away. The boss's strike still drives him back and proves that his defense alone will not hold for long. Guile cries out to the protagonist for help, calling him the swordsman Chiron trusted. The protagonist can hardly believe that this nightmare is still being called a troll hunt. Black Mountain lowers its gaze onto him and begins to focus on him as the next target. He realizes this creature is nothing like the trolls he was briefed on, yet he is somehow expected to fight it. A cold instinctive dread runs through him, warning that this enemy is on an entirely different level. The boss's bloodlust presses down so heavily that he can barely think. For a moment he becomes certain that he is about to die. A sudden volley of attacks slams into the boss and interrupts its advance. Black Mountain snarls through the barrage, still very much alive. Chiron steps in decisively, drawing and firing with fierce focus to protect the protagonist. As the fight turns desperate, she shouts to the armored man, trying to keep their collapsing line from breaking. A giant troll boss corners the party and bears down on their shield fighter. The tank steels himself and commits to meeting the monster head-on. He drives his shield into the troll's face with everything he has. Planting his feet, he turns the clash into a full-force counter. He activates Shield Bash to force the troll back. The skill lands cleanly and blasts the troll away. The monster is hurled off balance and sent crashing backward. It slams into a tree hard enough to splinter the trunk. Even so, it catches itself and refuses to go down. The troll rises from the wreckage almost immediately, barely slowed. Its glare and growl make it clear the hit only enraged it. The tank realizes with unease that the situation is worse than expected. The archer checks on him while keeping her eyes on the still threatening troll. He admits he is unharmed, but his strongest blow did no real damage. She adds that her arrows were just as ineffective and asks for a plan. Mose suggests luring it into a trap the way they would handle an ordinary slow troll. The rogue rejects that idea, judging from its size and appearance that this is no normal troll. He identifies it as the hidden boss of the quest, noting that normal trolls travel in groups, and this one appeared alone. Mose asks the question everyone is avoiding: can they actually kill it? The tank answers that even if they suppress its regeneration, its raw strength and defense will still be absurd. That leaves only one realistic choice. He orders everyone to hold out until the Silver Guild arrives for reinforcement. The troll attacks again before they can settle into that plan, forcing the party to scatter. Chiron leaps in and tries to strike from above to create an opening. Her attack barely registers, proving the boss can shrug off even close-range hits. Frustrated, she vents her anger at how impossible the fight feels. The tank immediately pulls her back and tells Mose to keep provoking the troll from behind. Mose nervously agrees and prepares to do his part. But as the battle continues, Mose starts questioning why he is even here. He sees how naturally the others work together, and realizes they truly belong in this world of adventure. Compared to them, he feels like an outsider going through motions without purpose. He condemns himself as someone who wasted months on mindless grinding while chasing a lucky break. What he really wanted, he admits, was a genuine adventure like the one these people are living. The tank's shout snaps him back to the immediate danger. The troll has already raised its club over Mose and is about to crush him. Mose realizes he is a heartbeat away from death. The tank lunges in despite the terrible position, trying to intercept the blow. He gets his shield between Mose and the strike at the last possible instant. The impact drives the troll's weapon into the ground and saves Mose for the moment. The tank yells at Mose to focus, knowing hesitation will kill them both. Shaken, Mose wonders whether someone like him can still change. He rejects his own excuse that he can start later and decides that if he wants to change, it has to be now. With that resolve, he throws himself into the fight instead of freezing. He brings his sword down with all the force he can muster. The blade strikes the troll's body but fails to cut through. His weapon finally gives out, leaving him with a broken sword and no way to finish the attack. Mose curses the timing as his gamble collapses. The troll retaliates instantly, turning the failed strike back on him. Mose is blasted away and sent tumbling across the battlefield. He can barely gasp from the damage. Meanwhile, the tank keeps the boss occupied, still absorbing the brunt of its rage. Mose skids helplessly across the ground, unable to recover cleanly. He crashes hard enough to shred his remaining protection. System warnings pile up as his vitality drops critically low, and his gauntlets are destroyed. The archer sees the troll turning toward Guile and screams for him to dodge. Guile is struck anyway and thrown aside by a single devastating hit. Chiron realizes out loud that any one of them can die from just one clean blow. She orders the team to break aggro and spread out before the troll wipes them all at once. The tank acknowledges the call and moves to cover the retreat. The troll refuses to let up and keeps pressing him. It looms over him with predatory focus, choosing him as its next victim. The monster tightens its grip on the club and commits to a killing swing. The tank charges in anyway, trying to redirect the attack with his shield. As he braces, the troll mutters a single ominous word that signals a special move. The tank realizes too late that this is not an ordinary strike. The troll opens its jaws and channels power through the attack. A brutal shockwave erupts from the swing and overwhelms his defense. Guile can only shout in alarm as the tank is caught in it. The tank's expression hardens into dread as he understands he may not survive. The blast tears through the area with explosive force. A cloud of dust swallows the battlefield, leaving everyone unsure who is still standing. Mose stares in shock, expecting the worst. Dazed and clutching his head, he realizes he is somehow still alive. A system notice reveals that his stamina has been completely restored. He notices the pendant on his chest glowing with unfamiliar power. Then he understands that all of his injuries have been healed as well. He recognizes the effect as the coveted regeneration ability people have been chasing. Another shout from the fight pulls his attention back to the others. The troll is already attacking the tank again before anyone can regroup. Mose realizes the tank is still in immediate danger and calls out. The tank is barely holding on beneath the pressure of the monster's club. He sees the next blow coming and knows he cannot endure much more. Chiron also cries out, seeing him about to be crushed. She fires a desperate shot straight at the troll's face. The arrow pierces one of the troll's eyes and finally inflicts meaningful damage. The boss roars in pain and fury, momentarily thrown off. The tank uses that opening to drive upward with his shield and force the troll back. Even while surviving, he wonders if this is where his fight ends. Bloodied and exhausted, he starts to collapse under the strain. He slips forward, no longer able to keep his footing. Mose suddenly sprints in, moving with the decisiveness he lacked before. He slams into the troll with his whole body instead of trying to outfight it. The impact sends both of them flying, toppling the giant by sheer momentum. Mose himself is stunned by what he just managed to do. Guile blurts out his disbelief that Mose just launched the troll with a body slam. Mose ends up facing the fallen boss at close range, still catching his breath. He realizes a body that large should not have been so easy to knock over, but there is no time to dwell on it. He checks that Guile survived, while Gao worries more about the tank. Then Gao notices the same healing lights spreading around them. He recognizes that the glow is restoring the tank's condition. Mose looks up and realizes his pendant is producing a party-wide area heal. The healing reaches the tank and starts pulling him back from collapse. The tank wakes in confusion, not understanding why he feels fine again. Gao confirms that his health has been fully restored almost instantly. Sharon and the tank stare at Mose, trying to understand how a supposed beginner is using an AoE heal. The tank quietly concludes that Mose is nothing like the novice he appeared to be. Before they can press him, a growl from behind warns that the troll is still alive. The wounded boss drags itself back up, clutching its ruined eye and refusing to die. Sharon immediately decides the next shot must go through the back of its skull. The tank tosses Mose a proper two-handed sword and tells them this is their chance to finish it. Mose catches the weapon and accepts the role without hesitation. His focus sharpens as he commits fully to the kill. He charges through the lingering dust while the troll struggles to recover. With a clean opening, he drives the sword straight into the troll's head. Elsewhere, the scheming guild master watches his overloaded inventory and thinks his plan is about to make him rich. He calculates that if things continue this way, he will earn a fortune within minutes. Certain of success, he smugly reassures himself. He recalls that the troll subjugation quest required over 120 participants, while the Silver Guild only had 40 of its own. So he used the quest as bait to gather 80 more people with almost no effort. He even recruited a few recognizable names to make the operation look legitimate. Because rewards are auto-distributed by contribution, he expected the biggest share to go to whoever controlled the outcome. He believed clearing the trolls all at once would guarantee him the highest contribution and the best payout. If anyone complained afterward, he planned to hide for a while and then wash it away with a show of generosity. That fantasy shatters when the quest clear notice appears in front of everyone. The system announces that the troll herd subjugation has been completed. It specifically confirms that the main objective, the troll leader Black Mountain, has been subdued. The guild master is stunned because he never expected the hidden boss to be defeated. Across the field, other participants are just as shocked by the sudden result. Then the system begins auto-distribution and names the highest contribution group as party number 13. The guild master is horrified to learn the top reward did not go to him. Further notices award the swordsman the Super MVP title and grant Mose the special reward for highest healing contribution, while the highest damage contribution is about to be revealed. Mose stands over the dead troll, bloodied but unmistakably central to the victory. The guild master, now injured and cornered, can only grit his teeth. His confidence collapses into panic. He looks around at the carnage and realizes his scheme has completely unraveled. Out of health and mana, he rages that the party who stole his contribution has ruined everything. He orders his men to seize them immediately. But before he can act, another force arrives and addresses him by name, exposing his hiding place. The newcomers mock the famous ranker for fleeing and demand to know why he engineered the troll incident. They reveal themselves as the Dark Guild and accuse him of being the mastermind, telling him there is no escape now. Wounded and desperate, Silborn can only curse his luck. A sudden scream cuts through the night, signaling violence off-screen. Later, the scene shifts back to the city square after the battle. Mose enters a shop and is greeted by the clerk. When asked what he needs, he gets straight to the point. He says he wants to use the auction house and places a valuable bracelet on the counter. His calm expression suggests he already knows this item matters. A brief flashback returns to a few hours earlier, just after the fight. The party had gathered around a newly obtained item, stunned by the power radiating from it. They realized the troll boss had dropped an unusually large core, confirming that this boss reward was far beyond ordinary loot. He stares in shock at the huge reward left behind after the battle. He recalls that in Circuit, a core is the treasure dropped when a monster dies. Different monsters produce different kinds of cores, and the stronger the monster, the larger the core it leaves behind. That also means a better chance of getting valuable loot. Even knowing that rule, he never expected a core this large to actually appear. His party insists that he should be the one to open it. They argue that he contributed the most, so the reward should start with him. Still unsure, he steps forward to claim it. He places his hands on the giant core and prepares to open it. He steels himself and commits to it. The others watch with tense anticipation. The core begins to react under his touch. A burst of light erupts as the reward is revealed. The loot is automatically distributed by contribution, showering the party with materials and gear while he is left stunned by the haul. Compared to his old days grinding weak slimes, this feels like a completely different world. Then one reward makes him freeze. He has obtained an Argon Mountain strength ring. He immediately checks the ring's details, trying to judge its value. The item turns out to be a magic ring, and he opens the auction interface to sell it. He hesitates over the starting bid, unsure whether 80 gold is too low for something worth real money. Because magic item prices vary wildly and the market is falling, he cannot confidently price it. He keeps brooding over the decision instead of acting. Finally, he gives up on overthinking and decides to just list it. Before he can finalize the price, he begs himself to stop second-guessing and presses the auction button. Later, back in the city, the decision still nags at him. Even after listing it, he worries that 80 gold may have been too cheap for a magic item. He wonders if he should have set the price higher. Then he forces himself to accept the risk, reasoning that a guaranteed sale is better than regretting a market drop. Exhausted from the day, he collapses onto his bed. Lying there, he tries to calm down and process everything. He realizes just how much changed in a single day, starting with killing a troll on his first party hunt. The memory of the brutal fight still feels unreal to him. He remembers the flood of good items that followed. He also remembers how the party welcomed him warmly enough to send friend requests. For the first time in the game, he ends the day with actual allies on his friends list. He knows none of it would have happened without the rare necklace he pulled from the gacha. That thought jolts him back to reality. When he checks the time in his tiny real-world room, his phone starts ringing with notifications. He grabs the phone, confused by the sudden flood of messages. One message is from his mother, gently worrying that he is not eating properly, and sending him money just in case. He feels guilty, knowing he was about to get paid and did not want her to support him. Before he can dwell on it, more alerts arrive as routine charges drain his already thin bank balance. He bitterly jokes that life is stripping him clean before he can even feel sentimental. Then another alert catches him off guard. The amount is so unexpected that he instantly understands something major has happened. He stares at the screen in disbelief. A stunned laugh escapes him. The ring has sold through Circuit's auction house, and in one day the game has earned him more than $30,000. The next day, he leaves the Circuit branch after collecting his payout. Now carrying real money from the game, he steps outside with a new sense of possibility. With that windfall, he decides to prepare seriously for a full commitment to Circuit. He takes another semester off college, sends money to his mother, and buys training equipment. He also purchases Circuit's nutrient powder so he can stay in the game longer. The powder is explained as a supplement delivered through the VR system whenever players eat in-game food. He imagines how much easier long sessions will be with that support. The system notes that it reduces the need to stop for real-world physical care, making marathon play more practical. Even so, he reminds himself that the proper way is still to log out and eat real food when possible. While walking, he notices something on his phone that pulls his attention back to the game. The Circuit community's trending searches are suddenly dominated by his alias, Mose. His name sits at the top of the trending list. He stops cold, realizing this is about him. The headlines reveal that Mose is trending for killing the Black Mountain Troll, that Silborin has been found dead, and that Arthur's Trinity is offering 500 gold for information on Mose. He is baffled that Silborin died and even more alarmed that someone is actively hunting him. He pauses to think through what this means. He imagines every guild in the game trying to recruit or claim him now that his name is famous. He also imagines endless challengers lining up to fight him just for the reputation. Even his rest would be ruined by people barging in to test themselves against him. The thought alone leaves him irritated and uneasy. He decides he cannot let his freedom in the game disappear like that. He rushes home, abandoning everything else. If he stays exposed, he believes both his in-game life and his real future could be ruined. So he makes up his mind to act immediately. His answer is simple: leave Asparagan before anyone can pin him down. He logs back into Circuit at once. He returns to the game overlooking the city he now intends to escape. He tells himself this chance is too important to waste. He resolves to go somewhere far away where no one can find him. Before leaving, he stops by a blacksmith to finish one last preparation. Using the Black Mountain hide, the smith completes a full set of equipment for him. The first piece goes on, and he immediately feels the difference. The rest of the armor is fitted into place. The finished Black Mountain trap set grants major boosts to strength, vitality, dexterity, defense, and powerful set bonuses, leaving both him and the smith impressed. Wearing it, he finally feels like a real adventurer instead of a beginner pretending to be one. He thanks the blacksmith sincerely, and the craftsman admits the rare materials inspired him as much as the result impressed the player. With his preparations complete, he sets out. Confident in his new gear, he believes his real journey is finally beginning. But that confidence vanishes almost immediately. After traveling, he finds himself in an unfamiliar wilderness with no idea where he is. Realizing he is completely lost, he sits down in frustration and wonders what to do next. Then he notices something strange about the ground beneath him. A current of air is rising from below the rock. He kneels and tests the spot with his hand. The stone reacts to his touch and begins to split with blue light. Startled, he jerks back as the ground opens. A hidden crack widens into an entrance. A powerful gust blasts out from the newly opened cave and nearly knocks him over. He can barely believe what he is seeing. A system message confirms that he is the first player to discover a new dungeon called Blackroot Cave. The cave mouth settles open before him, proving the discovery is real. Inside the pitch darkness, he pulls a luminous stone from his inventory to make exploration possible. The cave opening before him feels vast and extraordinary. Guided by the stone's light, he ventures deeper into the dungeon. As he descends, the darkness thickens and the atmosphere grows heavier. Bones and signs of death begin to appear, making him increasingly uneasy. Even so, he keeps moving forward. At the end of the passage, he finds a stone monument covered in ancient writing. He approaches cautiously, trying to understand what it is. The inscription speaks of mortals being imprisoned by cursed words tied to ivory and skull. It continues with a warning that death's shadows ambushed an army and drenched the place in blood. The message reveals that those warriors were destroyed by curse. It ends by lamenting that they were denied an honorable death. As he reads, the bones around the chamber begin to stir. He senses the danger a moment too late. An entire horde of skeletons rises around him. He tries to laugh off the first shock, but the situation is clearly worse than he hoped. Facing the sheer number of enemies, he realizes he may be in over his head. Still, he swings first to carve a path before they can surround him completely. His opening slash tears through multiple skeletons at once. The rest answer with a full charge, flooding toward him from every side. He immediately understands this will not end quickly. Even while cutting them down, he sees there is no end to the swarm. He knows he has no combat class and should not be able to handle this kind of battle. He also knows he has never properly learned swordsmanship. Yet despite that, he is somehow holding off a mass of skeletons. The horde closes in from all directions and forces him into a desperate stand. He starts fighting with his body as much as his blade, shoving enemies away at close range. A sudden burst of power erupts from him and blasts the skeletons back in a wave. But some still crash into him and drag him down under their weight. Pinned and struggling, he lashes out in panic. His desperate movement triggers another surge. Light wells up from within the pile of skeletons engulfing him. The explosion detonates outward and wipes the surrounding undead away. He realizes the overwhelming force is coming from the synergy between his rare accessory, weapon, and new armor, giving him power far beyond his level alone. For a brief moment, he thinks the crisis is over. Then more skeletons keep advancing, proving the fight is not finished. Instead of panicking, he finally starts to enjoy the advantage. With renewed confidence, he decides to end the battle decisively. One by one, the skeletons collapse into scattered bones. The chamber falls quiet except for his heavy breathing. Standing amid heaps of shattered undead, he catches his breath and takes in the aftermath. He cautiously asks himself if it is finally over. Then he notices something else in the silence. New system windows appear above him. They announce that he has gained 2 levels from the fight. He is astonished that clearing what felt like mere trash mobs raised him twice. Reaching double digits in level fills him with excitement. That celebration is cut short when he hears a ringing sound from deeper in the cave. He spins toward the source, instantly alert again. Realizing the noise came from another passage, he prepares to investigate. Sword in hand, he falls silent and braces for whatever is waiting ahead. A lone armored adventurer pushes deeper into a dark cavern, following the path ahead. As strange sounds echo through the cave, he realizes this place may hold more than the wandering skeletons he has already seen. He traces the noise to a narrow opening and cautiously peers inside. A sudden wave of foul odor hits him so hard that he recoils and covers his face. Looking in, he suspects the stench comes from the long-dead remains of fallen adventurers. The abandoned weapons and bodies confirm that many explorers died here before him. He presses on through the reeking cavern, enduring the smell as he searches further in. Then he catches another sound and sharpens his focus. A warm glow ahead interrupts the darkness and draws him toward it. At the top of the stairs he finds another inscribed stone slate, similar to one he encountered before. Curious, he moves in to read what message this one contains. The inscription opens with raw hatred from someone who despised the people it addressed. It reveals a survivor's fury toward the Imperial army for burning a village and slaughtering an entire family. The speaker condemns the soldiers as deserters and living phantoms who abandoned the Emperor's command. A village shaman named Mariddle declares a curse on the invaders for devouring the village behind a false face. The curse promises they will never escape this place. Even death will not free them, and they are doomed to wander in agony as skeletons under the curse named Mortal, Ivory Skull. The adventurer realizes this inscription is not the same as the one he read before. This version directly accuses the Imperial army of looting, murdering, and burning villages, and he instinctively condemns them as scoundrels. Before he can think further, the slate reacts violently to his reading. He turns at the sudden surge of light and power behind him. A system notice appears, assigning him a rank B- quest to subjugate the sealed deserter leader Jiritan, activated by speaking the cursed words. He immediately understands that reciting the curse has triggered the encounter. The final words of the curse leave his mouth, completing the activation. The chamber erupts, and he stumbles back as the seal breaks. Blood-red energy and scattered bones whirl together beneath the slate as something begins to form. He realizes the bones are assembling into a body right in front of him. Panicking, he blurts out the first part of the curse phrase again. The completed undead answers with rage, identifying the words as a curse against him. The resurrected skeleton knight Jiritan erupts in fury, offended that such petty words have stained his body. Jiritan regrets leaving his victim to starve and now wants to kill the intruder with his own hands. The adventurer draws his sword, but fear makes his body shake. Jiritan looms over him and asks whether he is the one who freed him by speaking the cursed words. The adventurer nervously admits it while trying to hold his ground. Trying to seize the moral high ground, he declares that he will judge Jiritan for pillaging an innocent village. That accusation instantly provokes the undead commander. Jiritan attacks before the adventurer can finish, blasting him away with overwhelming force. The adventurer is stunned by the sheer speed and impact. Jiritan crashes down and drives the assault forward without pause. He roars that no one has the right to judge him. The adventurer is battered across the stone as Jiritan mocks his ignorance and insolence. Jiritan warns that this intruder will never leave the cave alive. The adventurer remembers that named monsters are a special class of enemies with individual identities. He recalls that such monsters are vastly stronger than ordinary creatures, beyond any normal comparison. Even knowing that, he is shocked by Jiritan's power, especially as his own health drops below 20%. He braces himself and realizes this fight will be brutal again, but at least he still has a chance. Jiritan notices something strange and hesitates for a moment. The adventurer steadies himself, relying on his health regeneration to rapidly heal the damage he just took. Jiritan charges again, demanding to know what kind of wicked magic restored him. The undead's next blow comes in hard and fast. The adventurer understands that reacting after seeing the attack is already too late, so he commits to dodging preemptively before the strike fully arrives. He also realizes he must answer immediately after each dodge if he wants any opening at all. He slips past the attack and launches a clean counter. His strike actually lands, sending Jiritan skidding away. The success thrills him, and he recognizes that his overloaded equipment is finally letting him move exactly as he intends. With those boosted stats, he has just knocked back a named monster 10 levels above him. That proof gives him confidence that, in his current overgeared state, he can actually win. Jiritan is humiliated that a rookie managed to touch his cursed body at all. He swears to kill the adventurer, tear him apart, and free himself from the curse. The adventurer answers with open contempt and refuses to be intimidated. Jiritan dismisses him as a worthless insect and prepares to demonstrate the true gap in their classes. The adventurer senses a dangerous new move beginning. Jiritan invokes engraved summoning and calls forth a weapon through a magic circle. A blade manifests from the summoning seal under crackling energy. When Jiritan takes hold of it, his level jumps to 35, making the adventurer realize the fight has suddenly become even worse. Jiritan wastes no time and lunges with the summoned weapon. The empowered slash tears across the battlefield before the adventurer can fully evade. He coughs blood as the blow cuts into him. Jiritan follows with another sweeping strike from the glowing blade. The adventurer ducks and retreats, barely staying ahead of the relentless assault. A heavy hit still catches him and sends him flying. He tumbles hard across the ground, losing control of the exchange. The impact leaves him sprawled and bleeding. Jiritan complains that the cursed body weakened his strike enough to keep the adventurer from being split in two. Still, Jiritan decides the intruder's struggling no longer matters because he intends to finish him now. The adventurer endures the agony and realizes that without the gear he prepared in advance, he would already be dead many times over. But instead of despairing, he recognizes that he is no longer the same as before. He calmly measures his situation, knowing his current health pool is 300 and his recovery rate is extraordinary. The glowing necklace at his chest reminds him that his regeneration exceeds 100 per second. That means surviving even 3 seconds is enough to turn the fight around. As long as he is not killed outright, he can return to full health. He marvels that a necklace obtained through hyperluck has become the key to surviving this battle, and his health fully restores. Jiritan is stunned that someone can stand back up after taking a direct strike from his sword, while the adventurer treats it as an opportunity he cannot waste. The adventurer renews his resolve and vows to destroy Jiritan to ease the resentment of the villagers who died unjustly. Jiritan cuts him off with another furious attack. The adventurer blocks and deflects just enough to avoid being overwhelmed immediately. Even so, he is shaken by the monster's absurd strength. He forces himself back into motion and meets the next attack head-on. Jiritan drives his weapon into the ground in a crushing downward strike, trying to pin him in place. The adventurer sees the line of attack and instantly chooses his target. He leaps toward Jiritan's horned helmet instead of retreating. He commits to exploiting the opening the moment it appears. His blade carves through Jiritan's side as he slips past the larger swing. The force of the exchange smashes stone apart around them. Seeing his attack connect, he decides to keep the pressure on before Jiritan can recover. He unleashes a rapid series of consecutive strikes. Jiritan finally grunts in pain as the barrage starts to break through. Enraged, Jiritan raises his weapon for a killing blow and screams for the adventurer to die. The adventurer drops low and lets the massive strike pass over him. In that instant, his focus sharpens completely. Jiritan's grip tightens for another attack, but he has already lost the initiative. The two face each other for a split second, and the adventurer reads the next move. He charges in with a full-throated attack of his own. Their blades cross as he cuts through the gap in Jiritan's defense. Jiritan is driven backward with a pained roar. The adventurer's sword thrusts straight toward the skull beneath the armor. He ends up standing over the fallen undead, blade planted decisively. Certain he has won, he declares that this is the end for Jiritan. Then a system-like voice repeats the same words back to him, making him freeze. Jiritan, still conscious, stares up in disbelief and demands to know what kind of being his opponent really is. He wonders whether the adventurer bears some ancient blessing or bloodline, because only such a figure should rival Jiritan, once a famed imperial predator and swordsman. The adventurer rejects that grandiose self-image and is baffled by Jiritan's talk of honor and sortis. He bluntly calls Jiritan what he sees, a filthy murderer who disgraced the empire. Jiritan erupts again, insisting the adventurer knows nothing of a soldier's mentality. The adventurer challenges that claim, asking whether massacring villagers is what Jiritan calls a soldier's mindset. Jiritan answers that his men had no choice because they were starving. He explains that the war dragged on while the army received no proper support. According to him, the starving soldiers begged the very village they were protecting for help. Instead of helping, the villagers treated them as villains and tried to drive them away. The memory still lands in him like a blow. Jiritan insists the villagers showed no gratitude for the army's protection. In his mind, those ungrateful people dared to oppose the imperial army and deserved what followed. When the adventurer asks if that alone justified slaughtering everyone, Jiritan proudly confirms that they left no one alive. He even says that without Maruto's curse, the massacre would have remained a pleasant memory to him. That confession wipes away any remaining hesitation in the adventurer. He answers that he understands a soldier's mentality far better than Jiritan ever could. He reveals that he himself once served in the military for 2 years. Drawing on that experience, he invokes the creed of soldiers who swear loyalty to their nation and people. He names the Republic of Korea's army as the standard by which he judges Jiritan. With that conviction, he drives a final empowered strike straight down. Jiritan's helmet and skull shatter under the blow. The undead commander collapses and dissolves into dark dust, finally defeated. The adventurer stands in silence for a moment, letting the fight end. A new notice appears about dark history being stored, and he is mortified that he shouted out a military creed in the middle of battle. Before he can dwell on the embarrassment, another reward window appears. A flood of notices announces repeated level gains. He realizes he has leveled up 6 times and immediately turns grateful toward Jiritan for the experience. An achievement unlocks for obtaining the 11 swords, raising all of his stats by 2. He stares at the reward in surprise, trying to process the extra stat increase. Then another strange sound draws his attention yet again. A crimson orb crackling with energy forms nearby from the remains of the battle. He recognizes it as a core, but senses at once that this one is different from the others he has seen. He studies the orb closely and confirms that it feels unusual. Unable to resist, he reaches out to touch it. The core detonates in a burst of blinding light and power, forcing him back. When the light clears, he realizes something extraordinary has happened. A hidden treasure hoard packed with ornate weapons, armor, jewels, and relics appears before him, and he can hardly believe it all belongs to him. His first instinct is to sweep the entire hoard into his inventory before anything can go wrong. He breaks into open, starry-eyed delight at the sight of such a massive reward. A strange blue sword suddenly appears before the young man, making him realize he has found the same kind of engraved weapon Jiritan once used. The blade hangs in the air with an unnatural presence, confirming that this is no ordinary drop. As he studies it, the weapon's identity becomes clear and his suspicion hardens into certainty. The shock of the discovery overwhelms him for a moment. The item window reveals engraved 11 Swords Sharma, a unique longsword that boosts strength and dexterity and automatically engraves itself to its user. He fixates on the word unique and realizes the sword belongs to a rank above rare. For a second he can barely process how absurdly valuable this find is. Then the truth hits him all at once. He has just obtained a unique weapon. He remembers that rare was supposed to be the highest item rank anyone knew about, so this discovery breaks his understanding of the game's limits. The thought that this sword could remain one of a kind even in the future leaves him giddy with greed and excitement. He marvels that after being the first on the server to get a rare, he has now also secured a unique. Before he can celebrate properly, the sword begins moving on its own and he panics as it rises away from him. Dark energy streams from the blade as it shoots toward him like it has chosen its owner. The engraving force wraps around his arm, and he realizes the sword is being absorbed into his body. System messages confirm the process succeeded, teaching him engraved summoning and granting him his very first skill. He learns that by calling Sharma's name he can summon or dismiss the sword almost instantly at a small mana cost. The fact that his first skill is tied to a unique weapon makes the moment feel even more unreal. Once he calms down, he decides to test the new power immediately. He calls the sword's name, and activates the summoning skill for the first time. A magic circle forms beneath him as the engraved weapon answers the call. Watching the summoning work fills him with awe at how powerful and elegant the skill feels. Sharma materializes above the circle, proving the skill works exactly as promised. He catches the sword in his hand and is instantly pleased by how naturally it fits him. After a few swings, he concludes the blade has excellent balance, and resents that Jiritan had been monopolizing such a weapon. He starts imagining using it in a real fight, but his practice is interrupted by something underfoot. He stops and wonders if he stepped on another hidden item. Looking down, he notices a small object glinting near where he was standing. It turns out to be another unique item, the seal of the corrupted sword of Jiritan, a ring tied to a hidden quest. The mention of a hidden quest catches his attention more than the ring itself. He repeats the phrase to himself, surprised that Jiritan left behind something that can trigger secret content. Not understanding the quest yet, he decides the immediate priority is to loot everything else before leaving. As he packs up the dungeon spoils, he estimates the haul might be worth only a few hundred gold at most. By the time he finishes, dawn has arrived before he even noticed. Seeing morning light reach the cave, he decides to head for the nearest village and sell what he gathered. He travels to the city of the arts, Toiko, hoping the loot will at least keep him fed for a while. When he arrives, the city is in an uproar over something unexpected. At the auction house, he learns the commotion is about a newly listed item drawing everyone's attention. People are stunned that a skill book is on sale and that its price is climbing at a ridiculous speed. The crowd becomes even more shocked when they realize one person listed all of the hot items at once. Then someone reads the seller name aloud, Mose. The listing for a rare fast heal skill book shows a current bid of 800 gold, proving his items are worth far more than he guessed. Seeing his alias attached to such a price confirms that the city's frenzy is centered on him. Some players even connect the name Mose to the Silberin Troll's subjugation incident, making his reputation spread further. He heads to the trade committee branch to collect the proceeds, already sensing this has gotten bigger than he intended. When he sees the payout waiting for him, he is too stunned to react. Stacks of gold and tokens leave him speechless. The clerk calmly informs him that the total value of his sales is 8,726 gold. Even after hearing the number twice, he can hardly believe it is real. The shock literally knocks him backward. He realizes that one dungeon run has made him absurdly rich, far beyond anything he expected. Still dazed, he notices some of the payment is not ordinary gold and asks what the silver tokens are. The clerk explains that they are Ormeshan tokens, a high-value form of currency. Each token is worth 1,000 gold, which nearly stops his heart. The item information reveals the token itself is ranked magic because it contains a trace of rare ore and functions as luxury currency. He is baffled that even money in this world can carry an item rank. The clerk then warns him that he should be very careful from now on. Because everyone is trying to uncover the identity of Mose, his sudden wealth has made him a target. He is reminded that the game also contains a dark guild that robs and murders both players and NPCs without hesitation. That warning finally makes him understand how dangerous his fame has become. Outside, he overhears people speculating that Mose must have earned a fortune from the auction house. When some of them casually joke about robbing Mose if they ever meet him, he realizes the threat is immediate and real. He decides he has no choice but to hide his identity, but knows a simple hood will not be enough. That thought gives him an idea. By the next day, he has moved on to solving the disguise problem properly. He visits a smithy and asks for armor sturdy enough to cover his entire body. The blacksmith warns that full plate is expensive, testing whether this customer can actually afford it. Now rich enough not to care, he insists on seeing the best option regardless of cost. The smith proudly presents a gleaming full set that immediately catches his eye. He realizes that if he wears something like this, recognizing him will become much harder. The smith boasts that the armor is his masterpiece from a past Kingsmith contest and asks if the customer can pay for such art. He names a price of 200 gold for the set. The smith starts justifying the cost as if expecting resistance, but the buyer is already sold. The blacksmith is caught off guard by how quickly the decision comes. Without bargaining at all, the young man agrees to buy it on the spot. He is delighted to learn the price covers all 5 pieces of the set. Elsewhere that night, another thread of the story begins in a dark alley. A hooded elf woman waits in silence, clearly on some covert assignment. A scarred man named Varen approaches and asks if Kia is heading out on another mission. She confirms it, and he offers to accompany her if she needs help. Kia dismisses him coldly, making it clear she has no patience for someone she sees as dead weight. Her contempt sharpens when she reduces him to a lowly mutt. The insult lands, but she is already focused on something else. When he gets too close, she instantly pins him with a blade at his throat before he can react. Varen laughs nervously and admits she is still as fast and dangerous as ever. Trying to defuse the situation, he reminds her that attacking a fellow operative on a mission would be inconvenient. She hesitates just enough to hear him out. Kia warns that next time he should be faster with both his blade and his mouth. She then activates a crystal and reports to Astani. The crystal is planted to establish a magical link. A portal-like communication effect opens in response to her signal. The connection stabilizes, showing that her report is being received. Left alone again, Varen grumbles about her arrogance. He turns back to his own task and studies a scroll. Frustrated, he complains that he still cannot locate the target he is supposed to find. The scroll reveals the object of the search, the Palrun star. The story then shifts back to daylight and the road beyond the city. Traveling in his new armor, the young man is picked up by a carriage driver who says he saved him. The driver explains that letting him ride along is repayment for being rescued from a monster attack. A brief memory shows the armored youth cutting down the beast before it could kill the driver. During the ride, the driver guesses he must be a student trying to earn tuition despite his young age. The driver praises that independence and asks how he ended up in circuit himself. He shares a sad but oddly casual backstory about losing his job, failing at a fried chicken business, and turning to transport work as a last chance. When asked about his own plans, the young man says he will decide his next destination after reaching Silver Valley. The driver generously offers to take him onward once he makes up his mind. He tries to refuse out of politeness, but the driver insists that having such a capable guard nearby only makes him feel safer. They agree to meet again later at the fountain in the center of Silver Valley. Soon after arriving, a system warning tells him his new armor already needs repairs. Accepting that disguise comes with upkeep, he decides to handle maintenance first. He heads straight to a smithy to get the armor serviced. While waiting, he reflects that Jiratin seal was a nice bonus, but the hidden quest tied to it remains completely unclear. The ring's condition still reads like vague nonsense, leaving him irritated that he has no way to trigger it intentionally. With no progress on the quest, he gives up for the moment when the smith announces the repairs are done. He leaves in full armor, planning to meet the driver and decide what to do next. On the way, he notices a crowd gathered around some disturbance in town. He finds the driver being kicked and abused by a noble brat furious over a late delivery. The onlookers explain that the attacker is the heir of the Valley clan, notorious for causing trouble, while the authorities do nothing. The heir escalates from beating the driver to threatening to kill him outright. Before the blow can land, the armored young man catches the attacker's fist. The heir is stunned that anyone dared interfere. The young man calmly calls out the absurdity of beating someone this badly over a delay. The heir tries to intimidate him by invoking his status and demanding obedience. He boasts that everyone in Valley territory must obey him, and that his bad mood alone justifies violence. Hearing that pathetic excuse only hardens the young man's resolve. When the heir throws another punch, the armored stranger meets it head-on. The attack glances uselessly off the helmet, proving the disguise is more than just for show. The young man decides he has heard enough. Claiming self-defense with open sarcasm, he drives a brutal strike into the air. The blow launches the noble backward in an explosion of force. The heir crashes down bloodied and dazed, unable to understand what just happened. The crowd and the battered driver stare in disbelief that someone actually stood up to him. The driver recognizes that his rescuer is the same armored youth from the road. The townspeople panic, convinced the stranger has just invited disaster by hitting the Valley clan's heir. The heir, humiliated and furious, scrambles back up and screams for revenge. He calls in his father's name and demands retaliation for touching the clan's precious son. He orders his bodyguard Python to kill the armored stranger. Python accepts immediately and charges, treating the fight as punishment for insulting his master. He attacks in the name of the Silver Valley Knights, trying to make the execution sound righteous. The young man answers by calmly calling Sharma, bringing out his engraved blade. The summoned sword appears in his hand in time to intercept Python's strike. Python is shocked that the stranger can block him so cleanly. The young man presses forward without hesitation, seizing control of the exchange. A single overpowering counterattack blasts Python off his feet and sends him flying. He follows through with another crushing hit that folds both the bodyguard and the heir into the ground. Both men are left sprawled in the rubble, bleeding and broken by the sudden reversal. The heir desperately calls for Python, only to realize his protector has already been defeated. Even then he keeps shouting at his fallen knight, more concerned with his pride than the disaster in front of him. The armored young man turns his blade on the heir next, making it clear the bully is no longer protected. The crowd begins to suspect that this mysterious armor belongs to someone far more important than a random traveler. When someone blurts out that he might be one of the Order of the 14 Holy Knights, the rumor spreads instantly. That possibility transforms the crowd's fear into awe, as they decide a true knight has finally come to investigate the Valley clan's abuses. The villagers beg the armored stranger to judge the Valley family, accusing them of crushing the town with brutal taxes and executions. Hearing that even the so-called Holy Knights may be tied to this corruption, he starts suspecting the situation is worse than he expected. He corners Morik and demands to know whether the accusations are true, leaving the man rattled. Morik tries to excuse the hidden grain as emergency famine reserves, but his panic gives him away. The knight escalates immediately, threatening to search the mansion from top to bottom if that explanation is true. Faced with that pressure, Morik collapses and confesses, begging for his life. After a brief silence, the knight decides to spare him. Instead of execution, he orders Morik to repay the people he exploited, and Morik hastily agrees. The crowd surges with relief and excitement around the armored figure, as Morik lies defeated. Rumors of what he did spread fast enough to sharply raise his fame. The system also reveals that he has cleared a hidden quest tied to the Valley family's tyranny. His reward includes increased fame and, more importantly, a clue to a rare class. A new hidden quest appears and directs him to the border city of Fallup. He realizes he has stumbled into an unexpectedly valuable opportunity. The condition sounds simple enough, since all he has to do is reach Fallup. As he stands amid the cheering townspeople, some recognize the engraved sword he carries as something rarely seen. From a distant overlook, two cloaked observers discuss him and question why their side let an adventurer impersonate them without punishment. The calmer one reminds the other of a prophecy that adventurers will lead the world to a better future. They admit that this particular adventurer has already reduced their workload by solving problems for them. Even so, they remain curious about the famous adventurer known in rumors as Mose. One of them falls silent, clearly taking the matter seriously. They decide to keep watching Mose while he studies the map toward his next destination. With the clue in hand, he settles on his next stop. That destination is Fallup, a massive fortified city on the continental border. He arrives at Fallup and takes in the scale of the place. His search begins at the Fallup class agency, hoping it will help him understand the rare class clue. After getting nowhere, he flops down in frustration, still without a single lead. The dead end makes him wonder how many days he has already wasted. He reflects that hidden classes are supposed to be extraordinary and difficult to obtain. Unlike ordinary classes, they are said to hold secret power or knowledge reserved for a chosen few. They are so rare that even the wider player community has almost no information on them. That matches his experience, since even the information guild could tell him nothing useful. Reduced to wandering the city, he checks public notices and listens for anything that might connect to the quest. The search feels so hopeless that he wonders if he really has to comb the entire city. Just as he is about to give up, something catches his attention. He is briefly distracted by the sight of elves in the city, another reminder of how unfamiliar this place is. While marveling at that, he fails to notice a man rushing straight at him. The collision sends him stumbling while the other man keeps moving. Instead of apologizing, the man lashes out and curses at him. The knight is left irritated that the one who caused the crash is acting offended. He mutters a petty curse after the rude stranger as the man runs off. A sudden blast erupts nearby, turning the joke into a dangerous coincidence. He freezes in disbelief at the absurdly large mess left behind by the explosion. The man who bumped him is thrown into the wall and coughs amid the dust. As coins spill out, the injured man panics over losing his money. A black-cloaked swordsman steps in and exposes him as a scammer. The cloaked man accuses the victim of swindling him and refusing to pay the price. Watching from the side, the knight senses that this cloaked stranger is no ordinary fighter. His suspicion sharpens when he notices a distinctive ring on the man's finger. The scammer, cornered and desperate, reaches for a hidden knife. He lunges at the cloaked man in a last attempt to kill him. The cloaked man cuts him down so quickly and cleanly that the attack ends instantly. The scammer dies before he can do anything more than gasp. Nearby onlookers scream, while the knight is stunned by the speed of the execution. The cloaked swordsman dismisses the killing as a trivial waste of time. The knight realizes he never even saw the man move. That impossible display leaves him wondering who this swordsman really is. At that moment, the hidden quest updates and confirms that he has found the clue to a rare class. He is startled to learn that merely witnessing this man was enough to clear the clue quest. Before he can process it, the system triggers the next step. The new hidden quest names the rare class as Sworder and tells him to speak with the man in the black cloak. He stares after the departing swordsman, realizing that man himself is the path to the rare class. The word Sworder hits him as the answer he has been searching for. The cloaked man slips into a dark alley, away from the crowd. He walks deeper into the shadows, unaware that he is being followed. The knight hurries after him before the chance disappears. As he closes in, he becomes convinced that the ring he saw matches Jiritan's seal. That connection reminds him that Jiritan had once mentioned being a sworder. He realizes that killing Jiritan in the cave may have led him by chance to this very clue. The coincidence feels so perfect that he wonders if his luck is absurdly high. Then he notices something is wrong. The cloaked man seems to have vanished from sight. Before he can locate him, the swordsman appears right behind him. The ambush lands hard, proving the man noticed the tale immediately. The knight is knocked off balance and thrown through the alley. He tries to recover and rush back into the fight despite the surprise attack. When he looks up, the cloaked man is already standing over him. A blade flashes toward his neck before he can react. The swordsman coldly demands to know who dared follow him. The knight realizes the situation has turned lethal in an instant. The swordsman's attention shifts when he notices the glowing necklace at the knight's chest. He demands to know where it came from, making clear that the item is far too valuable for someone like this to possess. Cornered, the knight blurts out the ridiculous truth that he got it from a gacha draw. The answer only enrages the swordsman, who attacks hard enough to drive the knight's health below 5%. The man refuses to believe he is being mocked and presses for a real answer. Trying to survive, the knight explains that he bought a ruined fragment from an old man in a village called Linderok. The swordsman grabs him by the helmet and forces the answer out faster. He demands a description of the seller, and the knight describes a white-haired, bearded old man in a cloak. That description makes the swordsman pause. He mutters to himself, clearly recognizing the lead. The name Linderok confirms something important to him. The knight, still recovering, wonders who this man could be. The swordsman reveals that he is an A-class criminal. His identity is the wanted criminal known as the gambler Lero. The revelation shocks the knight, who had not expected the rare class clue to be a notorious outlaw. Lero explains that he has been tasked with tracking someone because that person knows one of the 4 great mysteries of the Asparagan continent, the disappearance of the Langerous cavalry. The knight has never heard of it, and Lero mocks his ignorance. Lero explains that the Langerous cavalry, once the continent's strongest force, vanished during war, leaving only sudden ruins behind. That makes the knight realize the necklace may be tied directly to that mystery. Lero confirms it once belonged to Polorun, the executive commander of the Langerous cavalry. The knight had assumed the necklace was merely a powerful item, not a historical key. Lero studies him in silence and reaches a conclusion. Since the necklace healed the knight's wounds, Lero accepts that it is genuine. With that certainty, Lero drops any pretense. He attacks again, intending to kill the knight and take the necklace for himself. The knight is horrified as Lero's greed becomes explicit. Lero openly reasons that if Polorun is gone, murdering the current owner is the easiest way to claim the necklace. He orders the knight to die and moves in for the finish. The knight realizes Lero had planned to kill him from the beginning, and Lero admits it without shame. Lero insists that dead men cannot spread secrets. He unleashes another killing strike meant to silence the knight permanently. The knight understands too late that Lero only talked so freely because he never intended to leave a witness alive. and he desperately calls for Sharma. Even while defending, he can tell Lero's speed is overwhelming. The exchange leaves his vitality under 10%, pushing him close to collapse. Lero advances, convinced the necklace is already his. Then he suddenly hesitates, sensing something has changed. The knight rises again, restored by the necklace, and Lero cannot understand how he survived a decapitating blow. Lero wonders if he is facing some kind of immortal. The knight remembers that people in this world once referred to players as users or players, and realizes Lero may know more about his nature than most. Lero decides that even repeated resurrection changes nothing, because he will simply hunt and kill the knight again and again. The knight forces himself to endure a little longer, knowing he only needs a few more seconds. Lero refuses to give him that time and attacks before he can fully recover. The assault batters the knight down to under 3% vitality. As his consciousness starts to fade, he feels death closing in. Lero raises his blade for what should be the final strike. At the brink, the knight recalls the creed of the sworder, a class that binds truth and life to the sword. He also remembers that the mission tied to this class was supposed to remain a top secret. A new presence interrupts, and the knight realizes someone else has entered the alley. An older swordsman appears and condemns Lero for leaking secrets to immortals and then debasing himself with greed. He declares Lero a traitor and sentences him to immediate extermination. Lero instantly recognizes the newcomer as Master Robin and tries to explain himself. He begs for one more chance, but his fear is obvious. Robin cuts him down before the excuse can matter. He dismisses Lero's pleas and tells him to take his excuses to hell. Watching this effortless execution, the knight is stunned by how casually Robin kills someone who had nearly ended him. Robin then turns his attention to the knight, making it clear the danger is not over. He says the knight now knows too much to be left alone. The knight braces himself, realizing Robin is far more dangerous than Lero ever was. Robin's overwhelming presence confirms that the gap between them is on an entirely different level. For a moment the knight fears this truly is the end, but he rejects that thought. Instead, he decides to stake everything on circuit and fight with his last chance. Robin is intrigued when the knight refuses to stay down. The knight drags himself upright with the sword blade in hand, determined not to waste the hidden class opportunity. Even if death brings penalties, he resolves to fight now rather than surrender. Robin tests his resolve, asking whether he will still fight despite fully understanding the difference in ability. The knight answers that if Robin will keep hunting him even after revival, then all he can do is keep resisting. Robin recognizes that this is not simple bravery but a desperate will to live, and he finds that resolve remarkable. He judges the knight to be unusually rare even among swordists. Then Robin notices the seal ring on the knight's hand and is visibly caught off guard. Staring at the ring, Robin begins to realize the knight may be tied to something far more significant than he first thought. The story opens with the significance of a swordist seal, a ring that marks someone as a true member of the order. Robin seizes the ring from the armored young man and demands to know how a nobody like him came to possess it. Unable to resist Robin's grip, the young man explains that he obtained the seal after defeating Jiritan. The name Jiritan shocks Robin, who immediately presses him to confirm what he just heard. Robin studies him closely, trying to judge whether this impossible claim could be true. The young man stays silent under the pressure, with no room to bluff. Robin admits the claim sounds absurd, but decides the young man is telling the truth. That leads the young man to ask whether Jiritan had also been a sworder. Robin confirms that Jiritan once belonged to their order. He explains that centuries ago Jiritan betrayed the swordists and defected to the Imperial Army. Robin adds that the swordists were still newly founded then, so Jiritan had waited for the right chance to turn on them. The young man realizes that this betrayal explains why Jiritan had been carrying a swordist seal. He quietly absorbs the connection between the ring and the enemy he killed. Robin brushes off the fact that Jiritan died first, saying someone had to deal with the traitor eventually. But Robin makes clear that the young man still knows too much about their mission to be left alive. He offers only two choices: keep dying painfully every time he revives, or choose another path. That other path is to replace the dead recruit and work with the swordists instead. Robin forces the decision immediately and demands an answer from the immortal outsider. The young man instantly chooses survival and cooperation, eagerly agreeing to join them. Robin is caught off guard by how quickly the answer comes. He mocks the lack of hesitation, but is clearly amused by the recruit's shameless practicality. The new recruit stays tense, knowing he has just escaped death by switching sides. Robin accepts him for now and starts to acknowledge him as a possible future sworder. To seal it, Robin abruptly punches him. The recruit is stunned and demands to know why he was hit after agreeing. Robin welcomes him in his own brutal way, making it clear that joining the swordists will not be gentle. The recruit wakes later, still processing the bizarre turn his life has taken. A system notice tells him he has been moved to the sanctuary, the swordists' hidden base. He looks around the unfamiliar room and realizes he is truly inside their stronghold now. Soon after, training begins at the sanctuary's training hall, where he faces an elf woman named Kia. He enters the spar with confidence, eager to prove himself. Kia answers that confidence with calm assurance of her own. He charges first, trying to overwhelm her head-on. She stops his attack effortlessly, showing the gap in their skill. He strains just to hold against her defense. Kia points out that he was foolish to think he could beat her directly. She batters him with a flurry of strikes while he struggles to keep up. Even while retreating, he starts reading the path of her weapon and searching for an opening. He admits to himself that her speed and technique far surpass his, especially as the master's first student. Kia notices that he is beginning to adapt. She exploits the moment he overcommits and knocks him off balance. He crashes to the ground, losing the exchange decisively. As he lies there, she offers a hand instead of pressing the humiliation. Kia praises his potential but reminds him he still has a long way to go. He takes the loss with a forced smile and renewed determination. He vows to beat her next time, turning the defeat into motivation. The story shifts to his ordinary life outside the sanctuary, where his mother notices he has changed. While exercising and talking on the phone, he gives his mother a large sum of money and tells her to use it. When she worries the money came from something shady, he reassures her that he saved it up for her over time. She is more surprised by how polite he suddenly sounds, but he hurriedly ends the call before she can question him further. After hanging up, he checks the time and prepares for another day. He braces himself for whatever punishing training the sorters have planned next. Looking back, he explains that after being knocked out he woke in the sanctuary, the hidden base of the elite mercenary order called the Sorters, who serve the god of blades Adiath. He also recalls that Robin, the man who brought him there, introduced himself as one of the 10 masters of the order. When Robin asked whether he wanted to become a sorter, he accepted and treated it as fate. He quickly learned to regret that choice as the training turned merciless. Kia drilled him relentlessly in the basics, insisting that anyone who neglects fundamentals dies first, and the brutal regimen showed him why the sorters remained such a small elite group. The training was not only physical, as they also forced him to study nations and politics because many sorter missions are confidential state-level operations. Robin even enforced discipline by physically punishing him the moment his condition dropped too low. Through it all, he credits Kia for keeping him from giving up on both becoming a sorter and the game itself. In the present, Kia snaps him out of his thoughts as they prepare to leave on an official mission. She tells him excitement is fine, but warns him never to leak mission details, and he proudly insists he knows the rules now that he is an official sorter. They part ways with a promise to meet again alive after the mission. He watches her go, clearly grateful for what she has meant to him. Once alone, he turns his focus fully to the assignment ahead and prepares to head for Asparagon. He arrives in the city of Asparagon, where his first mission as a sorter will begin. He reflects that he has completed the training and officially become a sorter. As proof, he now wears the seal of the sorter, a unique ring that boosts his melee attack power. His first mission sends him back to Asparagon to investigate a supernatural phenomenon in the far northeast, near the northern snow wall, because the airships to that region depart from here. As he walks through the city, he notices that the number of players has grown significantly while he was away training. He overhears players casually showing off expensive magic gear and movement speed boots that once would have been rare. Others talk about how profitable monster materials have become, revealing how aggressively the market has changed. He realizes that in only a few months the average quality of player equipment has risen dramatically. His attention shifts when someone nearby cries out for help. A battered player begs for assistance, saying he was robbed of all the gear he collected at the Valenko hunting ground and told to bring money if he wants it back. People immediately connect the incident to Valenko, a public hunting ground that the number 1 guild has effectively taken over. The crowd is outraged that a guild stacked with magic item users is monopolizing the area. They explain that ordinary players and even NPCs have been driven out so the guild can supply large companies exclusively. Mose falls silent as he listens, recognizing how rotten things have become. He makes up his mind to intervene. At the coast near the hunting ground, guild members block entry and tell outsiders they are not allowed in. They openly declare that the place belongs only to the number 1 guild, turning a public area into private property. The enforcers threaten anyone who objects, ready to beat dissenters into submission. They mock the robbed player and demand to know whether he brought the ransom money. One thug sneers that the damaged goods are worth more than the victim understands. Their taunting stops when Mose suddenly appears in front of them. With a smiling face and a hard tone, he reminds them that the hunting ground is public and asks who gave them the right to control it. The guild members answer with arrogance, naming themselves as the number 1 guild and ordering him to leave while they are still being civil. Mose calls out their hypocrisy, saying they monopolized the public ground and now dare threaten him too. He drops the polite act and condemns them as filth. One enraged thug lunges at him with a punch. Mose counters instantly and drops the attacker with a single blow. A second thug rushes in and is thrown aside just as easily. The remaining enforcers swarm him, and the guild formally marks him as hostile. Mose decides these weaklings are not worth drawing his main weapon for. Another attacker charges with a blade, but Mose slips past the strike. He answers with a clean body blow that folds the man. Without slowing down, he moves through the group faster than they can track. He tears through multiple opponents in succession, knocking them down one after another. The surviving guild members panic, unable to understand who this fighter is. Mose mockingly answers as he hoists one of them up with ease. He claims he is just an ordinary player who came to do some hunting, making the humiliation even worse. The guild members hesitate, unsure whether to keep fighting or retreat. Their confusion ends when a stronger presence arrives and asks what the disturbance is. The newcomers immediately recognize the man as Suksa, the #1 Guild's enforcer captain. The thugs rejoice, boasting that Mose is finished now that a ranked fighter has shown up. They point to Suksa as proof that Mose has picked the wrong enemy. Suksa's bronze badge reveals that he is ranked within the top 9,000 players. The crowd recognizes the badge as genuine, and the guild members regain their nerve. Mose reflects that while he was training, the game introduced a formal ranking system with bronze, silver, and gold tiers. He recalls that an information guild began officially recording players, and rumors say more than 300,000 people are now tracked. Suksa scorns the crowd for not understanding what they are dealing with. He boasts that the #1 guild has 7 rankers and says they cannot afford delays because they are behind on their delivery quota. His subordinates use that threat to drive the bystanders away before the guards can be called. Suksa then turns his attention fully to Mose. He demands compensation for the men Mose already beat. Mose answers by kicking Suksa in the face before the demand is even finished. Then he tells them to call everyone they have, including whatever big company backs them. He finally draws his dark, blue glowing sword, and the mood shifts from street brawl to execution. Mose declares that he wants the whole world to watch their business be destroyed. He unleashes a sweeping barrage of blue sword energy across the battlefield. The attack cuts through the guild's front line in an instant, leaving screams behind it. He follows through with brutal close-range strikes, carving through more enemies as Robin watches from afar. Mose's focus sharpens as he commits fully to the slaughter. The surviving thugs lose their nerve and start urging each other to flee. Mose coldly orders them to run, turning their escape into part of his message. When the field clears, he notes that the rest have already scattered. A system reminder warns that his reserved airship leaves in 10 minutes, and he realizes he nearly forgot his actual mission. He leaves the rescued victim and the shaken crowd behind, satisfied with the chaos he caused. He boards the airship SS Dawn of Velius and is immediately captivated by the experience. Looking out from the ship, he marvels at the view like an excited first-time traveler. His sightseeing is interrupted when someone calls out to him. A man approaches and asks whether Mose is the sorter assigned to the mission. When Mose confirms it, the man notices the sorter's seal on his hand. The stranger greets him with the sorter's phrase, "Truth be asked only to the blade." Mose answers with the same phrase, confirming they are allies. Even so, Mose senses an unusual aura from the man. He activates his unique skill insight to identify him. The skill reveals that the man is Kowar and that his level is 91, far beyond what Mose expected. Kowar smiles calmly, completely at ease despite his overwhelming strength. Mose can only laugh awkwardly at the gap between them. He admits he never expected to run into another sorter here. Kowar introduces himself as a sorter from Lausanne, and Mose introduces himself in return as a sorter from Asparagan. Kowar says something major must have happened in the north if so many important people are gathering. He points out that there are 5 major figures aboard this ship because of whatever is waiting ahead. Mose is intrigued by that revelation, and Kowar asks whether he wants to go meet them. Mose immediately agrees, curious to see who could be important enough to draw such a group together. Kowar tells him to follow and leads him deeper into the ship. They enter a grand, luxurious hall that leaves Mose staring in amazement. As Mose takes in the extravagant interior, Kowar guides him onward, and the mission moves into a far more serious stage. Mose is told that the people gathered here are the ones he needs to pay attention to. He learns that his new companions are counted among the strongest figures on the continent. The claim rattles him, and he realizes he has stepped into a far more dangerous league than expected. A towering mercenary named Aurora bluntly checks whether Mose and the other young recruits are really joining their mission. Yvonne openly doubts the newcomers can survive, judging them too weak for what lies ahead. One of the Holy Knights defends them by revealing that at least one recruit bears the Immortal's blessing. That remark makes Hire focus on Mose with sudden interest. Mose wonders uneasily whether Hire already knows who he is. The conversation shifts when word spreads that an adventurer recently rose to the rank of sorter. Gon, a legendary sword master of Tikris, immediately recognizes that Mose is that adventurer. Mose is stunned by Gon's overwhelming level and grasps just how monstrous the man is. He recalls that swordsmanship is divided into sorter, master, and sword master, with sword master standing as the supreme peak. That makes Gon's presence feel almost mythical to him. Mose introduces himself and identifies his sword as belonging to the Asparagan Sanctuary. Kowar follows by naming himself and saying his sword comes from the Lozven Sanctuary. Gon studies them in silence, weighing the 2 young swordsmen. Both Mose and Kowar tense under the pressure of his scrutiny. Gon's expression softens, signaling that his judgment is not hostile. He laughs and praises the younger swordsman for not shrinking before a sword master, taking it as proof that the future of their art is promising. At that moment, Mose's system rewards him with a hidden achievement for meeting the ghost blade Gon, raising his strength. Mose is delighted that simply meeting such a figure has made him stronger. He starts reassessing the entire group and how formidable this mission must truly be. He concludes that the mission was ranked so highly because people of this caliber were involved from the start. A ship-wide announcement interrupts the introductions. The captain announces that the Dawn airship McGraffin is about to arrive at the northern snow wall of Langness. As the journey ends, the passengers are blessed for the dangerous beginning awaiting them. Once they disembark, the group agrees to discuss the mission details in Langaru. Mose responds, but his attention is suddenly pulled to a system change. He notices that the quest rank is shifting in real time. The mission escalates from S rank to SS rank, now labeled a Super Clash battle to investigate the supernatural phenomenon in northeastern Asparagan. The party arrives at the snow wall embankments north of Langnes, where Winter and Danger press in together. At the meeting table, the veterans immediately acknowledge that the mission has become far more severe. Gon warns that if the situation keeps worsening, the mission the younger pair accepted may be cancelled altogether. Aurora argues that cancelling their participation would be wiser. He states plainly that sending an inexperienced recruit into this would only get him killed. Yvonne asks the more urgent question of why the mission difficulty rose so suddenly. Hire answers by pointing everyone back to the official report. The report reveals that the source of the supernatural phenomenon has already been identified. Mose braces himself for what that source might be. Hire explains that red lightning has been causing destruction across Lang, Alu, and Langaru, and they first mistook it for magical weather fallout from Alu. That clue makes Aurora suspect something far worse than a natural anomaly. Gon confirms the truth with unsettling calm. The culprit is Garnas. Hire adds that they still do not know how it crossed into this land. The full revelation lands that Catastrophe Class Species Number 17, the Elder Dragon Garnas from the unknown continent, is now in Langnes. The others absorb the news, but the strongest among them refuse to panic. Mose and Kowar are left speechless by the scale of the threat. Aurora immediately asks what compensation justifies fighting a disaster of this level. Hire offers 50 Ormeshan coins from the Arantas Bank as the official reward. Yvonne laughs at the Holy Knight's audacity, and makes clear that money alone will not satisfy her. She demands trade rights in Asparagan's food market instead. Hire turns to Gon to hear what the Sword Master wants. Gon admits he has little interest in ordinary rewards. He says he needs no payment at all. Instead, he asks that Mose and Kowar be allowed to join his party under agreed conditions. Mose's system immediately confirms that Gon has invited him into his party. Mose can barely believe that a Sword Master wants him. Soon after, the group reaches Langaru, a fortified city buried in snow. They take lodging at an inn called Dragon lying on snow as their base of operations. There they are welcomed by Sire, a caravan member who greets them as saviors in the names of Bellica and Velius. Gon brushes aside the praise and asks whether the Holy Knights sent someone ahead before the party arrived. Mose notices Sire's high level and realizes even the local support personnel are exceptionally strong. Everyone gathers again to hear the latest field report. Aurora asks for the current situation without ceremony. Sire reports that the red lightning has temporarily subsided. Gon immediately sees the lull as their best chance to move. Aurora volunteers to take the front and absorb Garnas' attacks as best he can. Kowar decides to trust Aurora with the vanguard while he leads the younger swordsman around to strike from the rear. Mose is startled to find himself assigned to the backline assault team. Yvonne promises to bind Garnas' legs with magic, Hire vows to bombard it alongside Gon, and Seer offers broad magical support. Sire adds that he can cast a spell to let them approach Garnas without being detected. Gon rallies everyone to follow the plan precisely if they want any chance of success. The party sets out across the blizzard-covered mountains toward the dragon. As they advance, Mose struggles to see through the heavy snow and realizes how exposed they are. A sudden disturbance in the storm warns him that Garnas is already acting. Red lightning crashes down close behind him, proving the dragon can strike from afar without warning. The blast tears into the snowfield and shows how casually Garnas can devastate the terrain. Mose concludes that even a flap of the dragon's wings may be enough to unleash terrifying force. Kowar urges him to stop lagging and keep pace with the team. Mose finally catches up as the whole party forms up for battle. With everyone assembled, Sire begins the concealment ritual. He invokes the sounds of fountains, oceans, and deep seas, declaring that this land will be rendered silent. Calling on his own authority, Sire strips the area of sound itself. A vast field spreads outward, swallowing noise and masking the party's presence. The others feel the world go unnaturally quiet and recognize the spell has taken hold. Mose still feels the dragon's shockwaves through his body, even under the protection of their gear. He is confused when another ritual begins immediately after the silence spell. Sire and Seer chant together, invoking Bellica and Velius to support those beneath the sky. Seer adds a resonant bell tone to strengthen the spell. Sire calmly completes the blessing as if this level of magic is routine for him. The party is enveloped in a flowing aura of support magic. Mose's system confirms a powerful vocal buff that grants rapid healing and a major increase to all attack power. Yvonne is satisfied that the support is finally worthy of the situation. Mose feels overwhelming strength flood through him and realizes this is what a top-tier supporter can do. Before he can savor it, a violent pulse from ahead signals Garnas has made its move. Mose recognizes from the sound alone that the dragon has acted independently of their expectations. Gon immediately judges that Garnas has come to meet them on its own terms. He orders everyone to prepare for direct contact. Aurora plants himself at the front and raises his shield to receive the first blow. Yvonne readies her thorn magic, poised to restrain the dragon the moment it commits. Hire draws his blade and waits for the opening to strike. Mose grips his sword and tries to predict where the dragon will appear. Garnas suddenly drops almost on top of him, bypassing the others and choosing the weakest-looking target first. The shock of its arrival sends the nearby fighters reeling in the snow. Mose can barely process what is happening before the dragon is already in his face. He finds himself standing alone before the full body of the Elder Dragon. The sight freezes him with the realization that this is not a monster he can casually face. As Garnas looms over him, Mose finally understands in raw terror that he is confronting a dragon. The dragon gathers a blast in its jaws and prepares to erase him at point-blank range. Mose can only stare, too shocked to react in time. Gon and Hire dive in from the side and force Garnas's aim away before the blast can kill him. Even with the buff, Mose's legs give out under the pressure and fear. He collapses and realizes his body will not obey him. For a moment he is certain that if this continues, he will die here. Garnas unleashes a torrent of fire across the battlefield. Mose is clipped by the heat and struggles to protect himself. The force of the attack knocks him across the snow. Aurora intercepts the main stream with his shield, taking the brunt of the dragon fire and saving Mose. Aurora angrily snaps Mose out of his paralysis and orders him to retreat to the back line where he belongs. Hire seizes the opening and cuts into Garnas at close range. Yvonne follows by lashing out with her rose whip magic and telling the dragon to settle down. Gon praises Yvonne's timing as the team's coordination starts to click. He and Hire launch together, taking their turn in the assault. Gon commits his full strength to a decisive strike. Their combined sword attack carves across Garnas with enough force to stagger even the Elder Dragon. The dragon roars in pain as blood spills from the wound. Even so, Gon and Hire judge that their attacks are only buying time rather than truly turning the battle. Watching them, Mose begins to understand how the strongest fighters actually function as a party. Garnas recovers quickly and prepares another counterattack. Gon warns everyone to brace for the next move while Aurora steps up to handle it. Aurora meets the incoming flames head-on with his shield and his own power. He hurls the dragon's fire back at it instead of merely blocking it. The reflected blast slams into Garnas's chest and interrupts its attack. A huge explosion engulfs the dragon in its own redirected fire. Aurora strains but holds firm, refusing to yield even under the impact. Mose sees the backline supporters still maintaining their magic while the frontline monsters trade blows with the dragon. Seer invokes Divine Mercy to aid the team. He and Sire activate a debuff meant to cripple the enemy rather than strengthen allies. A restraining magical formation drops over Garnas and disrupts its power. Mose's system confirms that a deflation debuff has activated, weakening all of the dragon's stats for a limited time. Aurora immediately takes advantage of the opening and renews the pressure. Garnas tries to answer with more fire, but the team's control magic keeps interfering with its offense. Another reflected or redirected blast detonates against the dragon, forcing it back again. Still, Garnas endures and glares through the smoke, far from beaten. Aurora marvels that the dragon remains this tough even after being weakened, while Mose notices that Aurora's own level has surged once he fully committed to his shield. Mose remembers that in this world, powerful NPCs can dramatically raise their level simply by wielding their true weapons. Garnas suddenly takes to the air, abandoning the ground exchange. Yvonne realizes it intends to attack from above and swears she will stop that plan. She lashes upward with thorny vines and orders White Rose to seize the dragon. The vines wrap around Garnas and drag at its body, forcing it into another roar of pain. Yvonne strains to keep the Elder Dragon bound, revealing that even her empowered rose magic can barely hold it. As the stalks binding the dragon begin to fail, the mage insists he only needs a little more time in the air to cast his spell. He launches upward on conjured wings to finish the magic from above. Mose is briefly awed by the display, recognizing the caster's skill. Seeing the dragon still restrained, Mose and his companion decide to rush in and exploit the opening. The two swordsmen charge together across the snow toward the trapped beast. But the dragon has already noticed them and tracks their approach. Mose realizes too late that their attack has been anticipated. The dragon lashes out first, blasting the ground and breaking their momentum. Though shaken by the impact, both men stay on their feet and confirm they can still fight. Mose understands the dragon deliberately baited them into rushing in. The monster shifts again, preparing to continue the fight despite its restraints. Before the swordsman can recover, a new voice cuts in with amused confidence. A veteran swordsman named Gon appears and immediately critiques their form, saying their bodies are too tense. He explains that speed can strengthen a blade, but that alone is not true swordsmanship. Gon declares that a swordsman's real duty is to refine pure technique. Then he prepares to demonstrate what he means. With a single overwhelming swing, he unveils the level of swordsmanship the younger fighters should aspire to. His strike carves deeply into the dragon in one clean motion. The dragon reels and chokes on the wound as blood pours out. Even wounded, the dragon thrashes violently, forcing everyone nearby to brace themselves. Mose is stunned to realize Gon's level is 388, far beyond Garnas. He recognizes that Gon's blade technique has reached an entirely different peak. Watching him, Mose feels as if he is seeing the ideal swordsman he has always imagined. As Gon recovers from the exchange, Mose and his ally move in again, thinking they can capitalize on the opening. The two coordinate another charge together. Mose steels himself, refusing to let the raid end without his own contribution matching. Power gathers around his weapon as he commits to the attack. Gon notices the change in Mose and pauses to examine it. He quickly concludes that a swordsman with real promise has just emerged before him. Mose continues drawing out that unfamiliar power. He raises his sword for a decisive overhead strike. Mose brings the blade down with all his strength and finally lands a meaningful blow on the dragon. The dragon roars in pain and fury. Its massive body surges in retaliation. The sudden movement forces the nearby swordsman back as the dragon's bulk crashes down. Mose grits through the pressure, nearly overwhelmed by the counterattack. Gon calmly tells him not to overextend himself. He adds with blunt affection that Mose is still just a brat. Then Gon hurls himself back into the fight without hesitation. He intercepts the dragon's next rush with another impossibly fast slash. The dragon screams as Gon tears through it again. Mose finally understands what a true sword master looks like in battle. Gon judges that the dragon has been weakened enough. Mose senses a dangerous shift in the air and looks up. The mage urgently orders everyone to get away from Garnas at once. A colossal holy spear of lightning forms above the battlefield, aimed straight at the dragon. The mage apologizes to the ancient creature, treating what comes next as a grim necessity. A shield bearer calls everyone behind his barrier as the spell descends. The mage resolves to strike, believing the dragon's death is necessary to save countless lives. The dragon can only roar helplessly as the divine attack crashes down. The impact erupts into a blinding explosion. The light swallows the entire battlefield. When the glare fades, Garnas lies dead in the snow. Mose can barely believe they actually won. Then he notices something the others seem to miss. A glowing purple sphere appears from the corpse, and Mose recognizes it as Garnas's core. He studies it in silence, realizing only he can perceive it. Mose concludes that the others cannot see the core because they are merely part of the game world. Once he is alone with the prize, he decides to deal with it himself. A sudden clap startles him out of his thoughts. Yvonne cheerfully announces that the raid is over, and the brutal battle ends almost abruptly. Mose is thrilled to realize he gained 25 levels from the fight. Aurora takes his reward and immediately leaves, complaining that he hates cold places. Yvonne brings in her caravan workers to butcher the dragon and collect its valuable remains. Satisfied with the spoils, she departs after reminding Hire to keep his promise. Hire warmly thanks Gon, Kowar, and Mose again for saving them. Gon says that meeting two such talented swordsmen was reward enough for him. Hire politely agrees, pleased by the outcome. Mose laughs awkwardly, feeling pressure from how highly Hire seems to regard him. The snowy battlefield grows quiet after everyone begins to disperse. Gon then formally addresses the two younger swordsmen. Kowar declares himself the Sword of Lozvan. Gon answers by naming himself the Sword of Asparagon. He tells them that one day their blades may reach the world he inhabits, and promises to welcome them when they do. With that promise, he says he looks forward to meeting them again. Gon opens a portal to return to Bing Caravan. Mose and Kowar watch him leave through the gate. Kowar also announces that he has urgent business elsewhere and must depart. He parts from Mose on friendly terms, promising they will meet again. Mose is left standing alone in the aftermath. In the silence, the battle already starts to feel unreal to him. Then the hidden core draws his attention again with a faint glow. He reminds himself that he still has to claim it. Though he feels guilty taking the core when others did most of the work, he knows he cannot afford to be picky. He decides survival and growth matter more than fairness right now. To stand near truly powerful people like Gon, he resolves to become far stronger. So he absorbs the core, unleashing a surge of violet energy. The power bursts outward in a blinding wave. Mose staggers under the force of what he has taken in. He can barely process what is happening to him. The reward manifests as a complete set of ornate armor and a great sword. Mose reaches toward the weapon, unsure what he is seeing. The sword answers with heat and dark flame as if awakening to him. He learns the weapon is Etoria's Stigma, a legendary great sword with massive stat boosts and the skilled disastrous flame, Solar Storm. The word legendary leaves him stunned. Another revelation follows immediately. The sword completes 5 pieces of the Etoria's Rising Sun set, granting huge bonuses and powerful set effects. Mose can hardly believe the reward is real. He realizes Garnas's core contained a legendary set, making him the first player in Circuit to obtain one. The scene shifts to the real world, where a Circuit TV reporter named Ji-hyun begins a broadcast. She asks viewers if they have heard the Information Guild's latest announcement. The guild reveals that a continent-wide ranker war will be held, replacing the old arbitrary ranking system. Future rankings will be measured more accurately, and national-level special missions will be offered to rankers who gather at Asparagon Square. In reality, Mose has already begun training his body by jogging every day to endure longer sessions in Circuit. He keeps pushing himself physically because he knows stamina in reality limits his time in the game. Even so, returning from long sessions leaves him dizzy and painfully aware of the gap between his two lives. He reflects that the game he entered to fix his real life now feels more real than reality itself. Yet the money he earns in Circuit is undeniable, so he commits to taking both the game and his own life more seriously. That makes him question whether Circuit can still be dismissed as just a game. Watching ordinary people in the park, he wonders what kind of life he would have lived without it. Nearby, a businessman chats on his phone, part of the normal world Mose feels separated from. A happy couple passes by, deepening that contrast. Mose asks himself whether he might have lived normally like them if Circuit had never entered his life. He answers that poverty would still have trapped him, and laughs bitterly at how small his old worries now seem. At last he decides to stop dwelling on it and return to the place where he now belongs. Back in Circuit, he arrives in a bright city and prepares for his next move. Having left his armor at the smithy, he decides to report to the sanctuary first. He assumes no one there will pay special attention to him. To stay discreet, he opens his inventory while moving through the crowd. He checks the legendary sword again, still half disbelieving it exists. Holding it confirms for him that the reward was no dream. Then the weapon reacts unexpectedly in his hands. A searing heat erupts from the blade, catching him completely off guard. The sword releases a pillar of blazing light that shoots into the sky. Mose is left standing in the middle of the city wrapped in fire and attention. His head throbs as a new system message appears. Visions of sword forms flood his mind as the weapon imprints its technique onto him. He realizes he has passively acquired Etoria's swordsmanship. A nearby sound makes him freeze, afraid he has been noticed. He senses a presence and quickly hides to investigate. He overhears someone casually talking through a communication crystal ball about a high-level player. Relieved, Mose realizes the presence was only someone using a communication device. That sparks a memory of seeing others use such convenient tools. He decides it would be smart to buy a communication crystal ball for himself. He heads to a shop and completes the purchase. With his armor repaired and a communication method secured, he feels his preparations are nearly complete. He activates the new device. The crystal responds, and he immediately sets his course for Asparagan's sanctuary. He travels to the sanctuary district, arriving beneath its towering structures and airship docks. A staff member welcomes him and asks where he wishes to go. When he asks for Bing Caravan, she directs him onward to the White Horse of Rondel. He follows her through the sanctuary, expecting a proper meeting. Instead, he finds only a note from Robin, and grumbles that he came all this way for nothing. Before he can leave, a familiar voice calls out and asks why he took so long. Kia appears and immediately teases him for always making her wait. Mose is delighted to see her and agrees at once when she asks if he is coming along. Kia reveals that this time they will be handling a joint mission. Their next destination is the Bing Caravan. As they head out together, Mose complains that the trip is even farther than Langaroo. Kia draws his attention ahead, signaling that something important is waiting for them. Mose and Kia arrive at Bing Caravan, the towering trade city where anything can be bought and sold. Mose is overwhelmed by the scale of the place as their mission begins. Before they can take it in any longer, someone calls them over by name. A guild representative named Russell greets them and takes charge of their reception. Russell's polished manner makes it clear he is acting with formal authority. As he escorts them upward, he explains that the upper middle floors are reserved for lodging. He assigns them to the furnace room on the 88th floor. Kia immediately checks whether Russell is the contact their master sent. Russell's brief pause suggests he is measuring how much to reveal. He confirms it and postpones the full briefing until they reach their room. Once inside the private quarters, the atmosphere shifts from hospitality to business. Russell secures the room so the real purpose of their visit can be discussed safely. He begins with a formal declaration meant to establish unquestioned authority. Russell states that from this point on, his orders carry the same force as Master Robin's. Accepting the chain of command, Kia and Mose kneel to receive the mission. Russell opens the sealed orders that explain why they were summoned together. He reveals that an urgent new assignment was issued to both of them at once. The target is a forbidden weapon disguised as Ulison's Rhapsody No. 7 to No. 14, which has been smuggled into Bing Caravan. Mose is thrown off when he hears the weapon is supposedly just sheet music. Russell explains that the item is about to be sold at the top floor auction, and because Bing Caravan is ruled by merchants, they cannot simply seize it. Their mission is therefore to win the item through bidding, whatever the cost. To enter the auction, Kia must pose as the aristocrat Ariane Marie while Mose serves as her escort knight, Maxim. That night, Kia steps into her role and enters the noble gathering in full disguise. Inside, the event is packed with wealthy guests and the kind of luxury meant to intimidate outsiders. Her arrival is announced as that of a lady from the Ariane family of Perif. She commits to the performance the moment she crosses the threshold. The room's attention locks onto Kia, proving the disguise is convincing. Even the surrounding nobles are distracted by her presence. Kia carries herself with enough poise to look every bit the high-born woman she claims to be. Mose realizes that blending into this social circle is the first step toward reaching the auction. Their strong entrance immediately draws interest from influential guests. A noblewoman from the Akazit family approaches and invites Kia to sit with her group. Kia accepts smoothly, deepening her cover instead of avoiding scrutiny. She follows the woman into the center of the gathering with Maxim at her side. Nearby nobles begin whispering and laughing, setting a hostile tone beneath the polite surface. Mose senses the mockery but does not yet understand its target. Kia is led to a table where the Akazit women hold social power and expect to dominate the exchange. Their hostess opens with a deliberately mangled version of Kia's family name to test and belittle her. The other women laugh along, making the insult public. Kia keeps smiling, refusing to give them the satisfaction of seeing her rattled. The hostess pretends courtesy, then probes into Kia's supposed provincial background to expose weakness. Kia answers calmly that her family runs a large vineyard in Perif. The Akazit side twists that answer into contempt, implying Kia's family bought status through farming while boasting of their own magical pedigree. The attack turns openly racist and classist as they sneer at Kia's half-elf appearance and compare her to slaves sold on the caravan's lower floors. One of the women feigns shock while clearly enjoying the humiliation. The hostess adds a petty jab about Kia's jewelry and manners, framing prejudice as refinement. She then orders her knight to physically adjust Kia's appearance, treating her like property. The knight obeys at once, reinforcing the family's arrogance. Kia braces herself, understanding that the insult is about to become physical. The knight excuses himself as merely following orders while reaching for her. Before he can touch her, Maxim intercepts with force. Mose, still in disguise, violently stops the man and warns him not to lay a hand on his lady. His threat makes it clear he is ready to kill over the insult. The Akazit women are stunned that anyone dared resist them in public. Kia immediately takes control of the moment instead of letting it become a brawl. She turns the incident into a broader condemnation of the Akazit family's conduct. The women erupt in outrage at being challenged by someone they consider beneath them. Kia declares that, as a noblewoman, she will answer their offense according to noble law. She formally states that the Aryan family has suffered an unforgivable insult and demands a knight's duel to defend its honor. She calls on Maxim, and Mose fully steps into the role of her sworn knight. Maxim answers with theatrical zeal, drawing a flaming sword and vowing victory for his lady's honor. The crowd recognizes that Kia has turned her debut into a spectacle no one can ignore. Forced to respond, the Akazit side sends out their own knight, Orf. Orf introduces himself proudly, and Mose immediately gauges him as a manageable opponent. Seeing Orf's level, Mose judges that the man is far weaker than expected. The duel begins with a burst of speed that catches Orf off guard. Mose slips past the first attack and dismisses it as too slow. He seizes control of Orf's weapon before the man can recover. In the same motion, Mose drives a decisive counter into Orf's body. The blow lands cleanly, leaving Orf helpless. Orf crashes to the floor in a single exchange, his armor shattered and the duel effectively over. The spectators are left speechless by how quickly the fight ended. Whispers spread that Maxim won in one strike and is far stronger than anyone expected. Humiliated, the Akazit woman desperately orders another knight to remove this disgrace. A second knight, Longshell, steps forward to continue the family's retaliation. He makes clear that he is acting directly under Lady Akazit Korm's command. Unlike Orf, Longshell comes forward intending immediate punishment rather than ceremony. He attacks with overwhelming speed, trying to crush Mose before the crowd can react. The force of his assault shows he is a far more dangerous opponent. A storm of slashes engulfs Mose, making it seem as if Longshell has seized the advantage. Longshell is certain no one could withstand that barrage. Mose appears behind him and coolly asks whether he is done. Longshell recoils in fear, realizing he is facing something beyond his expectations. The hall falls into a tense hush as everyone senses the outcome has already been decided. When the dust settles, both Akazit knights are down while Mose remains standing. The audience stares in disbelief at the complete reversal of power. Kia steps forward again, now holding the room's attention without resistance. With the duel won, she stands as the unquestioned victor of the confrontation. She publicly rebukes the host and the gathering for allowing such conduct. Kia condemns their contempt for distant nobles and their open prejudice. She pointedly says a proper gathering should welcome nobles from other lands instead of humiliating them. She reminds everyone that Bing Caravan exists for exchange among all cultures, turning the city's own ideals against them. Some guests begin applauding, recognizing both her courage and the truth of her words. The applause spreads through the hall. Kia realizes she has not only survived the trap but won the crowd to her side. From the edge of the room, a hooded old man applauds and signals that he has been waiting for this exact moment. His interest suggests that the duel has drawn out someone important. He calls Mose by name, revealing that he knows more than he should. Outside, the tower looms over the city as the night's real contest approaches. With their cover secured, Kia declares that the true game is only beginning. Back in private, she confirms that they successfully infiltrated the social gathering and can now pursue the auction itself. Mose is still staring at her, impressed by how completely she transformed herself. When she asks why, he admits she handled the noble act astonishingly well. Kia brushes it off by saying she has long experience with this kind of performance. Mose wonders if that means she once truly lived among nobles. Instead, Kia reveals that she learned noble behavior while serving nobles as a slave. What looked like elegance was actually survival skill learned from oppression. She admits that hearing the nobles mock half-elves and slaves made her want to kill them on the spot. But she insists that the broken girl who suffered for her blood is gone, and that she now lives as a sworder who can answer back. Mose, realizing he touched a painful truth, awkwardly apologizes. Kia waves it off and tells him the outcome mattered more than the discomfort. Still, the memory leaves a quiet weight behind her smile. She changes the mood by sharing that their master promised them a long break after this mission. With that reward in mind, she urges Mose to finish the job cleanly. Their carriage rolls onward as they move to the next phase of the operation. Kia reviews their resources, 25 tokens and 7,000 gold to fund the mission. She warns that even if they win cheaply, the mission will not end there. Mose understands that they must identify whoever else is trying to buy the music sheet. Kia explains that to expose that hidden buyer, they need to drive the bidding as high as possible. Mose takes in the auction house called Eden, where the real contest will unfold. Together they enter, ready to play their parts again. The auctioneer welcomes the gathered elites and opens the event with grand ceremony. He promises treasures more valuable than gold, relics and wonders meant to dazzle the rich. As the showmanship builds, the auctioneer prepares to begin the sales. The auction officially starts. The first item is wheeled onto the stage under a cloth. The auctioneer lets the suspense build before revealing it. He announces the first lot with exaggerated grandeur. Mose and Kia tense up, worried their target might appear immediately. Instead, the first item is a bizarre relic called the index fingernail of the last princess of Esrandil. Both of them are relieved that the forbidden score is not being sold first. As the relic is revealed, Mose's system reacts to it. He sees that merely possessing the item would trigger a unique chain quest tied to the Esrandil royal family. The auctioneer opens bidding at 3 tokens. The room responds immediately, and Kia watches the crowd for signs of their true target. The price rises to 4 tokens as the first serious bids appear. The bidding quickly jumps higher, reaching 17 tokens in a rush. The auctioneer presses the room, but no one is willing to go above that amount. Silence confirms that the bidding has peaked. The final price lands at 17 tokens, an enormous sum for such a strange relic. The auctioneer declares the item sold for 17 Ormegon tokens. Mose is already worn out just from watching how intense the auction is. Kia tells him to stay sharp because the real objective has not even appeared yet. He forces himself back into focus. Then the auctioneer announces the next lot, and both of them react at once. The second item is finally their target, Ulysson's Rhapsody No. 7 to No. 14, introduced as the work of the infamous crazy musician. When Mose looks at it, a black status window appears, proving the score is no ordinary object. He realizes the item carries hidden significance beyond its appearance as sheet music. The auctioneer opens bidding for the score at 4 tokens. The first responses come instantly, and the price jumps to 6 tokens as the real battle over the forbidden music begins. The auction opens with a modest bid, and the price begins to climb. The host seizes on the momentum and presses the room for higher offers. A sudden jump to 25 tokens shocks the audience and changes the tone of the sale. Sensing real competition, the host loudly drives the bidding onward. The hall stirs as everyone realizes the item is drawing unusual interest. Mose and Kia stay composed, watching the bids rise exactly as they hoped. Just as the host is about to close the round, another bidder intervenes. The price leaps again to 50 tokens, enough to briefly stun even the auctioneer. Mose's side immediately starts wondering who in the room could spend that much. Kia stops Mose from reacting and tells him to stay focused and still. She answers the challenge herself by pushing the bid to 75 tokens. The host announces the new high bid with growing excitement. Mose worries about their budget, but Kia insists the gamble will force a response. That response comes at once when the hidden rival raises the price to 100,000 gold. The host revels in the astonishing number and declares the auction a runaway success. Kia reminds Mose that her prediction was right and that the bait has worked. Now that the bidder has exposed himself, Mose turns to locating and capturing him. He suddenly recognizes who the mysterious buyer must be. Kia catches his reaction and realizes he has identified the target as Mose rises. The revelation hits hard when an older man appears before them and confirms Mose's suspicion. Mose understands that the bidder is no ordinary criminal but a special A-class wanted man. The man is revealed as gambler Lero, a dangerous figure from Mose's past. The scene shifts to a chase as Mose calls Lero's name and pursues him outside. Mose and Kia corner him, but Lero greets them as if he had been expecting this meeting. Rather than flee in panic, Lero treats their pursuit like a long-awaited reunion. Mose is rattled to see that Lero recognizes him so personally. Lero confirms it and calmly states that he had anticipated Mose's arrival. Mose feels crushing pressure at once and realizes one mistake could get him killed. Lero formally reintroduces himself, making clear he is in complete control of the encounter. Mose warns Kia to be careful because she cannot judge Lero's strength the way he can. His fear is justified when Lero's level appears before Mose as 102, marking him as a monster far beyond normal foes. Lero savors the imbalance and calls their meeting impressive. He addresses Mose by name with unsettling familiarity. Kia asks how Mose knows him, and Mose admits they once met in Linderoak during a transaction. That only deepens Mose's unease, because Lero should not have remembered him so well. Lero's amused reaction confirms that Mose has walked into something deliberate. He closes the distance instantly, and tells Mose their first meeting had been fateful for him. Mose is alarmed by how effortlessly Lero invades his space. Before Mose can process it, Lero attacks, forcing both Mose and Kia to defend themselves. Even while fighting, Mose admits he does not understand what Lero means by fate, but he refuses to stand by and let him act freely. Kia also commits herself, deciding she cannot remain a spectator. She declares herself the sorter of Asparagon and vows to cut through Lero's lies. Lero ignores her challenge and turns his attention back to Mose instead. He singles Mose out by name, making it clear who truly interests him. With a flick of power, Lero isolates Mose from Kia and seals them into a separate space. Kia can only shout for Mose as he vanishes from her reach. Inside the sealed space, Mose realizes he is alone with Lero and cannot understand what just happened. Lero explains that Kia cannot see or reach them because he created the barrier solely to speak with Mose. Mose recognizes that Lero wants more than a fight and braces for whatever revelation is coming. Lero praises Mose as an immortal who genuinely surprised him. His excitement turns manic as he revels in finally finding someone who exceeded his expectations. Mose is disturbed by the intensity of Lero's obsession. Lero's laughter makes it clear that he sees Mose less as an enemy than as a chosen discovery. He reveals that he has evaluated at least 1,000 immortals before Mose. In his eyes, all the others wasted their gifts by turning them into merchandise and profit. But Mose stood apart, forcing Lero to change his plans. Lero says he chose Mose alone for something special. He begins probing Mose's past, asking whether becoming a sorta was really his own decision. He points to the cave, Juritan, and the chain of events that led Mose to power as if they were arranged. He adds the sorta mission and Moses' dispatch to Bing Caravan, suggesting every key step was orchestrated. Mose is shaken as the implication sinks in. Lero confirms it outright and mocks Mose for thinking any of it was mere luck. Mose can barely process the claim and demands to know why. The possibility that his life was manipulated rather than earned threatens his sense of self. As his confidence falters, even his grip on his sword wavers. Lero finally states his true goal. He wants the immortals to conquer this world. He tempts Mose to embrace anger, crush the empire, and seize the world with his power. Then he sharpens the temptation by invoking revenge for a stolen family and a ruined life. The word revenge catches Mose because it touches a wound he understands. Lero urges him to slaughter the imperial elites and nobles who stand above everyone else. He promises Mose that if he accepts, he can have everything. Lero insists that this promise is exactly why he chose Mose. Mose realizes that Lero himself was once human, not some alien force beyond understanding. Outside the barrier, Kia hears enough to grasp that Lero is a man consumed by grief and vengeance. She briefly wonders whether even her own path with Mose had been manipulated, then rejects that thought and reclaims her agency. Inside the barrier, Mose steadies himself and tightens his grip on his weapon. He declares that becoming a sorter was his own choice and that his strength was earned through hardship, not handed to him as a puppet. Lero listens without interrupting, as if weighing that answer. Mose then thanks Lero for one thing: the necklace he once sold him had saved his life. That gratitude becomes the basis for Mose's next decision. He resolves not to be changed by Lero's hatred, but to change Lero instead. Lero is genuinely caught off guard by that response. At that moment, Mose receives a battle quest to defeat gambler Lero, with a hidden trait as the reward, and he accepts the fight. Lero's surprise hardens into alarm as Mose's resolve becomes real. He attacks immediately, forcing Mose into close combat. Mose realizes just how dangerous the opening exchange is. Lero presses him by name, determined to break him before he can recover. Dark, shapeless power gathers around Lero, taking on a monstrous form. Mose rejects Lero's offer outright and refuses to join him. Lero cannot understand why Mose would turn down such power. He screams that Mose could become king of the world if he would only accept his hand. Lero insists that with this power Mose could wipe out the imperialists and claim everything. Mose answers that he has no need for a world won that way. Lero's patience snaps when persuasion fails. He decides that if Mose will not join him, he will kill him himself. Mose braces for a brutal fight and admits it will not be easy. Lero unleashes a barrage of shadow attacks from every direction. Mose meets him head-on, but the clash shows how overwhelming Lero's pressure is. Even while attacking, Lero argues that immortals already know humans live in a different world and enjoy what ordinary people never can. He claims Mose belongs to another world now and should stop pretending otherwise. Lero says he learned the nature of immortals by sacrificing everything to deal with them. His assault lands hard, proving he can talk and dominate the fight at the same time. He accuses Mose of coming to this world only to seek novelty, stimulation, and amusement. Lero says he has already given Mose exactly those things through all the trials he arranged. To him, every danger Mose faced was a gift of new power. He calls those gifts dreams and stimuli, as if suffering were entertainment. He keeps attacking while shouting that immortals only want pleasure and diversion. Still obsessed with being understood, Lero demands to know why Mose will not accept his request. Mose answers that even if immortals do seek their own pleasures, that does not excuse destroying the world around them. He insists that what happens to this world matters. Mose admits he once came seeking profit and opportunity himself, so he understands the selfish impulse. But all the battles and experiences he gained have changed him. The more he traveled, the more he came to see this world as genuinely beautiful. He names the lands he has crossed, recalling them not as stages in a game but as places he loves. He includes Bing Caravan among the places worth protecting. Mose tells Lero that he understands his pain, but that understanding only makes him more certain. He cannot grant Lero's wish to destroy the world. Lero asks why, still unable to accept that answer. Mose says he does not know everything, but Lero's own eyes tell him that even Lero does not truly want this world annihilated. So Mose decides to shoulder Lero's pain instead of feeding it, and he points his sword with that resolve. Lero laughs bitterly at the idea that someone else could carry his burden. Mose remains calm while Lero's laughter grows more unstable. Lero rages at the suggestion that his lifelong vengeance might not be his true desire. He rejects Mose's understanding as arrogance, and launches another furious attack. Abandoning all restraint, Lero vows to kill Mose immediately. The blow crashes through Moses' guard and drops his health to a dangerous level. Lero keeps pressing, desperate to force a final answer through violence. Mose fights back, but he is being driven toward collapse. Successive hits cut his health down to half and then to 30%, putting him on the brink. Lero commands Mose to witness the full weight of his hatred as the shadows swell around him. He names that power for what it is, hatred and vengeance made manifest. Another strike leaves Mose with only 10% of his health, and he realizes he cannot win by endurance alone. He understands that if the fight continues like this, he will never reach Lero himself. But he also realizes that failing here would leave Lero trapped forever inside his revenge. That thought becomes unbearable to Mose, who decides he has to save Lero from that fate even while fighting him. Desperate, he searches for any answer that can break the cycle. At the edge of defeat, a new power suddenly ignites within his sword. Golden fire erupts and collides with the darkness, giving Mose a chance to turn the battle. The system announces that Atoria's stigma has activated after 100 monster defeats and grants Mose a new skill, Disastrous Flame, Solar Storm. Mose barely has time to register the skill before the fight surges on. The sudden awakening jolts him into immediate action. He raises the sword overhead and channels the new power through it. Mose brings the blade down in a blazing counterattack. A storm of solar fire explodes outward, swallowing the battlefield and tearing through Lero's shadows. Lero is struck head-on and recoils in pain. The flames keep burning through his dark power until he screams. That agony drags Lero back into the memory of his murdered wife and children. He relives the Imperial soldiers who butchered his family. The old hatred surges again as he swears he can never forgive the Imperialists. The memory resolves into the moment his grief first curdled into obsession, as he found his family's bodies beside a chest of treasure and a fallen sword. An old man stands in the rain with a sword, facing the end of a long and terrible path. Covered in blood and staring at the body before him, he admits he finally carried out his revenge. A crying child can only call for his father as the aftermath of the killing sinks in. The child begs for mercy, and the old man becomes the monster reflected in that terrified plea. Shaken by the child's fear, the old man falters and tries to deny that he is the one who deserves judgment. He first blames the Empire, then finally recognizes the truth that he himself was wrong. Accepting that he cannot undo what he has done, Lero thanks Mose for stopping him and prepares to leave. As his body begins to break apart, Lero reveals that what he truly wanted from Mose was not victory but rescue. Calling Mose his salvation, Lero apologizes and says farewell as he dissolves into light. Mose can only watch silently as Lero disappears completely. Lero's final thoughts make clear that Mose had become the one thing that redeemed him. The last traces of Lero's passing drift away into the sky. Kia notices the strange light and turns back in alarm. While Kia runs to him, Mose remains frozen in grief and silently vows to remember Lero. A system message appears, announcing that Mose has inherited Lero's hidden trait, Lucky Ruiner. The story shifts back to the wider world above the city after that painful encounter. Mose studies the newly acquired trait, still processing what Lero left behind. He confirms that Lucky Ruiner is the trait he gained from defeating Lero. As he checks the details, he realizes the trait granted him two separate skills. The first skill, Lucky Ruin, lets him spend luck to convert objects from ruins and dungeons into itemized cores. The second skill, Ruiner Mix, lets him store those cores and combine matching ones for greater rewards, though at the risk of spawning monsters. Mose understands that this must have been how Lero distributed powerful items to other players. He accepts the trait as Lero's legacy and resolves to use it to prevent another tragedy like Lero's from happening again. Reflecting on the battle, Mose rejects the idea that the residents of this world are meaningless NPCs just because the setting is virtual. He realizes they feel hatred, regret, and pain just as real people do. Unlike scripted shopkeepers, beings like those in Circuit possess inner lives, forcing him to question whether this world can still be treated as just a game. He concludes that Circuit is closer to another world than a simple simulation. Pulled out of his thoughts, Mose is asked if he is all right. He hides his turmoil and tells Kia that he is fine. Kia changes the subject and asks what he plans to do during the upcoming vacation. Mose admits he has no plans yet and asks about hers instead. Kia says she is thinking of visiting her hometown for a while. She explains that it is a small village in Azurus. Mose says he would like to visit it someday too, testing whether that kind of future is even possible. Kia warmly tells him he would be welcome anytime. Later, in the major city of Asparagon, Mose wanders through the streets still unable to shake his heaviness. Even in the middle of the bustling city, he admits to himself that he does not feel any better. He decides he should rest until the next mission now that he and Kia have parted for the time being. Just then, a communication orb starts ringing in his hand. The caller turns out to be Sharon, who cheerfully complains that he finally answered. Her call leads to a reunion over drinks. The group toasts together, marking the first time they have all gathered again in a long while. His old companions greet him enthusiastically and demand to know where he has been. Mose can only laugh awkwardly and admit that too much has happened to explain easily. Guile jokingly offers to start by updating Mose on how he has been doing. He builds up the reveal with theatrical confidence. Guile proudly shows off a magical couple ring and announces that he got it with his girlfriend. The others immediately tease him, but they are impressed. Mose sincerely congratulates him on finding someone. When Sharon adds that the girlfriend is an elf, the teasing turns into disbelief at Guile's standards. Mose nearly chokes, stunned by the idea of a player dating an elf. He realizes this is the first time he has seen a player openly in a relationship with someone from this world. That only reinforces what he learned from Lero. The people here are alive in the same meaningful sense as players. Watching the tavern's ordinary warmth, he reflects that many people entered Circuit to chase their dreams. Yet Guile's story still surprises him enough to show how incomplete his understanding remains. Remembering Lero again, Mose admits to himself that he still has not fully grasped the weight of what happened. When Guile addresses him as Mose, the name suddenly feels distant. Guile awkwardly asks if he can just call him Hyung instead, and Mose agrees. Guile confesses that Mose once helped him in a way he never properly repaid, and that help let him cover his university tuition. From there, Guile says he managed to build a stable income for himself. His gratitude is so earnest that Mose is caught off guard. Mose softens, quietly moved by the sincerity. He tells Guile that his contribution mattered too, because without him the party would have been in real danger. Mose insists Guile did his part, and reminds him that their gathering still happened because of him as well. Sharon adds that without Mose, all of them might have ended up as victims of the rancor who trapped them. She mentions rumors that many of the players caught in that rain-soaked trap ended up quitting the game. Guile tries to lighten the mood by celebrating that they at least managed to defeat the field boss back then. That mention of Lero makes Mose drift back into thought. He realizes that the chance Lero once gave him has now spread outward, helping others build their own futures. The conversation jolts again when Sharon casually announces that she quit her real-world job. She explains that she had been treated as disposable there and chose to focus on life here instead, where the rewards are better. Eager to change the subject, Sharon brings out something new to show the group. She reveals a rare bow she recently obtained and proudly presents it like a trophy. Mose praises the weapon, knowing how hard she must have worked to earn something that rare. He remembers firsthand how much effort it takes to secure even a single valuable item. That memory reminds him that Guile and Sharon have both been pushing themselves hard in their own ways. Compared to them, Mose starts questioning what he himself has really been doing. He admits inwardly that he keeps telling himself he has tried, but doubt keeps surfacing. Looking back on everything since he obtained Pelorin's star, he sees how often fortune has carried him. He recognizes that he has been showered with luck he did not truly earn. That luck brought him relationships, powerful items, and skills more easily than most players ever could. Worse, he realizes he began mistaking that luck for his own effort, and even that path was tied to Lero. He admits he has been taking that kind of luck for granted. Remembering his promise to work hard whenever he was given a chance, he sees how far he has drifted from it. He also remembers promising to enjoy Circuit the way Guile and Sharon do, and feels ashamed that he has not been living up to that either. To steady himself, Mose decides he has to remember where he started. With that resolve, he addresses the group seriously. He proposes that they go on a co-op quest together, finally choosing action over hesitation. As they head into a cave, Mose reflects that he had no idea what kind of experience this quest would bring them. The party pushes deeper underground, already winded from the descent. Guile admits he never expected the mission to be this intense. The footing grows dangerous as they descend over broken stone. When they see the scale of the threat, the group realizes the quest may be far larger than expected. The mission tracker confirms the target is the harmful animal colony in the mines of Demund Hill. Their carriage journey and arrival at the mountain mine mark the start of the operation. The quest briefing reveals the colony is made of Kamuds, threatens to collapse the largest mine in the region, and carries wyvern rank danger with a major reward. Inside the carriage, Mose turns the name Kamuds over in his mind. He asks if anyone knows anything about the creatures before they commit to a plan. Using a book he found, Guile explains that Kamuds are deep mountain monsters that usually travel in groups of around a dozen. That description immediately clashes with the quest's warning that they must eliminate an entire colony. Sharon points out that a wyvern rank colony should mean at least 500 of them, terrifying Guile. Mose reasons that a swarm that large must have a leader, and killing that leader could scatter the rest. The tank agrees and adds that such leaders usually stay at the rear, overseeing the battle. They decide the key is to seize favorable terrain first, and then draw the leader out, so they begin assigning roles. Guile asks Sharon to take the high ground and scout the colony's movement, and she accepts immediately. He volunteers to support Mose with magic while the tank promises to keep Mose protected behind his shields. Mose is baffled that everyone is centering the plan around him. Sharon tells him plainly that he is the core of the party's strategy. Guile apologizes for the pressure but insists this is still their best chance of success. He asks Mose directly to trust them and take the role they need him to play. The others wait tensely for Mose's answer. Mose hesitates, feeling the weight of their faith in him. Then he accepts the responsibility with a small, steady smile. He answers firmly that he understands and will do it. To light the way, the party conjures a glowing orb before descending into the mine. As they move down the narrow stairs, the tank warns them to watch their footing while Guile wonders how deep this goes. Sharon suddenly senses something ahead and halts the group. She orders everyone to stop at once. Listening carefully, she says she can hear movement from below. The tank concludes they have reached the colony's area and braces for contact. Guile notices something wrong with the route they followed. The path ends abruptly in a vast open chamber instead of continuing deeper. Worse, the chamber drops off into a cliff, leaving them exposed with little room to maneuver. Guile urgently warns everyone not to lose their footing. In the darkness behind him, a red eye opens, and he cries out for help. A Kamud lunges from above Guile, catching him completely off guard. Chiron shouts a warning, but the attack is already upon him. Mose throws himself in first and intercepts the strike, saving Guile at the last instant. He immediately counters, slashing the attacker before it can finish the kill. The tank checks on Guile, who insists he is still able to fight. Then countless red eyes begin opening in the dark around them. The party realizes they are surrounded by far more Kamuds than they imagined. Mose stares at the system display in disbelief as the true scale becomes clear. The quest counter updates to show a colony of 1,586 Kamuds, confirming the nightmare in front of them. Guile panics at the number, but the crisis leaves no time to freeze. Chiron snaps everyone back to the plan and orders them to move into position immediately. Before Guile can fully recover, several Kamuds rush him at once. The tank charges in and blocks the assault with his shield, buying the others time. His shield flares with protective power as he absorbs the impact. The swarm crashes into him in a frenzy, but he holds the line. Even so, the three frontliners can see that the enemy numbers are overwhelming. They realize they are trapped in the worst possible terrain to execute their original strategy. Guile suddenly spots Chiron being cut off from the group. He shouts for her, as she is forced to fend for herself. Mose understands that if Chiron gets isolated, they will lose any chance to support her. Chiron calls for Guile to move toward her, and he answers immediately. Mose decides to draw the monsters onto himself, cutting into the swarm to pull their attention away from the others. Chiron dashes across the mass of enemies, carving a path as she fights to regroup. For a brief moment, the four manage to reform their line and face the horde together again. But staring at the endless swarm, Mose knows they cannot survive by cutting them down one by one. The party freezes as the scale of the danger finally sinks in. Chiron snaps Guile out of his panic and forces him to stay focused. Guile protests that they are hopelessly outnumbered as the Kamuds close in from every side. With the escape plan ruined and the cliff behind them, despair starts to spread through the group. Chiron refuses to accept defeat and pushes everyone to keep fighting for another option. The shield-bearer agrees that dying without trying is not acceptable. He adds that they still have not identified the true leader behind the swarm, so retreat now would leave the mystery unsolved. Mose weighs a reckless breakthrough, but rejects it because the damage would be too severe. At that moment, a system alert catches his attention. Realizing what it means, he suddenly regains his confidence. After killing enough monsters, Mose unlocks Atoria's stigma and gains the new flame skill Disastrous Flame, Solar Storm. Unaware of his breakthrough, the shield-bearer prepares to hold the line so the others can run. Mose stops him, takes command, and tells him to brace behind his shield instead. He steps alone into the center of the charging horde and draws all attention to himself. The Kamuds surge in to tear him apart. His companion panics, thinking Mose has overcommit. Instead, Mose unleashes the new flame skill in a massive explosion that engulfs the front ranks. The blast tears through the mine with overwhelming force. Even behind cover, the others are battered by the heat and shockwave. They struggle to understand what just happened. When the fire clears, Mose is still standing calmly amid the devastation. He immediately orders the team to advance while the enemy line is broken. The quest counter confirms that hundreds of Kamuds have already been wiped out. Flames continue to race through the swarm, spreading the destruction. Mose cuts down the burning survivors as the kill count keeps climbing. The Kamuds fall in waves, and the numbers rise fast enough to prove the tide has turned. He keeps carving through them at close range, turning the opening into a rout. The others can only stare in amazement at how completely he has seized control of the battle. Chiron, who already knew he was strong, realizes she had still underestimated him. Watching him erase the swarm almost instantly, she understands his power is on another level. As the quest progress nears the halfway mark, admiration for Mose spreads through the team. Mose reports that half the colony is gone, checks that everyone is safe, and pushes them to accelerate the cleanup. With their fear replaced by momentum, the whole party charges forward behind him. They begin advancing as a coordinated unit instead of a trapped group waiting to die. Guile supports the push with magic while the others strike the exposed monsters. Working together, they finally halt the Kamuds' momentum completely. Mose even finds himself enjoying the old-fashioned teamwork of fighting beside companions again. Then a separate quest marker suddenly appears, making him realize something else is hidden here. The others wonder if they have finally reached the boss, but cannot see where it is. Chiron notices the clue first and tells everyone to look inside the swarm itself. Mose follows her gaze and is startled by what he sees. At the center of the Kamud stands not a monster, but a ragged human figure they seem to be protecting. The child clings to one of the creatures as if it were family. Mose studies the figure more closely and realizes the truth. The party is shaken to discover that the supposed boss is actually a person. A feral, starving child crawls forward while the Kamuds gather behind him like guardians. Trying to define himself, the child fixates on the fact that he has human limbs. He proudly insists that this makes him a person. Mose carefully asks who he is. The child answers in broken words that he is a fallen person, someone with arms and legs who was still thrown away. Mose struggles to make sense of the child's strange self-description. The child explains that he was discarded because of a lump on his back. He bitterly recalls being dropped into the pit by his own mother. The story horrifies the party, who begin to grasp the cruelty behind the quest. When Mose asks if there were others like him, the child says many were abandoned here and all became bones. Seeing the adventurers as replacements for his parents, he asks if they have come to throw him away too. Gao denies it, but the child refuses to trust outsiders and accuses them of killing his friends. He reveals that the Kamuds cared for him when humans abandoned him, so he taught them to live peacefully with him. Mose focuses on one key phrase and asks what wish the monsters granted him. The child's expression darkens as he remembers the answer. His wish was to destroy the pit itself, the place where abandoned children were thrown away. That declaration shocks the party into immediate alarm. Gao warns that if the pit collapses, the entire region above could be buried and countless villagers would die. The child counters that the village already sacrificed far more abandoned children, because the Lord ordered anyone born deformed or disabled to be cast away. Sharon realizes with horror that the culprit is the local feudal lord. The shield-bearer understands that the parents obeyed only because their lives were threatened. The child remembers that the policy existed purely to make the village look clean and respectable. The revelation fills the shield-bearer with murderous anger toward the Lord. The team finally understands why the villagers had looked uneasy when they accepted the mission. Sensing resistance, the child warns that if they interfere with his revenge, he and the Kamuds will fight with everything they have. The party falls into an uneasy silence, unable to dismiss his pain. Mose realizes the others are shaken because this is no longer a simple extermination quest but a moral crisis. He sees that they have never faced a choice where every option seems cruel. While the child keeps demanding that the pit be destroyed, Mose understands how badly the situation has exceeded everyone's expectations. The others ask whether they truly have to kill the child and his monsters, but no one wants that answer. They turn to Mose and ask him to decide what they should do. He proposes trying persuasion first, choosing dialogue over slaughter. The child and the surviving Kamuds watch him warily as he approaches. Mose begins by apologizing for killing the Kamuds that protected him. He then explains that destroying the pit would also kill the child's mother and many innocent villagers, which immediately shakes the boy's resolve. Mose offers another path. They will confront the cruel king or lord responsible so no more children are ever sent down here. The child latches onto that promise, hoping it means no more abandoned and grieving friends. Mose asks the child and the Kamuds to leave the mine instead and help other abandoned children elsewhere. He reinforces the promise, assuring the child that they really will go after the ruler who caused this. The child agrees on one condition: Mose must swear to it. Mose seals the promise by clasping the child's hand. Having secured the boy's trust, Mose turns back to his companions with a new plan. He announces that he has a proposal for resolving the quest without betraying the child. The story shifts to information from near Demont Castle, where the next stage of the plan will unfold. In a tavern, Mose quietly meets a cloaked contact and checks that she is ready. He entrusts her with a mission and even assigns the requester named Maxim to set the operation in motion. Back in the mine, the party later finds the place empty and realizes the child and Kamuds have already left as promised. The shield-bearer reports that not a single Kamud remains, allowing them to claim they completed the extermination. The system rewards them with extra gold for an excellent result, confirming the deception worked. With the mission officially complete, the party leaves the mine and prepares to head for Demont Castle. Gao wonders whether Mose's separate plan is progressing as intended. A flashback reveals that Mose had already decided he wanted both the quest reward and revenge on the Lord. When the others call that greedy, he does not deny it. Instead, he insists there must be a way to satisfy both justice and the game's conditions. He explains his reasoning by pointing to Circuit's unusually high freedom of action. To Mose, that freedom means almost anything is possible as long as it stays within the game's rules. Since the quest only required removing all Kamuds, he realized the monsters did not actually have to die if they left the mine. The shield-bearer finally understands why Mose told the child to abandon the area. Mose reveals the full strategy: clear the quest honestly enough to earn the reward, then use the promise to bring down the Lord. The plan reaches its final stage as a hooded rider enters Demont Castle before a crowd. The townspeople immediately wonder whether the authorities have finally come to punish their lord. The rider publicly names Lord Larry and declares an official investigation into his crimes. Watching from nearby, Mose notes with satisfaction that his ally arrived exactly on time. The rider is revealed to be an elf woman with the bearing of a powerful holy knight. Lord Larry emerges with false confidence, still expecting to control the situation. He greets the visitors with oily politeness while identifying himself as the Lord of Demont Castle. The gathered villagers tremble, sensing that the moment they feared has finally come. One desperate father forces his way forward and begs the knight to hear his testimony. He confesses through tears that he abandoned his disabled daughter only because the Lord threatened to kill him if he refused. That direct accusation gives the knight all the evidence she needs. She formally addresses Larry and prepares to judge him in public. When Larry tries to hide behind status and flatter her order, she ignores the performance and asks whether the villagers' accusations are true. He answers with naked ideology, claiming absolute loyalty to the nation and insisting that the disabled have no place in it. His open contempt enrages the onlookers and strips away any remaining doubt about his guilt. Larry doubles down, arguing that as local lord he had every right to impose such a policy unless the emperor himself intervened. The knight calmly replies that his legal excuse is irrelevant to why she came. She reveals she followed a rumor about an information guild mission that asked a sorter to take vengeance on a certain lord. Realizing someone has targeted him through the guild, Larry erupts in fury and demands to know who dared make such a request. He orders his guards to arrest everyone involved before the truth can spread further. The crowd panics as his authority turns openly violent. The knight cuts through the chaos and fixes Larry in place with a single cold address. She warns him that he has forgotten who stands before him. Declaring herself higher of the 14 holy knights and a direct servant of the saintess, she states that everything he has admitted violates sacred law. She condemns him as filth poisoning the continent, and makes clear that his power means nothing before her. Larry still tries to bluster, unable to accept that he is being judged. Higher answers his defiance with power instead of more words. Lightning gathers around her, as she tells him to look carefully at the person he is challenging. The display finally cracks his composure. He recognizes too late that he has provoked someone far beyond his rank. Higher remarks that this was never truly her mission, but she will not ignore what stands before her. Larry senses danger at last and turns in alarm. Before he can react, Higher binds him in holy force and strips away his control of the scene. The restraint crushes his resistance and leaves him helpless. Higher then executes him in a single decisive strike. His severed head falls away, ending his rule instantly. The crowd stares in disbelief as the tyrant's death becomes real. Shock turns into jubilation when the villagers realize they are finally free. At the same time, the quest updates to full completion, counting both the Kamud's removal and the hidden objective. The party recognizes that Moses' gamble succeeded exactly as he intended. Sharon then calls Mose over to see something she recovered from the mine. She explains that it appears to be a note the child left specifically for him. Mose is surprised that the boy left him a message at all. In the letter, the child thanks his fiery friend, says he and the Kamuds have left as promised, and points Mose toward another pit that may contain a large ship. Mose is still processing that clue when someone calls his name. The elf knight Higher appears beside him, annoyed by the long trip and making it clear that his next complication has already arrived. Mose is abruptly summoned by a familiar half-elf woman before he can even complain about the lack of warning. The woman greets Kia with open affection, making it clear they already know each other well. Kia is caught off guard by the warmth of the reunion and struggles to respond naturally. The scene shifts as the group settles in to talk more seriously. Kia teasingly concludes that she was called in because they needed someone dependable to handle a problem quickly. One of the others cuts in and asks Kia to define what Mose really is to her. Kia pauses, searching for a way to explain their connection without exposing too much. She finally reduces it to coworkers, and the answer hits Mose like a personal disappointment. Kia laughs off his reaction and frames their bond in player terms so he will not take it too hard. Mose admits he had hoped for something more meaningful, but he sets that aside because he still wants to inspect the underground mine before they leave. He heads alone into the mine, descending deeper in search of what the letter hinted at. Inside, he notices the mine has become cleaner and calmer, likely because the earlier quest there was completed. Following the letter's directions, he reaches the indicated spot and wonders whether the promised ship is really hidden there. At first he sees only water and no sign of any vessel, which makes the clue seem false. Then something massive begins to rise from beneath the surface. Mose can barely process what he is seeing as the shape becomes unmistakable. A real ship emerges from the underground water, and the system identifies it as the ruin called the Ship of the Sky Lord. The discovery immediately unlocks his ability to use Lucky Ruin on this newly found vessel. A prompt offers him the chance to convert the entire ruin into a core, astonishing him with the scale of the reward. He accepts without hesitation, knowing this treasure is too valuable to pass up. The ship erupts in light as the ruin begins collapsing into a new form under his command. When the light fades, the enormous vessel has been condensed into a glowing core floating in his hands. The system reveals the core's identity as Sky Lord, a legendary vehicle with overwhelming power, speed, and capacity. Before Mose can celebrate, a blonde knight appears and greets him as if this is far from their first meeting. Mose recognizes him with surprise but cannot immediately place what this repeated familiarity means. The knight explains that meeting the same immortal again and again is unusual even for him, and he finds Mose especially interesting. Mose answers politely and notes that the Mint Castle had already drawn their attention. He then asks whether the knight intends to punish Kia for what happened there. The knight feigns confusion and asks what exactly Mose thinks Kia should be blamed for. Mose argues that Kia did commit wrongdoing by the standards of the Holy Order, even if the situation is complicated. The knight admits the rules would support that judgment, but says he is still human enough to choose compassion over doctrine. Mose is left baffled by what the knight means by calling himself human like him. The knight explains that he admired how Mose and the young swordswoman resisted those who ruled through fear, and he came only to express gratitude. Having said what he came to say, the knight leaves without demanding anything further. Mose is left dwelling on the knight's strange claim that they are alike. The story returns to the next day. Kia wakes with a hangover, and Mose lightly mocks how much she drank the night before. She brushes it off and says the drinking was worth it because it helped her make new friends. Kia explains that players feel different from ordinary people because they do not judge her for being a half-elf and treat her normally. She tells Mose that this is why she appreciates him and has grown fond of him. Her blunt sincerity leaves Mose flustered and unable to respond properly. Kia cheerfully ends the awkward moment by hurrying him downstairs for the upcoming meal. The inn is lively again as the group gathers together. Over food, Kia asks Mose what he plans to do next. Mose says he wants to search for the next quest and invites the others to join him if they want. His companions immediately accept, trusting that traveling with him means safety and opportunity. The pink-haired woman gets even more excited than the others and starts rushing everyone to prepare. Their enthusiasm makes it clear the whole group wants to follow Mose. Kia then asks where he intends to go first, and he admits he has no firm destination beyond returning to Asparagon for now. That answer makes Kia hesitate, as if she is weighing whether to ask for something more. Mose notices and warmly invites her to come with them too. Kia is stunned for a moment by the direct offer. Then she accepts with obvious joy, no longer hiding how much she wanted to hear that. Soon after, the newly acquired flying ship carries them through the sky. One of Mose's friends can only stare in awe at the absurd luxury of their new transport. Inside, the whole party is overwhelmed by how extravagant and beautiful the ship is. When asked how he got something this incredible, Mose can only laugh and say it somehow worked out that way. The others also ask about the elf connected to the ship, prompting Mose to introduce her properly. He presents Elsha as the ship's core and the fairy of the radioed tree, and she formally acknowledges Mose as her new master. Elsha announces that they are already nearing Asparagon, proving the ship is far faster than anyone expected. The vessel arrives over the city almost immediately. Kia jokingly wonders if Mose is secretly some elite wizard, because nothing else explains his growing collection of miracles. Mose laughs it off and leads everyone toward the Information Guild to look for their next move. But when they arrive, they find a crowd gathered in confusion and alarm. Mose forces his way through the packed entrance to find out what happened. A guild worker apologetically announces that every Information Guild service across all continents has been suspended due to urgent developments. The group is stunned and demands to know what could possibly justify such a total shutdown. A public call then orders everyone in the city to gather in the square at once. Mose repeats the order in disbelief, sensing something far bigger is unfolding. At the square, he realizes the giant display is not ordinary entertainment but an emergency broadcast. The screen shows fresh corpses and bound captives, making the crowd wonder whether the horror is real or some grotesque stunt. Mose is shaken by how suddenly the world has turned from routine to nightmare. The broadcast declares that it has been seized and cannot be stopped by the players. A blood-stained speaker addresses the immortals directly, turning the message into a deliberate challenge. He accuses the players of entering this land exactly as prophecy warned. He demands to know who gave them the right to do so. Rejecting divine approval entirely, he insists the players enter this world without permission from any god. He goes further and says their very existence here is illegitimate because they have invaded the world itself. His fury escalates into a list of crimes, blaming the players for exploitation, theft, destruction, and deceit. He orders the audience to witness the punishment he has prepared. The screen reveals terrified captives surrounded by bodies, and he promises this will be the fate of players trapped in this world. Mose recoils because the victims being used to make the point are clearly innocent. The speaker finally names himself as Lydorn, Prince of Logis, and claims authority over this rebellion. He formally declares war on all immortals, and the system immediately turns his threat into an event quest. The quest explains that players must defeat Lydorn, whose hatred has exploded into open war after repeated abuse by a minority of cruel players. Outside the game, the player community erupts in panic, debating whether an NPC should even be capable of such a declaration. Some players begin sympathizing with Lydorn, arguing that his rage did not appear without cause. Even so, the wider player base quickly organizes parties to take on the new large-scale quest. Millions rally together, determined to stop Lydorn's campaign before it spreads further. Back in the game, Mose's ship continues through the sky while the crisis weighs on him. He falls silent, staring out the window as he tries to process what the players have unleashed. Kia brings him tea and gently interrupts his thoughts. Using the quiet moment, Mose asks what she truly thinks about the incident. Kia says the broadcast surprised her, but it did not stir any immediate judgment in her. She explains that war has surrounded her since birth, so another outbreak of violence does not shock her the way it shocks him. Her childhood was so brutal that she had to throw herself to wolves rather than be abandoned and die helplessly. She survived by fighting through the kind of wars that target people like her for their blood and birth. Because survival consumed everything, she says she never had the luxury of caring deeply about other people's wars. Still, she adds that those memories no longer control her life the way they once did. Kia then shares what she learned from a wizard about the world's unstable nature and its shifting dimensional boundaries. According to that explanation, many non-native races entered through those dimensional openings rather than being born from this world alone. That includes elves, which means her people were once outsiders too. She says there was fierce conflict at first, though the civilizations eventually formed a union. Even after that peace, Mixed-blood people like half-elves continued to suffer discrimination, and then the immortals appeared on top of that old tension. Kia believes players are bold and transformative, and although some cause trouble, many people genuinely value what they have brought to the world. Mose presses further and asks what she thinks of players on a personal level. Kia answers that she likes them because they see her as Kia first rather than reducing her to a half-elf. She makes it personal by telling Mose that he is the player who embodies that acceptance for her. Mose awkwardly thanks her, embarrassed by how directly she places her trust in him. As he reflects on Lydorn, he realizes that some players' failure to understand people like Kia may be what created someone like the prince. He pities Lydorn's suffering, but he cannot accept a response that punishes innocence. Mose concludes that no grievance can justify methods that only create more victims. He resolves that he will personally stop Lydorn. The story cuts to the battlefield, where storm clouds and rain hang over a devastated front. The ground itself bears the marks of recent slaughter. Bodies of soldiers lie scattered in the mud, showing how badly the defenders have already been broken. A surviving fighter can hardly believe that a combined force of players and locals was annihilated so quickly. Lydorn rides at the head of the Black Griffin's cavalry, and even his enemies can no longer imagine how to defeat him. The battlefield fills with panic as the next assault begins. A news update reports that the first major guild to challenge the event was completely destroyed. The report adds that after crushing them, Lydorn immediately turned his cavalry against nearby sacred sites, making the crisis even worse. Hearing this, Mose decides there is no longer any room to stay on the sidelines. He tells his companions they are free to choose for themselves because what comes next will be dangerous. Instead of backing away, they all choose to stay with him. Mose is startled that they would commit so quickly to such a deadly fight. They admit they are far weaker than him, but say that if he leads, they are willing to follow. The group formally names itself the 13th Party, and insists Mose should be its leader. Mose tries to refuse, saying he is not suited to command others. Kia quietly pushes him to look at the situation differently. Her steady gaze makes it clear she expects him to accept the responsibility he has been avoiding. Mose hesitates, feeling the weight of what leadership would mean. After a moment, he steadies himself and makes his decision. He tells them that if they truly trust him, then they should fight beside him from this point on. The others answer with complete confidence, promising to follow him without fear. Kia adds her own vow, declaring that she will entrust the search for the hilt to him alone. Moved by their faith, Mose promises to stand at the very front and asks them to trust and follow him. The story returns to the battlefield where the next clash is already underway. A battered player reports that their formation is collapsing and too many frontliners are nearly dead. Desperate for coordination, he sends out a call asking any surviving groups to respond. Another party answers that they have also been nearly wiped out and need to know whether anyone is still holding. The reply is grim. Both sides are on the verge of total collapse and cannot keep fighting separately. They agree to merge what remains of their forces and regroup at the riverbank above the plain. One survivor confirms the plan and starts relaying it to everyone nearby. Before they can move, someone spots a new threat approaching. The Black Griffin's cavalry is already upon them again, far sooner than anyone thought possible. The defenders panic and try to flee toward the plain to rejoin the others. Shouts to run spread through the survivors as the charge closes in. One player chooses to stay behind and buy time, throwing himself at the enemy in a last stand. He strikes at a griffin rider with everything he has, hoping to slow the advance even for a moment. But the enemy counters with terrifying speed, and the doomed fighter realizes too late that he is about to be cut down. As the battlefield collapses into chaos, Black Griffin riders descend on the survivors from above. A young mage sends one shaken soldier away to regroup with the others instead of dying here. The survivors realize their rescuer is no ordinary player but the first person ever to enter the White Tower. They identify him as Kellyan, the wizard ranked third in the official standings. The camp falls into a stunned silence as that revelation sinks in. That silence breaks when someone angrily demands confirmation of what was just said. Inside the command tent, a furious commander challenges Kellyan to explain how a force that small annihilated the allied players and NPCs. Kellyan insists the enemy cannot be dismissed as a mere NPC legion and says the number of survivors itself is a miracle. One guild member rejects that cold assessment and accuses Kellyan of hanging back while their guild was wiped out. Another player moves to defend Kellyan's status, but Kellyan cuts him off because the enemy is already upon them. Everyone senses the attack arriving before they can settle their blame. The alarm spreads across the camp, and the remaining fighters are hastily ordered into defensive positions. Panic takes over as survivors scramble for armor and formation while being told that hesitation means death. Kellyan watches the frantic mobilization and hears desperate orders to restore health and mana before the clash. Beyond the camp, the enemy army surges forward in overwhelming numbers. Seeing the scale of the assault, Kellyan privately wonders whether this battle can be won at all. The Black Griffin cavalry closes in, their mounts already looming over the field. Elsewhere, the blonde prince leading the enemy apologizes to the followers who abandoned kingdom, throne, and honor to stay with him. He declares that their loyalty is sacred enough that even the sun god Belika could not deny it. He reveals that he has already given his soul to Ain, the woman he says was destroyed by the player's cruelty. Driven by that resentment, he calls his soldiers forward against the immortals. He vows that if it would burn away their disgrace, he would die over and over again. Then he unleashes his Black Griffin Corps. At his command, the Griffin riders spread their wings and dive into battle. They crash into the defenders before the lines can fully stabilize. The first impact tears through the camp, cutting down soldiers and scattering civilians. Kellyan answers with a burst of light magic, blasting several attackers out of the air. But after that spell, he realizes his mana is nearly exhausted and fears total annihilation if nothing changes. At that moment, a system message appears saying Elsha has requested mana assistance and needs 1,000 mana. Kellyan is baffled that any player nearby could demand that much power. With no time to investigate, he accepts the request anyway. Far away, a divine mechanism awakens in response. A massive floating ship emerges through the clouds, leaving Kellyan and the soldiers staring in disbelief. Cannons on the vessel begin to align toward the battlefield. The ship authorizes a large-scale light bombardment against nearly 2,000 targets. Inside the vessel, Elsha confirms the target lock. Columns of light rain down from the sky and rip through the Griffin assault. The defenders can only stare, unable to understand what kind of force has intervened. Kellyan seizes the opening and orders everyone to counterattack, while the enemy is still disoriented. A separate allied group aboard the ship prepares to descend into the fight. They silently steel themselves for the landing and the battle below. Their leader decides they cannot remain above and orders them to join the ground fight. The moment they arrive, the melee is already in full swing. One of the newcomers cuts into the enemy line immediately. A pillar of light marks their forceful entry onto the battlefield. Mose recognizes the arrival and understands help has finally reached them. The new party forms around him, ready to reinforce the collapsing defense. Their leader drives them forward without hesitation. They carve through enemy soldiers in a sudden, coordinated rush. The pink-haired fighter joins the assault and knocks a Griffin rider out of the air. A veteran ally tells Mose to push ahead while he holds off the enemies around them. Mose cuts down another foe as his comrade covers his advance. An enemy soldier tries to finish Mose from behind. A lightning strike interrupts the kill and saves him at the last instant. Kellyan arrives in person, introduces himself, and thanks them for preventing the worst outcome. Mose introduces himself in return while marveling that another player commands a floating ship of that scale. An elf woman cuts off their introductions, reminding them that they are still in the middle of a battle. They agree to postpone formalities and return to fighting. The ground erupts nearby as the battle intensifies again. Mose presses into the enemy ranks and cuts down another soldier. He quickly realizes these enemy troops are far faster than he expected. That realization turns into concern that this fight will not be as simple as he thought. As he studies them, he concludes that every one of these soldiers is a hardened killing machine. Accepting that brute force alone will not be enough, he draws on a stronger technique. Mose unleashes Atoria's swordsmanship, sending a wave of fire and steel through the enemy line. The surviving soldiers recoil, shaken by the sudden power. But Mose immediately realizes he has pushed too far into hostile territory. Multiple enemies converge on him at once and begin to overwhelm his guard. Before they can finish him, the elf woman appears at his back. Mose checks that Kia is unharmed, and she answers with calm confidence. He reassures her and reaches for her hand. Mose promises that he will protect her. Kia pauses, taking in the sincerity of that promise. A small smile breaks through her tension. She refuses to be treated as someone helpless and slips back into the fight on her own terms. Even as she moves away, she tells Mose to survive as well. He accepts that answer and lets her go with a faint smile. Left alone again, Mose decides he can only do what he is capable of and keep fighting. Then he senses a far more dangerous presence approaching. The blonde prince steps into the battlefield with killing intent. Mose recognizes that the enemy leader has finally come to face him directly. The prince identifies himself as Lydorn, now far stronger than before. He takes the high ground and looks down on Mose like prey. Without warning, he launches himself into the attack. His first strike comes with contemptuous confidence. Mose braces himself as the blow bears down. Their swords collide in a violent shock that shakes the ground. Mose realizes immediately that he cannot hold against Lydorn's strength for long. Lydorn drives him back with another crushing exchange. The impact throws Mose aside and leaves him stunned. Dazed and hurting, Mose struggles to recover his senses. Lydorn raises his blade to execute him where he lies. Mose knows he is out of time. A shield-bearing ally throws himself between them and blocks the killing blow. The rescue comes at a cost, and the defender is badly wounded. Lydorn coldly mocks the foolishness of anyone who dares stand in his way. He reveals the title White Wolf of Logis and prepares to show why he earned it. According to him, everyone who opposed him was crushed beneath that title. The wounded defender realizes too late what is coming. Lydorn impales him with a thrown blade and leaves him screaming. Mose cries out in horror as his ally falls. The dying man jokes bitterly that he managed one good save, even if it hurts like hell. He accepts that he will die first and entrusts the rest to Mose. Mose can only watch in shock as his comrade begins to fade away. Lydorn immediately turns that same death sentence toward Mose. Mose lowers his head, crushed by grief and rage. That fury ignites within him. Atoria's set effect forcibly activates Solar Rampage, trading Mose's health for rapidly rising combat power. Knowing the cost, Mose still resolves to defeat Lydorn with everything he has. He charges in with a full power strike. The duel erupts into a furious exchange of blades. As Solar Rampage burns away more of his life, Moses' strength and speed surge higher and higher. The growing power lets him start matching Lydorn blow for blow. Lydorn notices that Mose is somehow becoming stronger as the fight drags on. Even more health is consumed, and Moses' boosted stats climb again as his attacks accelerate. He drives Lydorn back with a relentless flaming assault. One strike smashes Lydorn into the cliffside. Breathing hard, Mose presses forward instead of letting up. From the rubble, Lydorn remarks that even immortals know rage when a companion dies. Mose rejects his taunting and attacks again as the skill devours still more of his life. Their swords crash together once more in a deadlock of force. Lydorn twists the knife verbally, pointing out that Moses' fallen companion will simply return, yet Mose still burns with grief. He compares that pain to the fury he felt when players tore away the people he loved. Then he launches another savage combination while invoking the idea of an eternal farewell. Mose is horrified when Lydorn's level begins rising mid-battle, revealing that his enemy is evolving too. Lydorn rages at the players as his power swells even further beyond what Mose expected. He condemns them as outlaws while battering through Moses' defense. Face to face, Lydorn declares that players have no right to set foot on this land. He pronounces judgment on Mose and prepares to cast him down. A cursed blade shoots from a portal toward the others behind Mose. Mose notices the attack a heartbeat too late. Lydorn's strike tears through Mose as he tries to react. The prince stands over him, while the summoned blade continues toward the rear. Lydorn denounces the players as invaders who ravage a world they do not own. He demands to know why they decided the fate of the people he loved with their filthy hands. At the same time, Mose's allies rush in, shouting that they have come to help him. Seeing them, Lydorn realizes Mose has other precious companions left to lose. That realization hardens his cruelty. Mose desperately warns Chiron and Guile to run. Lydorn snaps his fingers to trigger the trap. The cursed blade pierces Guile before he can escape. Chiron freezes in disbelief as Guile collapses in front of her. Lydorn tells Mose to feel the helplessness of watching loved ones be ravaged by his blade. Mose screams for Lydorn to stop, but he is too far away to intervene. The blade turns next toward Chiron. She realizes she cannot avoid it in time. Kellyan suddenly appears and pulls her clear of the attack. Mose looks up in shock as Kellyan arrives at the critical moment. Even Lydorn is caught off guard by the interruption. Kellyan's counterattack slams down into the battlefield, abruptly seizing control of the moment. A mysterious sword erupts into the battlefield in a burst of light, abruptly changing the flow of the fight. Mose realizes the enemies he had been facing have suddenly vanished, leaving him stunned. Before he can process it, a new threat descends as winged riders sweep over the battlefield, and the soldiers brace for another assault. The defenders strike back immediately and bring down one of the attacking creatures. Kia cuts down another attacker and briefly thinks the worst may have passed. A few drops begin to fall, hinting that the weather itself is about to shift. As the rain starts in earnest, Kia worries that this is the worst possible moment for conditions to turn against them. Then something in the rain makes her suddenly realize who has appeared. Looking across the soaked battlefield, she spots Mose confronting Lydorn. Mose desperately begs Lydorn to stop, trying to halt whatever he is about to do. Lydorn coldly rejects the plea and condemns players as selfish hypocrites. He accuses immortals of stealing divine blessings and dismisses their grief as illegitimate. To him, the sorrow of beings who can return after death is only shallow imitation, because their losses last mere days. He drives the point home by saying the dead return quickly for players, turning death into something temporary. Lydorn reveals that his beloved Ain was killed by immortals like Mose, and that no matter how many he slew, they always came back. He recalls the final insult that broke him and asks Mose if he knows what those killers said in the end. Their answer was simply to quit the game, reducing his tragedy to something they could walk away from. Mose is shaken as Lydorn bitterly concludes that his suffering had been nothing more than entertainment and gossip to players. That accusation triggers Mose's memory of casual players treating raids and rankings like harmless fun. He begins to understand how lightly people like him once treated the world Lydorn lived in. Even as his combat skill deactivates, Mose insists not every player is like that. Lydorn refuses the distinction and argues that whenever evil was done, it was players who acted without responsibility. He declares that he came to solve that problem himself, even if it means becoming a monster. With his sword raised, he challenges Mose to say whether he still believes he has the right to interfere. Lydorn unleashes his fury and demands to know if Mose can truly stand against it. Mose admits inwardly that Lydorn's anger is justified, but decides he still cannot retreat. He steels himself for the sake of everyone else who is still struggling to survive. Kia and the other defenders continue fighting nearby, reminding him what is at stake. Mose concludes that, even without his strongest skill, he is the only one who can stop Lydorn now. He commits himself completely to ending the rebellion here. Mose launches forward to take the initiative. The two clash head-on, but Lydorn's power overwhelms Mose's first attempt. When Lydorn appears to leave an opening, Mose seizes on it. He thrusts for a decisive strike, believing he has found his chance. Lydorn reveals that the opening was bait and punishes Mose for jumping to conclusions. He warns that rash judgment only leads to death, even in a moment that looks favorable. His counterattack tears into Mose and leaves him with only a sliver of health. Mose reels in shock at the sheer damage Lydorn can inflict. On the verge of collapse, he fears this may truly be the end for him. Then he hears Kia's voice calling out to him through the chaos. Kia rushes toward the duel, determined to reach him before it is too late. Lydorn notices her approach and pauses to reassess the situation. Realizing she is not an immortal, he sees her intervention differently. Mose immediately understands the danger she is walking into. He shouts for Kia to run before Lydorn turns on her. Instead, Kia asks Lydorn directly whether he knows what kind of player Mose really is. She confirms that she does know him. Lydorn presses her, asking whether she would really risk her one irreplaceable life for an immortal. Kia answers with silence first, weighing the meaning of that choice. Mose begs her not to do this, terrified she will throw her life away for him. Kia answers calmly that she will, because Mose is precious to her. Even knowing he is immortal, she cannot bear the thought of those eyes closing, even briefly. She declares that his status as an immortal means nothing compared with her resolve to save him. Lydorn cannot understand her motive, though he concedes her choice is hers alone. He accepts her answer and demands that she prove that determination in battle. Then he decides that if she insists on this path, he will kill her as well. His engraved sword rises to strike her down. Mose lunges in panic, refusing to let Kia die for him. He throws himself between them and desperately tries to deflect the attack. Kia shields herself as the blades collide in a burst of force. Lydorn is startled that they managed to survive the exchange. Still enraged, he condemns their refusal to yield even at the brink of death. He raises his weapon again to finish the fight. Mose calls for Sharma, summoning his engraved blade at the critical instant. The summoned sword flashes through the rain and cuts into Lydorn. For the first time, Lydorn is visibly shaken by a wound he did not expect. The blade drives through him, turning the battle in a single brutal moment. Rain falls over a brief silence as the outcome settles in. Lydorn stares at Mose in disbelief, while Mose realizes he has actually won. But Lydorn refuses to see his death as an ending and calls Mose's victory only the start of something larger. He says his own role is finished now that he has lit the first spark. With his dying breath, he warns that others will soon carry on the flames of conflict he began. Then Lydorn finally falls still in the rain. The system confirms the quest is complete. Lydorn has been eliminated, and Mose receives level rewards. Kia rushes to Mose, while he can only stare at her and ask why she would risk herself like that. Overcome with fear and anger, he demands to know why she would make such a reckless choice. Kia admits she could not bear the thought of losing him, but says it was necessary to defeat Lydorn. She embraces him and gently asks him never to do something so self-destructive again. Once the fighting is over, she suggests they stop and pray for Lydorn's peace instead of celebrating. Mose is struck by the weight of her compassion even for the man who tried to kill them. He quietly agrees. The battlefield is left to the rain and the dead as the violence finally subsides. Lydorn's story soon sends shockwaves through Circuit and begins reshaping the world. Across the Logis Empire and nearby lands, anti-player groups rapidly begin to organize. Claiming to inherit Lydorn's will, they target players again and cause fresh suffering. At the same time, the White Tower introduces Stigma Magic, a way for both NPCs and players to identify troll players. The Information Guild places bounties on those marked by that magic, effectively creating a system-wide crackdown on griefers. Watching these changes unfold, Mose reflects on how much the world has shifted. As his airship becomes a hot topic in player communities, he finds it harder to move around unnoticed. People still argue over whether the ship belongs to a player or an NPC, but Mose knows that uncertainty will not protect him forever. He dismisses the online arguments, though the aftermath of Lydorn's death still weighs heavily on him. During that recovery, Kia supports him and invites him to visit her homeland, Azuris, with her. When his training preparations are finished, Mose agrees and gets ready to leave. Their airship carries them onward toward a new destination. While waiting, Mose continues training and asks for the room to be reinforced with magic. A magical barrier forms around the training space so he can practice safely. He calls blue energy into his hand and begins working with his engraved sword. Invoking Sharma, he launches into another round of practice. Then he turns his attention to his other hand as well. A second engraved sword appears, giving him a dual blade style. He explains that this new engraved sword, Korma, was obtained after defeating Lydorn. The weapon is the very sword Lydorn used to kill Mose's former colleagues, and it comes with powerful engraved properties. By acquiring Korma, Mose also unlocks a new set effect tied to the engraved swords. That set effect upgrades his summon ability into direct command over the blades and grants him a ranged attack skill called Go-H. Mose recognizes the huge advantage of being able to attack from a distance while also boosting his power. But he quickly discovers there is a serious problem with the new technique. When he fires both blades at once, they move with far more force than he can comfortably control. He barely manages to catch one of the flying swords and is thrilled for a split second. Then he realizes the second blade is still coming at him. He snatches that one too at the last possible moment, narrowly avoiding disaster. For an instant he thinks he has succeeded. The uncontrolled momentum immediately proves him wrong. The backlash sends him crashing hard across the room. He ends up sprawled on the floor with both swords and his thoughts in a tangle. Frustrated, he admits he still cannot control the skill at all. He refuses to accept that weakness, knowing he cannot protect anyone if he stays like this. His mind returns to the people he failed to save before, and to the helplessness that followed. He imagines once again watching trusted companions die because he was not strong enough. That fear hardens into resolve as he swears he cannot lose everyone again. So he decides to keep training until he masters the technique, no matter how many times he fails. After another exhausting attempt, he admits the process is far from easy. He concludes that catching one sword is barely manageable, but controlling both remains beyond him for now. As he recovers, he notices someone has come to see him. Kia appears in new clothes and cheerfully asks whether he is finally done training. Seeing how battered and filthy he is, she hands him a fresh set of clothes. Mose is surprised that she has brought him an outfit instead of just scolding him. The clothing is identified as traditional attire from Azurus. Kia tells him to wash up and wear it, since they are heading to her hometown, and he should fit in there. Mose gratefully agrees to change right away. As he takes the clothes, he renews his determination to become stronger. He reminds himself that strength matters because he wants to protect the people he treasures. Elsewhere, a shadowy subordinate reports to a director and confirms that the requested item has been delivered. The subordinate says it was obtained only that day and is still fresh, implying something sinister. The director is delighted, as though this is exactly the material he has been waiting for. He reveals his obsession openly, saying this is why he cannot stop playing circuit. Far away, Mose senses none of this and simply reacts with uneasy confusion. At last he arrives in the free city of Azurus, dominated by a towering white structure. Overwhelmed by the scale of the city, Mose marvels at how enormous it is while Kia proudly introduces it. Kia explains that Azurus was once a place where powerful factions experimented without restraint. Those experiments devastated the land until the elven sage Geisa sacrificed his soul to bless and restore it. From that sacrifice, the free city of Azurus was born. Mose asks why it is called a free city, and Kia explains that it has no single ruler. That answer surprises him, and he wonders how justice is handled without a monarch. Kia says that when wrongdoing occurs, representatives of each race gather for judgment as the adults of Azurus. Because of that system, Azurus is a place where many different peoples and viewpoints are heard. Mose finds the city's structure unexpectedly fascinating. He reflects on how differently he once approached this world, when he played only to earn a living. Back then he stumbled into luck and power he did not feel he deserved. He remembers the blood and death that followed those fortunes, and he remembers meeting companions and forming parties, the relationships that turned the game into something far more real. Mose recalls that his journey eventually led him into the Swordsers, where he began enduring harsh training. During that time, Kia became one of the people who entered his life. Alongside Kia and Lee Kiho, he formed bonds that came to matter deeply to him. By the time of the final battle against Lydorn, those relationships gave him a clear resolve. He decided that he would protect the people precious to him. Pulled back from that memory, Mose is snapped out of his thoughts when Kia calls to him. When she notices he is distracted, he hides his feelings and brushes it off. Kia cheerfully takes the lead again, eager to keep showing him more of Azurus. Her warmth catches him off guard and leaves him staring after her. Watching her smile, Mose silently renews his vow to protect her with everything he has. Their outing brings them to a tavern in the city. They settle in with drinks and begin enjoying the place together. Kia is delighted by the local alcohol and shares the moment with Mose. Their quiet time is interrupted when Kia spots an old friend named Lorad. She greets him warmly, and he responds with the same easy familiarity. Kia introduces Lorad to Mose as a close friend from Azurus. She proudly hypes Lorad up as a gifted singer with remarkable hearing, and he happily accepts the praise. Mose and Lorad exchange a polite first greeting, but Lorad suddenly notices something unusual about Mose. Seeing the Swordsers ring, Lorad realizes Mose is one of them and immediately wonders if he is in the city on business. Kia quickly explains that this visit is supposed to be a vacation, not an assignment. Lorad apologizes for being cautious and admits he assumed a sorter had come to investigate a recent problem. That catches Kia and Mose off guard, because they have heard nothing about any incident. Lorad produces a strange black pellet and asks them to examine it. Mose identifies it as venetic, a new drug that can be absorbed through the skin, shocking them both. Lorad explains that the drug is disturbingly easy to obtain in Azurus. Kia cannot believe something banned by the city's adults could be circulating so openly. Lorad says the trouble began after many players gathered in Azurus. The city prospered from the factories those outsiders built, but that prosperity came with a hidden cost. At some point, bars across the city began selling venetic. When Mose asks who is behind it, Lorad prepares to reveal the culprits. He points out a group of suspicious men nearby. Kia and Mose turn in surprise as Lorad identifies them. Lorad confirms that those men are the ones distributing the drug. He adds that they belong to a guild that runs a huge potion factory, which he suspects is also producing venetic. Mose pieces together the implication. The drug dealers are not locals at all but players. Kia presses for the name of their guild. Lorad tells them it is called Pickup Artists. Elsewhere that night, the guild's base is hosting a loud, decadent party. Behind the revelry, the operation is being managed from inside the building. A blue-haired director checks the night's intake and learns that only 3 half-elves and 6 limpus have been brought in. He explodes in anger because he had demanded at least 5 half-elves. A subordinate calms him by explaining that tonight's half-elves came from Valum. That detail immediately changes the director's mood. He is pleased by the news. The director orders the Valum half-elves brought to him personally and insists they not be harmed. One of the men hesitates, sensing the director's sudden interest. He checks whether the director has already chosen someone. The director admits he has, because he noticed something intriguing at the bar the day before. He describes seeing a half-elf accompanied by a strange player and demands proof. A subordinate hands over a photo taken of the pair. The director instantly recognizes the target and becomes excited. He orders his men to bring that half-elf to him immediately. The photo reveals that the person he wants is Kia. The next day begins peacefully at Kia's home. Kia serves Mose a homemade Azuris dish that even grants useful stat and recovery bonuses. Mose is impressed that she cooked such a powerful meal herself, and she proudly confirms it. He gratefully digs in and enjoys it. When Kia asks for his opinion, he praises the food enthusiastically, which makes her happy. She mentions that her friends Shira and Farah are coming over later because she wanted Mose to meet them. Before she can finish, Lorad bursts in and urgently calls for both of them. Kia is startled by his panic and asks what happened. Lorad tells them there is a major emergency and that they must leave at once. He takes them to a medical facility where chaos has broken out. Inside, overwhelmed staff are dealing with wave after wave of violent poisoning cases and cannot identify the cause. Mose and Kia are horrified when they hear Shira's name among the victims. They find Farah in a crazed state, begging desperately for more of the drug, while Kia realizes both of her friends have been affected. Shira is in even worse condition, writhing in agony and pleading for Venetic. Mose focuses on the symptoms and senses something familiar in them. The marks on Shira's neck make him suspect this is not ordinary poisoning at all but venetic withdrawal. Kia demands answers from Lorad, desperate to understand what happened to her friends. Lorad grimly reveals that the two girls were forced to take the drug by the traffickers. The truth leaves both Kia and Mose stunned. Mose connects everything back to the pickup artists and realizes they are responsible. As Shira screams for more venetic, the cruelty of what was done becomes impossible to ignore. Mose's anger hardens into hatred as he realizes the guild not only smuggled the drug into the city but also forced it onto Kia's friends. Kia, in tears, answers when Mose calls her name. He declares that he will annihilate whoever did this, no matter what it takes. Kia asks him to swear that resolve in Bellica's name. Mose accepts the oath without hesitation. Around the same time, the wider player community is consumed by two major stories. One is the discovery of the sacred treasure called the Eye of the New Mankind, the fossilized eye of the prophet Oedipus, which draws attention because his prophecy referred to the players. The other major topic is Venetic itself. Players learn that if Venetic is not taken again within 24 hours of first use, it inflicts a severe poisoning debuff and seizures. The debuff can even kill, and ordinary antidotes or dispel potions cannot remove it. Only elite alchemists or magicians who know Karskini detox can cure it, but such help is rare and prohibitively expensive. As a result, most victims are trapped into becoming slaves to the drug. That night, Mose and Kia arrive at the pickup artist's heavily guarded headquarters. They walk straight up to the entrance without trying to hide their intent. Mose confirms with Kia that this is the place Lorad identified. Kia explains that Shira and Farah had been thrilled to receive an invitation from Troll Tongue. Because their birthday was near and their favorite bard was performing there, they had gone willingly. She blames herself for not stopping them sooner, and the guilt weighs heavily on her. Remembering the name Troll Tongue sharpens her fury. Even so, she thanks Mose for coming with her. Kia admits that before anything else, she intends to tear the people inside apart, even if it costs her soul. Mose answers that he feels the same, because people like this are what create monsters like Lydorn. United by that anger, they move to enter the building. A guard stops them at the door. He says no one may enter because a VIP has rented the entire building for the day. Then he adds that half-elves are exempt and may use the building freely, leaving Mose baffled. The guard explains that this exception was personally ordered by the VIP. Mose tries to insist he is with Kia, but the guard dismisses that. The real issue, the guard says, is that Mose is not a half-elf. He warns Mose to leave while he still can, provoking Mose's temper. Before Mose can escalate things, Kia steps forward with a new idea. The guard physically blocks Mose from following her inside. Kia reassures Mose that she will go in alone first to see what is happening and asks him to wait. Mose protests, terrified that something might happen to her. He starts to promise that if she is harmed, he will act. Kia takes his hand to stop him. She asks him to give her exactly 2 hours. If she has not returned by then, she tells him he may do whatever he wants. Mose struggles with the decision as she entrusts this to him. After a tense pause, he accepts her terms. They seal the promise by clasping hands. Kia invokes the Sorter's Creed, truth be asked only to the blade. Mose repeats the creed back to her, acknowledging her resolve. With that understanding between them, Kia heads inside alone and promises to return. Once she is gone, a violent crash from within tells Mose the situation is already turning ugly. He admits he wants to tear the whole place apart, but forces himself to wait because he trusts her. Inside, Kia walks through the party while holding on to that trust. The club continues pulsing with music and lights as if nothing is wrong. Around her, drugged guests dance in a haze of excess. Kia moves through the crowd with cold focus. She searches for the people who ruined Shira and Farah. A man approaches her and asks whether she came alone. Kia recognizes him at once as the drug seller Mose had seen before. She hides that recognition, pretending casual curiosity, and claiming she wandered in by herself. Taking the bait, the man offers to show her around. Kia nearly gives in to the urge to cut him down on the spot, but restrains herself. Instead, she answers with a pleasant smile. She accepts his offer, planning to use him to get closer to the truth. Outside, time passes under the moon as Mose waits alone. When Kia takes longer than expected, his patience begins to fray. At last she returns, and he rushes to her immediately. He checks whether she is hurt, and she says only her ears are a little numb, otherwise she is fine. She tells him they can get the rest of the information from the man she brought out. The captured dealer, now kneeling and restrained, tries to bluster and demand release. He boasts about his influence in the city and threatens consequences if they keep this up. Mose answers that threat was silent, murderous intent. He slashes the man without hesitation, making it clear the interrogation will not be gentle. The dealer collapses screaming as Mose leaves him bleeding and terrified. Mose warns that unless he answers honestly, he will be dragged through a slow living hell. Realizing resistance will only make things worse, the man decides to cooperate for now. He quickly apologizes and begs for mercy, promising not to fight back. Mose holds up an edict and demands confirmation that the guild made it. The dealer starts to answer, but his hesitation shows he is thinking of lying or stalling. Before he can try anything, Mose coldly warns that he already knows what the man is planning and will not allow it. The captive insists the strange item was made by a man named Jason and admits he has no idea how to create something like it himself. When asked who Jason is, he reveals Jason is also a player and a level 57 alchemist working under Director Choi. That name jolts the young man, and the captive clarifies he means Choi Seofo, the representative director of NG Tech. The elf recognizes NG Tech as one of the player-run companies Lorad mentioned, confirming they have found a real lead. Terrified of being punished for leaking information, the captive begs desperately to be spared after giving up everything he knows. The pair hesitate as his panic makes clear he fears his own side as much as them. Deciding they already have what they came for, the young man tells the elf to leave the informant alive. As they walk away, the battered man can hardly believe he has been spared. Relief quickly turns to hatred as he swears he will kill them both after seeing their faces. Hearing that threat, the young man coolly decides the man has earned punishment after all. He reasons that if the thug is left intact, revenge will only follow, so he chooses to cripple him immediately. The captive realizes too late that mercy has ended and begs for one last chance. His plea is cut off as the punishment is carried out off-screen. The story shifts under the moonlight to a distant tower, signaling a move to Engteka's side. Inside, a blue-haired executive fumes that his subordinate is taking too long and resents being kept waiting. A scarred subordinate tries to calm him by promising the desired thing will soon belong to him, but that only enrages the executive further. The executive lashes out physically when he gets no satisfying answer. He mocks the subordinate's usefulness, saying making good drugs means nothing if delivery is slow. His tantrum escalates as he complains he is forced to wait for everything, including the latest shipment. The subordinate apologizes and promises to rush the product, but is thrown out of the executive's sight anyway. Left stewing, the executive dismisses him as someone who talks big but never delivers. He immediately turns his anger on the remaining attendants and demands to know why they are still standing around. He orders the Pickup Artist Guild members to move at once and do their job. The attendants scramble out under his abuse. Still seething, he curses everyone around him as useless insects and wonders where the missing subordinate is. Elsewhere, repeated apologies echo in the night, hinting that the missing man has returned in bad shape. The scarred subordinate finds the battered thug muttering thanks and apologies in a broken state, and wonders what has happened to him. He kneels beside the man, produces an expensive potion, and demands that he focus long enough to explain. He forces the potion down the thug's throat to restore him enough to talk. As the medicine takes effect, the thug gasps and the subordinate presses for answers. The thug reports that a half-elf woman and a player suddenly kidnapped him. That description immediately makes the subordinate connect them to the people Director Choi had been warned about. Checking the time, he concludes the pair cannot have gotten far yet. He orders his men to contact their allies in the village and destroy everything in Azaris. He frames the retaliation as open war and vows the intruders will pay for what they did. Soon after, the village is engulfed in flames. The destruction leaves villagers wounded and collapsed amid the chaos. The young man arrives and is stunned by what he sees. He realizes the entire village has been devastated and cannot understand how it happened so fast. Shock turns to fury as he vows not to let the attackers get away with this. He rushes to the elf and urgently tells her to see what has been done. Inside, they find a message ordering them to come to Troll Tongue if they want to rescue the dwarves. The young man understands at once that the enemy destroyed the village while hunting for them. The elf answers with cold hatred, saying she will never forgive the people responsible. She swears before her god that she will tear them apart without regret. The young man accepts her resolve and tells Mose it is time to move. Together they set out for Troll Tongue, following the enemy's challenge. Meanwhile, A cheerful announcer begins a live broadcast for circuit users. She reports from the site where the sacred artifact discovered by All Search is about to arrive. The crowd is told that the sacred artifact Eye of the New Mankind will soon reveal its power. A sudden change interrupts the event and catches the announcer off guard. The artifact appears above the roof in a burst of light, and everyone braces to witness its effect. A glowing sphere hangs in the sky as the artifact activates. Its light erupts outward in a blinding beam. The radiance spreads across the city, overwhelming the skyline. The announcer stares up in amazement as the phenomenon intensifies. Glowing symbols fill the sky, and she prepares to read the message they form. The artifact declares that it will expose the roots of everything happening in this world to all who descended into it. System notices reveal the new rule. Every user's fame points will be exposed, ranked, and added as a new command. Players everywhere react with excitement at the idea of seeing everyone's fame. The first revealed rankings place Moe's at number 1 by a huge margin, far above the next names. At Trolltongue, the revelation reaches the people waiting there. One of Choi's men recognizes the new fame ranking as something tied to the sacred artifact. The group realizes a completely new public hierarchy has just been created. They discuss the top-ranked player and assume someone so famous must be important enough to draw the artifact's arrival. The scarred subordinate reports that the target has already departed and should arrive soon. He adds that the target is said to be wild, so they will need to subdue him heavily. The blue-haired executive is delighted by that prospect, since tormenting difficult prey is exactly what he enjoys. He orders his men to bring the intruders to him quickly. Before the order can settle, the young man and the elf walk straight into the hall on their own. Their calm entrance instantly shifts the balance of the room. The executive is startled but tries to recover by acting amused at how quickly they arrived. He admits they are more impressive than expected and can barely contain his excitement. He tells his subordinate to bring them closer, still treating them like captured entertainment. The scarred man introduces himself as Jason, guild master of pickup artists, and notes that they did serious damage to his people. He warns that if they have provoked something beyond their ability to handle, he will explain the consequences step by step. Jason orders his men to kill the young man and keep only the elf alive. At that exact moment, a system notice declares that pickup artist has entered a hostile relationship with Mose. Jason freezes as the name suddenly clicks in his mind. He realizes the player before him is Mose, the newly revealed number 1 in fame ranking. The young man answers that realization with a cold activation of his skill. His summoned blades explode through the charging attackers, cutting down the room in an instant. Jason is horrified that the top-ranked player is standing right in front of him. Knowing he cannot beat the number 1 player, he decides his only hope is to flee. He abandons any thought of fighting and focuses entirely on escape. As he retreats, a massive attack bears down on him. Jason throws up a barrier with his wand in desperation. The barrier shatters under a single strike, proving the gap in power is overwhelming. Jason can barely process that his defense was broken so easily. A status window reveals Mose is wielding Korma, a legendary engraved sword with immense stats and a summon ability. Jason understands he has provoked someone equipped on an entirely different level. That realization comes too late, as one of his men is cut down before he can finish the thought. Mose's sword skill rises in the middle of the slaughter, showing how quickly he is adapting through combat. Mose keeps searching for Choi Siofo, convinced the real target is still somewhere ahead. Elsewhere in the building, the blue-haired executive flees in panic after hearing what happened. He rages that the number 1 fame-ranked player had no business appearing in a backwater place like this. Refusing to accept defeat, he identifies himself as Choi Siofo, CEO of NG Tech, and vows he will not go down quietly. While driving away, he contacts Engtech's emergency security service for immediate protection. He screams into the call for every available security member to gather at once. He threatens them with death if even one person fails to show up before he arrives. Soon he reaches a secure facility and is met at the entrance. His assembled security team bows as he storms in, still shaking with fury. He demands Director Park's attention for dragging everyone out in the middle of the night. Park dryly asks if Choi has been using drugs again, and Choi snaps that he did not come to hear that. When Park warns that the company president would not tolerate this behavior, Choi grabs him in anger. Choi doubles down, insisting he will not listen to criticism. Park tries to raise a separate crisis, saying the Information Guild has marked pickup artists for removal, but Choi dismisses it as irrelevant. Park counters that the company is already near collapse and warns that if this new threat is not stopped, their business partners will be destroyed one by one. Choi orders Park to stop lecturing and solve the problem instead. He then commands the vault door to be opened. A heavy secure chamber unlocks in response. Park immediately orders the guards to block entry and stop anyone trying to get inside. Alone with the vault's contents, Choi finds what he was looking for and decides it is finally time to use it. He reveals Varabandran's earring, a legendary item that boosts all core stats and activates strengthened body magic. Outside the facility, Mose and the elf arrive on foot. A guard halts them and orders them to stop where they are. Park stands with a line of men and declares they will not be allowed through. Mose gives them one chance, telling them to bring out Choi Siofo and he will spare their lives. Park answers with silence while one of his men prepares something behind him. Instead of complying, they present a case full of money as a bribe. Park smugly suggests they reconsider once they see the amount on offer. The elf explodes in anger, saying Choi ruined her friend by making him addicted to drugs and that this cannot be settled with cash. Park responds with cynical calm, asking whether they have any proof for such accusations. Mose rejects the entire line of argument and demands Choi be brought out immediately. Park's patience ends and he prepares to assert authority. He belittles them as nobodies who have no right to challenge someone like CEO Choi. The elf calls him trash for protecting a killer, and Park dismisses her outrage by claiming the world improved because of what was done. Mose cuts him off coldly and warns that one more word will cost him his mouth. The guards mock their age and threaten them with legal consequences if they push this further. Park adds that they even have one of Azarus's adults on their side and warns Mose to quit circuit if he wants to fight them. Mose ends the discussion by drawing a flaming blade and asking if they are finally done talking. Park is caught off guard as a system response triggers to Mose's declaration. The system formally announces that Mose has declared war on NG-Tech, turning their relationship openly hostile. Park scoffs at the idea of war, mocking them for coming with only 2 people. He starts to call them pushovers, but the elf moves before he can finish. Kia flashes through the guards in a blur, cutting them down almost instantly. With murderous calm, she swears by the god of blades. Her oath becomes a direct promise of slaughter as she raises her sword again. Kia the Flash, now identified at level 101, declares she will kill every one of them. She launches another strike before the survivors can regroup. More guards are cut apart as Park recoils in shock and pain spreads through his line. Kia stands over the aftermath without hesitation, her rage fully unleashed. Park realizes too late that his men are collapsing around him and that the situation has completely slipped away. Mose steps forward through the carnage, his fury fixed on the people who destroyed the village. Park still tries to patronize him as a reckless child who will regret going further. He lunges in a last desperate attack, but it changes nothing. Mose cuts him down and tells him that he is the one making a fatal mistake if he thinks logging in again will save him. For a brief moment, Mose falters as the weight of what he is doing catches up to him. He hardens his resolve and decides this place itself must be erased. That resolve becomes action as another devastating slash falls, promising total destruction. In a dim warehouse, someone breaks into a low, ugly laugh as a cruel plan begins to unfold. The blue-haired man revels in himself, already savoring the chaos he is about to cause. While a captive struggles helplessly nearby, he decides he can no longer preserve the incriminating evidence. He lights a fire and resolves to erase everything that could expose him. As he walks away from the stacked goods, he declares that all proof will disappear with the blaze. He even prepares the official story in advance, framing the fire as the fault of an intruding user. Confident in his political cover, he counts on an allied elder and the swamp sage's investigation to steer suspicion where he wants it. Pleased with the narrative he has manufactured, he looks forward to the trouble it will create. Before he can enjoy it for long, 2 pursuers race into the factory after him. He greets Mose and Kia with mocking delight, treating their arrival like entertainment. He taunts Mose by name and acts amused that his enemy came all this way. Turning toward Kia, he shifts his attention to provoking her as well. He mocks the fury on her face, noting that the half-breeds he saw before lacked that kind of spirit. Kia answers his contempt with open hatred and charges him. She unleashes a sudden burst of power, forcing the fight to begin at full speed. He is impressed enough to praise her quickness even as they clash. Kia is startled when he catches and controls her sword instead of being overwhelmed. He reveals that his own overpowered equipment lets him keep up with her. With that advantage in hand, he swings the momentum back toward his opponents. Mose steps in at once and intercepts the attack before it can land cleanly. Working together, Mose and Kia knock the blue-haired man off balance and send him flying back. He crashes hard across the floor, losing the easy control he had at the start. The pair press forward in sync, refusing to give him room to recover. Bruised and furious, he spits out his contempt and realizes he is being cornered. His arrogance gives way to rage as he lashes out at them for daring to resist him. He charges recklessly, trying to crush both of them through sheer aggression. But Mose slips past every strike, and the man grows more frustrated when none of his attacks connect. Mose calmly prepares a counter while Kia keeps the pressure on from the side. Their coordinated blows finally break through and hit him cleanly in the chest and face. Reeling and bleeding, he is shaken that even a legendary item cannot save him here. Kia immediately follows up, refusing to let him regain footing. She cuts past him in a swift pass, leaving him exposed and retreating. Her strike slices off his ear, and his scream confirms how badly the tide has turned. Kia coldly identifies the source of his confidence, and makes clear that without it he is finished. Standing over him with Mose, she declares the fight over. Mose is suddenly jolted by someone calling his name from outside the immediate fight. After the chaos, Azarus falls into confusion, and the Information Guild begins a formal investigation. The inquiry expands from the user terror incidents in Ash Tree Village to the wider damage left behind. It now links the Venetic drug case with the arson at NG-Tech's factory. As shock spreads through the city, the elders gather to respond to the chain of disasters. Absurdly, the people who captured Choi Siofo end up being treated as the main suspects instead. Mose cannot understand why he and Kia are under suspicion when they were the ones who stopped the culprit, though Kia tries to reassure him. Among the elders, disagreement erupts over whether the priority should be tracing Venetics distribution or focusing on the factory fire. The hearing is called to order before the argument can spiral further. Authority passes to the Leaf Elder, who takes control of the proceedings. He decides the first step is to hear directly from those tied to the arson case. Mose and Kia are brought forward, and the Swamp Elder is given the first chance to question them. The Swamp Elder studies them with unsettling intent rather than neutrality. Mose senses something wrong as the Elder fixes on them too sharply. Instead of asking about the facts of the fire, the Elder immediately asks about their connection to the Pickup Artists Guild. Kia is confused, but the Elder bluntly accuses them of setting the fire under orders from that guild. He reinforces the accusation by pointing out that both of them are sorters. Mose realizes the Elder is equating sorters with the Pickup Artists Guild and building a case from that assumption alone. He admits they are sorters but tries to object before the accusation hardens. The Elder cuts him off and claims that because sorters take confidential missions, they were likely hired to burn the factory. Kia rejects the accusation outright and refuses to accept such a twisted claim. The Elder mocks that denial, arguing that confidential work conveniently lets them hide the truth. He presents his theory as reasonable and pushes the room toward accepting it as fact. Mose suddenly remembers Director Park once saying that one of Azurus's elders was secretly on their side. Watching the Swamp Elder's behavior, he begins to suspect he has found that traitor. Before Mose can act on the thought, news arrives that Ash Tree Village has been attacked again. Witnesses report that the attackers all named the Pickup Artists Guild as the mastermind, feeding the Elder's narrative. The crowd quickly turns, repeating that the guild ordered Mose and Kia to commit the factory arson. Kia argues that the real reason for the fire was to distract Azurus from the Venetic operation. She defends the honor of sorters, and insists they would never accept such filthy work. The Swamp Elder ridicules that principle, and says their morals mean nothing when it no longer benefits them. He then openly urges the assembly to treat them as obvious criminals despite the lack of hard proof. Pushing for punishment, he demands they be handed to the tribunal and sent to Medium Spell Prison. Mose realizes the hearing has already been steered toward condemning them regardless of evidence. He desperately searches for a way to stop the verdict from solidifying. A new voice interrupts and points out that the accusers have no proof either. The speaker reveals he overheard the Elder effectively convicting them before any real investigation had been done. A bald man in blue enters, saying he rushed over because the case was serious enough to require a special investigator, yet no proper inquiry seems to have happened. The room is stunned to learn he is Zyke, a level 211 figure. Zyke introduces himself as the Platinum Head of the Information Guild and states that the matter still needs a real investigation. He questions why anyone is so eager to pass judgment before the facts are established. Mose immediately notices how effortlessly Zyke seizes control of the courtroom. That overwhelming presence makes Mose realize this man holds both power and influence. Even while grateful, Mose wonders why someone so extraordinary is stepping in to help them. The Swamp Elder tries to shut Zyke down by insisting guilt is obvious because Azurus has already been defiled. Zyke calmly asks whether the Elder can actually prove what he is claiming. The Elder answers with naked prejudice, saying their class and secretive missions should count as evidence by themselves. Zyke turns to Kia and confirms that she is officially on vacation from missions. He then asks why she was present at the factory fire if she was supposed to be resting. Kia explains that Venetic harmed a close friend of hers, so she began investigating the drug on her own. Following that trail, she discovered NG-Tech was backing the Pickup Artists Guild and confronted Choi Seo-fo, the man behind it all. Only afterward did she learn about the factory fire itself. When Zyke asks for proof, she can only say the evidence was destroyed in the blaze. The Swamp Elder seizes on that, and smugly claims there can be no proof because her story is fabricated. Zyke brusquely silences the noise around him and keeps the hearing under his control. He declares that no sudden judgment will be made and that Mose and Kia must be investigated properly rather than condemned in haste. He also criticizes the elders for calling in a special investigator only after failing to conduct even a basic inquiry. Zyke insists the entire case must be redone correctly from the beginning. Under that pressure, the Swamp Elder can only awkwardly pretend to agree. Zyke orders Mose and Kia to report to the Information Guild for a proper investigation, even though they protest that they are innocent. Before they can be taken away, someone urgently calls for the hearing to stop. Mose and Kia turn in surprise toward the new arrival. The interruption comes with a plea for everyone to wait. Lorad steps forward and identifies himself as an Ash Tree villager kidnapped by Choi Seo-fo of NG-Tech. He says he has brought decisive proof for the special investigator. Mose and Kia are stunned that such proof actually exists. Lorad steels himself, knowing the moment could change everything. The courtroom erupts as people realize the case may not be settled after all. The Swamp Elder angrily protests, insisting it is too late to reopen what he calls a reasonable conclusion. Lorad refuses to back down and challenges that false certainty. He reveals a glowing crystal embedded in his neck. Zyke immediately recognizes it as a memory crystal. From that, he identifies Lorad as a vocalist, a soldier trained to preserve information. Lorad confirms he had the memory crystal implanted to serve as an informant soldier. He activates the crystal so its stored record can be shown. The recording begins with Choi Seo-fo boasting that the fire will erase all evidence. It continues with his plan to shift the investigation toward the fire while relying on an elder of Azuris who is secretly on his side. The audience listens in shock as the conspiracy becomes undeniable. The Swamp Elder realizes the recording is exposing him and starts to panic. The memory names the Swamp Elder as the one who will control the investigation. It even captures Choi Seofo gloating that this manipulation will make events far more interesting. Lorad explains that this proof was recorded when he was kidnapped by NG Tech. He says they abducted him for revenge while his friends were investigating Venetics producers, and he only survived by escaping his bonds. Had he failed, he would have died in the very fire Choi Seofo set. The Swamp Elder realizes the evidence has ruined him and reaches for a hidden blade in desperation. Zyke instantly denounces him for mocking the investigation and helping ruin Azuris. The Elder can barely respond before Zyke moves. Zyke slams him down before he can act, ending any chance of escape or violence. Then Zyke coldly recites the scale of the Venetic disaster, turning the Elder's crime into a matter of mass suffering rather than politics. He declares the Elder an accomplice in a vast atrocity. Zyke promises to see him imprisoned in Medium's spell prison no matter what it takes. He adds that every guild and person tied to the case will be purged along with him. With the traitor subdued, Zyke turns back toward Mose and Kia. They watch in stunned silence as the entire situation flips in an instant. Zyke's expression softens now that the truth is secure. He apologizes to Mose and Kia for the way they were treated and acknowledges them as Azuris's heroes. After collecting himself, he formally resumes control of the proceedings. Acting on behalf of the elders, Zyke announces that he will conclude the trial himself as special investigator. He rules that the case was caused by NG Tech and the Pickup Artist Guild through the production and distribution of drugs, which led to enormous harm. He confirms that Kia's testimony was true and that Lorad's evidence proves it. Zyke then names Kia and Mose as the greatest contributors to resolving the case. Later, news of the incident spreads onto Circuit, the game's online community. An Information Guild member posts an article exposing NG Tech and praising Mose's role. The post explodes in popularity almost immediately. Players argue over Mose's reputation, NG Tech's exposure, and the wider fallout, but the scandal dominates discussion everywhere. The uproar becomes so intense that the server overloads and the article is eventually deleted by moderators. Back in Azuris, a crowd gathers to see Mose off. Mose thanks them warmly, touched that they came to say goodbye after everything. The elders answer that they are the ones who owe him gratitude, even if their repayment is small. They openly admit they mistreated him despite all he had done for the city. As an apology, the elders present him with a special gift. They explain that it is an ancient treasure normally reserved only for Azuris's elders, though it once belonged to the fallen Swamp Elder. Inside is a unique portal stone called Allentelli, a sacred item that can transport its user to a special destination. Mose is amazed that he is being entrusted with something so precious. The elders tell him the gift is small compared with the salvation he brought to Azuris. As he prepares to depart, Mose accepts a valuable gift that the people insist on giving as thanks for saving them. The townsfolk send him off with heartfelt blessings, treating him as their savior and wishing purpose to his journey. Their farewell continues as the airship lifts away and leaves the grateful settlement behind. From aboard the ship, Mose and Kia watch the people below until the distance finally separates them. Once the departure settles, they turn their attention to the next destination. Mose is suddenly jolted by a grim memory of a man confronting a black-clad swordsman over a shocking betrayal. That memory turns bloody in an instant as the protester is cut down. The killer stands over the corpse in cold silence while someone addresses him as master. 2 blades of Lozvan formally answer that summons, revealing disciplined subordinates gathered under his command. The black-clad man confirms that their target is an immortal who became a sworder, and he recognizes the significance immediately. With the massacre behind them, the group moves on, leaving bodies and blood as if the slaughter were only routine business. Back in the present, the memory leaves someone cursing the situation under their breath. Sharon is shown injured and exhausted, making it clear she too has been caught in the aftermath of the larger scheme. She reflects bitterly that although she knew others disliked her, she never expected matters to go this far. Her anger sharpens when she realizes they manipulated a warp coordinate using Telope. Bound and struggling, she concludes that the altered destination sent them to the White Tower. Even in captivity, she clings to the hope that someone might still be able to find them. That thought snaps Mose out of his daze when Kia calls his name. He startles, realizing he had drifted off into his own thoughts. Kia repeats her question about where they should head next, pulling him fully back to the present. Mose proposes following up on Sharon, and Kia immediately remembers the immortal archer they once knew. He admits he has lost contact with Sharon since she vanished with the wizard, though he doubts she died in battle. He narrows the possibilities to a specific stronghold on the continent. Because his crystal can only contact places he has personally visited, he reasons that the one unvisited place may be where she ended up. That deduction leads him to Tikriz, a city famous for gambling and nightlife. The narration makes clear that beneath Tikriz's glamorous reputation lies a notorious underworld. When they arrive at the pier, the city's bustle and luxury immediately make them seem like ordinary travelers among countless visitors. Mose saves the pier's coordinates into his crystals so they can return if needed. He notes that in a city full of extravagant airships, even the Skylord no longer stands out. Their attention is drawn by a gambler's despair, as he laments losing everything yet again. They discover an entire stretch of the city devoted to slot machines, where ruined people keep feeding coins into false hope. The addiction around them is so severe that even families are dragged back into the cycle the moment more money appears. Mose and Kia take in the alley packed with desperate gamblers, realizing this vice is woven into daily life here. Mose is stunned that an entire street has effectively been turned into a gambling trap. He recalls being warned that Tikris is beautiful and merciless, a place where hope and despair exist side by side. Before they can move on, a small local guide approaches and tries to recruit them into the slot machines. The guide introduces himself as Posh and cheerfully explains the rules, presenting the machines as a harmless challenge for adventurers. Mose immediately fixates on the mention of an Ormeshan token hidden in one machine, recognizing it as something important. Posh explains that only one machine contains the token, but there are other ways to make money in the district besides chasing it directly. Mose and Kia exchange a wary silence, sensing there is more to this child than a simple sales pitch. Their suspicion deepens when they notice the child's worn, rough condition up close. Kia studies him quietly and begins to understand what kind of life he is living. Even so, Mose agrees to buy 10 coins from him, choosing kindness over suspicion. Posh runs off at once to fetch the coins, eager and practiced in this work. Mose treats the purchase lightly, but Kia's attention has shifted to the child's circumstances. She realizes the Limpa children are being exploited in this city. That accusation catches Mose off guard. Kia explains that Limpa children are forced into this labor simply because of their race. She compares it to other races being thrown into brutal roles from childhood, exposing how normalized such cruelty has become. Posh returns with the 10 coins, still trying to act cheerful and professional. Before he leaves, Mose stops him. Instead of sending him away empty-handed, Mose offers him a gold coin. Posh is overwhelmed and can barely believe someone would give him something so valuable without demanding anything in return. Mose tells him it is a reward for his kindness, and urges him to keep it safe for when he truly needs it. The child is left speechless by the unexpected generosity. Then he reveals why it matters so much. The coin will cover his siblings' hospital fees. Filled with gratitude, Posh thanks Mose sincerely and wishes him luck on his journey. He runs off in tears and excitement, leaving the pair watching him go. After helping him, Mose decides they may as well try the machines with the coins they bought. Time passes as they wander deeper into the city. As expected, they lose every coin, but they take it in stride since the token was never their real objective. They soon reach the Tikris branch of the Information Guild, the place they actually came for. A receptionist welcomes them and confirms they are the sorters expected by the guild. Without delay, she offers to send them directly to the room prepared for them. A teleportation spell activates beneath their feet before they can ask further questions. They are transported into a luxurious chamber where someone has clearly been waiting for them. A voice greets them the moment they arrive. Their host opens with polished courtesy and a formal introduction. He identifies himself as Yirens, the gold head of the Tikris Information Guild. Yirens quickly gets to the point and asks whether they are searching for someone specific. Kia answers plainly that they are looking for an immortal male sorcerer and an immortal female archer. Yirens notes that immortal sorcerers are rare, but says there are a few trainee students in the White Tower who fit part of that description. After considering the matter, he says one particular player comes to mind. The name he gives is Kellyan, and the revelation visibly shocks Mose and Kia. Yirens explains that the White Tower originally refused to accept players as students. Kellyan overcame that barrier by hiding his identity as a player, passing as one of them, and graduating from the White Tower at the top of his class. Because of that deception and success, he became deeply resented by many within the tower. Yirens says he can trace Kellyan's location with his ability, but only if Mose and Kia do something for him first. They react with immediate disbelief at the condition. Kia protests that the Information Guild is supposed to provide information to sorters without charge. Yirens calmly replies that this particular kind of information falls outside the usual rules, so he has attached a price to it. Mose restrains the argument and asks to hear the request before deciding. Yirens points them toward nearby Mount Marlock. At its summit, he says, lies a ruin known as the Path of Olives. His demand is simple in wording but suspicious in intent. He wants them to defeat the ghost haunting that ruin. When Mose questions the idea, Yirens insists the ghost can be defeated by physical force and does not require magic. He adds that everything has already been arranged and all they need to do is give their best. Once outside, Kia points out how unnatural the whole request is, since a guild master should not be bargaining so openly for labor. Mose agrees that it feels like a waste of time when they should be focused on rescuing their friends. He asks Kia whether they really need to accept such an irritating detour. From his practical viewpoint, returning to their normal sorter work would be far more efficient. Kia sharply calls him out before he can dismiss the matter any further. Her sudden anger catches him completely off guard. She reminds him that Sharon is her friend and demands to know whether he thinks her fate matters less just because she is immortal. Mose is left speechless by the rebuke. He realizes with shame that he had been speaking from the detached logic of a gamer rather than the values of someone truly living in this world. In his mind, he contrasts his ordinary real-world self with the legendary player identity of Mose, seeing how easily he can hide behind that distance. Kia tells him she believes he is different from other players. She says he is the only player who truly empathized with their suffering and chose to help them. But she also warns that because he is still a player, there is always a chance he could become like the others. Even so, she selfishly asks him to remain the same person she trusts, to stay as Mose. Her plea leaves him quiet and reflective. He finally apologizes, admits his thinking was short-sighted, and resolves to save Sharon because she is Kia's friend. Relieved, Kia thanks him and reaches for his hand. As they walk together, Mose silently promises that he will not change. Their quiet moment is interrupted by a disturbance elsewhere in the city. Both of them notice something unusual and stop to look. They spot Posh sneaking around alone and wonder what he is doing. Kia calls out to him casually, only to realize something is wrong the moment he turns. Posh's face is bruised and battered, exposing that he has been beaten. Kia rushes to him in alarm and demands to know what happened. Mose gently asks him to explain. He presses further and asks who hurt him. Posh hesitates, frightened and ashamed. He finally confesses that a man named Suyaman took the gold coin Mose had given him. Even after Posh explained that the coin was a gift, Suyaman ignored him and seized it anyway. Worse, Suyaman threatened that a little thief like him deserved to be thrown to the ghost at the Path of Olives. That name immediately connects the child's suffering to Yaren's suspicious request. By evening, Mose and Kia have tracked the matter to a heavily guarded mansion. The estate's security confirms that its owner is wealthy and powerful. They identify it as Suyaman's residence, and judge the guard presence to be the main obstacle. Mose dryly suggests that guards have a habit of falling asleep on duty, hinting at a quiet infiltration. Inside, they move through a lavish interior without being noticed. The opulence of the house only sharpens the contrast with the misery outside. They overhear Suyaman raging at someone to make sure the next arrangement succeeds. He complains that he needs a more reliable fighter this time, since the last one died almost immediately. His rant reveals resentment that, despite the silver cats helping him secure the gold head position, he is still reduced to counting money from gullible gamblers. He also admits he plans to spread rumors of more Ormeshan tokens in the machines to lure in even more victims. Then he remembers Posh and decides to beat the child again as an example. Kia can no longer tolerate it, and moves before Mose can stop her. Suyaman barely has time to register the intruders before she reaches him. Kia answers his cruelty with a punch. The blow lands hard enough to split his face and send him reeling. She keeps after him with relentless force while Mose follows in alarm. Suyaman panics as the beating overwhelms him. When he screams for guards, Kia coolly informs him that help is not coming. She reveals that the guards are unavailable. In fact, they have already been taken down. With terrifying calm, Kia explains that they are all in the hospital, so she is free to continue. Mose decides not to interfere and lets her vent her anger for the moment. Once she has calmed down, Kia apologizes to Mose for losing control, though she clearly feels better after it. Then she turns back to Suyaman and demands that they talk. She makes it clear the subject is whatever is really happening at the Path of Olives. Suyaman tries to bluff that he will not reveal anything under mere intimidation. The moment Kia raises the pressure again, he instantly abandons his pride and agrees to tell them everything. He blurts out that the whole affair is tied to gambling. Specifically, wealthy people are gambling on the ghost haunting the Path of Olives. He explains that the Silver Cats, a social gathering of nobles, organized the scheme. They hired a necromancer to bind a powerful ghost to the ruin. Then they secretly lure immortals and mercenaries into fighting that spirit, while enormous sums of money are wagered on the outcome. The battered captive reveals that no one has ever beaten the ghost, because every challenger was cut down within 3 minutes. Kia erupts in fury at the slaughter behind this spectacle, but Mose restrains her so they can learn the full truth first. The man insists tomorrow will be different because a powerful immortal is supposed to fight the ghost. He backs up that claim by saying the information came from the gold head of the Information Guild. Mose immediately realizes Virens has been manipulating events from behind the scenes and may even be tied to the guild leadership. Kia nearly kills the prisoner on the spot, and his bravado collapses into terrified begging. Mose stops her, deciding that Kia does not need blood on her hands. He argues the man should face public judgment instead, especially once everyone learns the machines never contained Ormeshan tokens at all. Kia reluctantly accepts that, though she still looks ready to keep hitting him. With that settled, Mose turns back to their larger objective and decides they should finish their mission. As he leaves, Mose silently vows that Virens will regret dragging him into this scheme. His next destination is All Intelli, Azurus's hidden library built to recover the city's lost history. The library can only be entered with a special portal stone carved from the Avec tree. With only half a day left before the gambling event at the Path of Olives, Mose decides to use the remaining time to search the library. He invites Kia to come along, but she declines. Kia explains that the library's gift is meant for Mose alone, and she wants to honor Azurus's rules. Instead of accompanying him, she asks him to find a particular book for her while he is inside. The title she wants is Bard of the Kafra. Mose activates the portal stone. The stone opens a glowing gateway atop a stack of books. He steps through the portal into the hidden space. A moment later, he regains his bearings inside the library. Mose is awed to find himself standing in the vast halls of All Intelli. A hidden quest reward appears and gives him a new lead, the diary of the blacksmith Laviger, a persecuted half-elf whose journal can reveal the locations of the engraved swords. Mose realizes Lavagir forged Sharma and Korma, and that finding the diary may lead him to the rest of the engraved blades. He eagerly resolves to search for the diary, then immediately realizes he has no idea how to locate one book in a place like this. He first tries to rely on the library like a searchable game system and calls out for help. Nothing answers him. Mose dreads the obvious conclusion. He understands he may have to search the enormous library by hand. The sheer scale of the task hits him as books and shelves stretch endlessly around him. He curses the game's realism and complains that no sane system would make him search all of this manually. Still, he notices the books are at least categorized, which means the search is possible even if it is painfully large. He steels himself and decides to brute force the problem with persistence. Remembering that time is limited, he plans to stop after finishing one shelf for the day. Almost immediately, something catches his eye. He finds the diary at once, though under a mocking title that labels Lavagir a faint-hearted blacksmith, and the discovery unlocks further quests. 5 exploration quests appear at once, each tied to a different engraved sword and its location. One quest points directly to Zerma at the Path of Olives and Tikris, the very place he is already headed. Mose is thrilled by the coincidence, and realizes accepting Kia's request led him straight into this opportunity. He credits Kia for putting him back on the right path and decides he should thank her later. Feeling that events are finally aligning, he turns to finding the book Kia asked for. Once he has what he needs, he opens the portal to return. Mose steps back through, calling for Kia as he arrives. When no one answers, he checks the room in confusion. Then he notices where she is. Kia has fallen asleep while waiting for him. Mose quietly sits beside the bed, thinking she would have been more comfortable if she had lain down properly. Watching her sleep softens him further. He falls silent, caught in his own feelings. Mose admits to himself that he truly likes Kia, but because he lives between two worlds, he questions whether he has the right to call those feelings genuine. He keeps his feelings hidden because asking Kia to return them without resolving that doubt feels selfish. Even so, he begins to suspect that his attachment to this world, and to her, is becoming real. Before he can gather the courage to act, Kia stirs in her sleep and murmurs his name. She wakes and apologizes for dozing off, while Mose awkwardly pretends he has only just returned. He hands over the book she requested. Kia is overjoyed to finally see it, making it clear the book means a great deal to her. She thanks Mose warmly and sincerely. Then she happily tells him she is glad they became friends, and the word friend lands harder on him than she realizes. As the sun sets, they understand it is time to head out. They leave for the Path of Olives, where Mose intends to step onto the gambling board as a challenger. On the way, Mose recalls how the crowd mocked him for letting the evil spirit strike him without resistance in the earlier match. The masked host had openly ridiculed everyone who bet on Mose. Kia had been among the stunned spectators, forced to watch the humiliation. Mose remembers crouching wounded while the engraved swords hovered around him. The host had boasted that even the mighty sworder could not overcome their masterpiece. At that moment, Mose had resolved that he only needed one opening to turn the fight around. Night falls as they arrive near the ruins under the moonlight. Carriages continue bringing wealthy guests to the secret event. Masked nobles gather outside, laughing as they prepare for the entertainment. Virens, disguised as a cat-masked guide, receives the guests at the entrance. A magical barrier screens those being admitted. Virens carries himself with smug confidence, clearly in control of the operation. Watching from concealment, Mose identifies him and notices that only guests wearing cat masks are being allowed inside. He concludes those masked entrants are the gamblers who came to place bets. Mose quickly assigns roles. Kia will obtain a mask and infiltrate the audience as one of the members. Kia immediately knocks out a suitable target to take his place. She does it with brutal efficiency. The victim drops before he can even cry out. A moment later, Kia is already disguised in the stolen mask and clothes. Mose tells her to bet 100 tokens on him, and Kia is horrified by the amount. She protests that they do not have that kind of money, but Mose calmly presses her. He asks whether she truly thinks he will lose. The question catches her off guard. Then Kia answers with complete faith that she does not believe he will lose. Mose asks her to trust him, promising he already has a reliable way to win if the ruins behave as he expects. He approaches the entrance and presents himself to Virens. Virens recognizes him as the challenger of the day, though he hides any personal familiarity. Mose plays along, understanding that Virens wants to keep their connection concealed. Virens tells him to go inside and wait, since other challengers will fight before him. He assures Mose that his turn will come soon enough. Inside, the arena is already crowded with eager spectators. Kia slips into the audience beside other masked nobles. The host welcomes the nobles to another night of secret amusement. He grandly announces the first game of the evening. The opening attraction is the evil spirit of sleep, a champion with 31 straight wins at the Path of Olives. The monstrous spirit enters the arena in full view. The host hypes it as the Silver Cat Society's greatest creation, a tragic spirit born from a swordsman who once slept at the Path of Olives. He then turns to introduce the challenger. The first opponent is another player called Big Archer, a supposedly fearless immortal who cleared the Black Spire's archery course. Watching from the side, Mose realizes the challenger is a player just like him. He guesses the man came hoping to get rich, but also sees that facing a 31-win spirit will be far harder than the man expects. The match begins, and Big Archer immediately opens with a rapid volley. The spirit blocks the arrows without difficulty. The host delights in the moment as the spirit prepares its special move. The evil spirit of sleep activates the engraved sword's power and tears the challenger's weapon out of his grasp. Mose recognizes the technique at once as the levitation ability of the engraved sword series. Big Archer panics as his own weapon turns against him. The spirit launches the stolen blade back at him. The attack closes the distance before the archer can recover. Mose grimly watches the inevitable result. Big Archer is cut down in a single strike, and the host revels in the crowd's shock. The challenger collapses dead, proving the arena's cruelty once again. The host celebrates it as another effortless victory for the spirit. Many spectators laugh at the dead man for being foolish enough to challenge it. Kia listens in disgust as the nobles mock him and admit they expected nothing from him from the start. The host reveals that only 4 tokens had been wagered on Big Archer, making his death almost worthless to the crowd. Kia is appalled by how casually they treat lives, but the host announces that the real show is still to come. He calls for the true challenger of the day. Mose steps forward and is formally presented as Sorter Mose. He enters the arena with calm determination. The audience murmurs that a sorter should be handling secret missions, not gambling matches. Kia realizes the crowd assumes no one will bet on Mose and that he has nothing to gain from this appearance. Unable to stay silent, she suddenly shouts out a wager of 100 tokens. The people around her freeze in disbelief at the amount. Virens asks for confirmation, and Kia doubles down without hesitation. She declares that the full 100 tokens are on Mose. Mose looks back and understands exactly who placed the bet. Kia publicly commits everything to him, staking 100 Ormeshan tokens on the challenger. The audience mocks her as reckless and assumes she is some ignorant upstart throwing money away. Virens is irritated that her wager cuts into the house's advantage, but he also becomes more interested in the outcome. With the stakes raised, the final match begins. The spirit charges first, sword already descending. Mose calmly reads the opening slash and avoids it. He calls out to his weapon. His own engraved sword answers, intercepting the spirit's blade in midair. The host is startled to discover that Mose can also use a levitating sword technique. Mose sends his sword straight at the spirit in a direct counterattack. The strike appears to connect cleanly, but the spirit slips behind him unharmed, revealing the hit changed nothing. It slams Mose from behind and drives him across the arena. Mose realizes ordinary physical attacks cannot damage the spirit's true body, and that only his legendary earring's passive enhancement kept him from being split apart. The spirit presses the assault without giving him room to breathe. Mose forces himself back into motion and calls his sword again. Both levitating blades tear through the arena in a violent exchange while he retreats under pressure. Thinking fast, Mose recalls that only Korma and Sharma can properly oppose Zerma's long-range attacks. He notes that Zerma's thrusting trajectory limits how his own slashing blade can respond, leaving him mostly on defense. Since he cannot stop the evil spirit by brute force, he concludes he must find a way to stop Zerma itself, and a possible skill finally comes to mind. He remembers that Relics once let the physically weak Lero command the loyalty of many players, and realizes that same principle may be the key to turning this battle. Mose realizes his lucky ruin skill can turn ruin-bound relics into usable materials, and bets that it can work even on the spirit tied to this arena. He convinces himself that if he can touch the bound champion directly, the skill should let him break the impossible matchup. Before he can act, the pressure of the fight crushes down on him and he struggles to stay conscious. The spirit's attack closes in so fast that Mose is nearly overwhelmed. He fixes on the only path to victory, ignore everything else and make direct contact with Zerma. The spectators are stunned that the undefeated sorter Mose is suddenly being cornered. Some in the crowd already pity anyone foolish enough to have bet on him. Mose forces himself to stay focused on Zerma alone and commits to the charge. He throws his weapons forward to create an opening instead of trying to win the exchange normally. Zerma answers with overwhelming force, meeting the attack head-on. The bound spirit cuts through the assault without hesitation. A violent clash erupts, and Mose's gambit fails to stop the incoming strike. He is caught in the blast and driven back before he can reach the target. Bloodied and reeling, Mose realizes he may die before his plan even begins. The elf woman who backed him panics as it looks like he is finished. Zerma raises its blade for the decisive blow, fully in control of the fight. Instead of retreating, Mose throws himself into the attack's path. He understands the only sure way to stop Zerma is to receive the strike with his own body and touch it in the same instant. Mose deliberately lets the sword cut into him to force that contact. Even as the blade tears through him, he clamps his hand onto it and refuses to let go. With his luck consumed, he activates Lucky Ruin and turns the ruin-bound object into an item. The arena explodes with light as Zerma's existence is converted instead of continuing the attack. The spectators can only stare as the impossible upset unfolds in front of them. The blast settles into drifting dust and silence. When the smoke clears, Mose is still standing alone in the arena. The fading spirit thanks him, as if released from its long bondage. It recognizes Mose as the master of another engraved sword before disappearing completely. Exhausted, Mose barely processes what just happened. Then he sees the purple core left behind in his hand. The realization hits him at once. He actually won. The announcer declares the unbelievable result as Mose defeats the champion who had been riding a 31-win streak. The crowd erupts in shock, and the gamblers who backed the favorite realize they have been ruined. Attention immediately turns to the mysterious bettor who staked an absurd amount on Mose. That bettor is revealed to be the masked elf woman, who now claims the entire 231 token payout. She privately regrets risking so much, but reassures herself that the society can recover the internal currency later. By the next morning, the gambling frenzy is already behind them. One of the society's own members is found outside, exposing a problem no one expected. The organizers are alarmed to discover that the supposed big winner is not actually one of their members. They piece together that the person who wagered the 100 tokens was an outsider using their system. The deception leaves the society furious. Even so, the elf woman casually presents the full winnings and claims them without shame. Later, in private, she excitedly asks Mose what kind of sorcery let him overturn that fight. Mose admits there was no certainty in it at all and that he simply gambled on a skill working. She teases him about winning through a successful gamble and invites him to keep the streak going at the slots. Still traumatized by nearly dying, Mose swears he never wants to gamble again. Elsewhere, news spreads that Suyaman and Virens were behind fraud at the Street of Coins. The Tikri's Information Guild places a bounty on Virens after he vanishes the day after the incident. But the larger force behind him, the Silver Cat Society, escapes scrutiny because of its ties to powerful figures, making it likely that more than bounty hunters will pursue him. Seeking answers, Mose and the elf woman go to the Tikri's Information Guild. They are told their work at the Street of Coins has already reached the guild's ears. A rabbit-like guild master named Lyran, the gold head of Tikri's, formally receives them. He asks what information they came to buy. Mose explains that they are searching for an immortal male sorcerer and an immortal female archer, a combination rare enough to stand out. Lyran agrees that such a magician would be easy to narrow down. The guild reveals it traced the starting point of the sorcerer's teleportation and detected a forbidden coordinate-altering spell, Telope, used inside the White Tower. Mose asks if that means the pair were abducted during teleportation, and Lyran admits that is possible if the spell was used maliciously. Still, because no murder inside the White Tower has been reported, Lyran believes they are alive and urges Mose to go to Lundabaron immediately if he is worried. The scene shifts to the White Tower itself, where captors discuss beginning their real work while keeping the pink-haired woman asleep with repeated spells. They turn their attention to the immortal magician, who is finally regaining consciousness. He wakes bruised and confused, immediately sensing danger. He explains that he had meant to teleport to Toika using a spatial crystal, but the destination was altered. Instead of arriving where he intended, he was brought somewhere else entirely. He realized the trap only after seeing the unconscious woman in his arms and understanding they had both been taken. Before he could react, a blonde magician attacked him from behind. The captive tries to reason with his attacker, Hosfoy, offering to overlook the illegal use of Telope if this stops now. Hosfoy mocks the offer, making clear he has no intention of backing down. He strikes first, forcing the captive onto the defensive. As the immortal reels, Hosfoy coldly reminds him that he has no control over the situation. Hosfoy sneers at the captive's pride and taunts him for not using physical enhancement magic. Another blow lands hard, showing that the captors are beating him while he protects the sleeping woman. Hosfoy keeps pressing the attack with cruel satisfaction. The immortal is struck again and blood spatters the floor. The damage is severe, but not enough to kill him. Even his attackers are startled by how much punishment he can take. One accomplice nervously reminds Hosfoy that killing him is pointless because he is immortal. The captive realizes he cannot simply escape this body and leave, because doing so would abandon Mishran to them. He addresses Hosfoy's followers by name, forcing them to listen. Then he turns Hosfoy's contempt back on him, asking whether Hosfoy is actually afraid he might die. Bleeding but steady, he says Hosfoy always tried to catch up to him despite lacking the talent to do so. He recalls how Hosfoy dismissed his success as mere luck and treated them as equals only on paper. The captive admits he only surpassed them because he was a player, exposing the source of their resentment. He condemns them for stooping to kidnapping and torture out of envy. Hosfoy answers with a smile, saying the captive's tongue is as sharp as ever. He blames that tongue for deceiving a supervisor in the past and ruining a year of effort for their group. Hosfoy insists that if the White Tower's supervisors had known the truth, they would never have allowed a player to become a magician. In his eyes, the captive's very existence stains the White Tower's name. Having vented his hatred, Hosfoy finally reveals that all of this was planned. He begins by threatening the captive's companion, calling her the first part of the plan. The immortal immediately protests that she has nothing to do with his past, which only confirms to Hosfoy that she matters to him. Hosfoy reveals there is a homunculus laboratory beneath the tower and that he intends to use the immortal woman as experimental material. He goes further, saying she can be thrown against homunculi as a disposable test subject to measure their combat ability. To him, her suffering is just useful data for his graduation thesis. Then he turns back to the immortal magician and says he too will be used to elevate their group into advanced magicians. He orders his subordinates to bring in the object that will make that possible. The captive can only stare in disbelief at how far their obsession has gone. They wheel in Aniclimax's kaleidoscope, a legendary forbidden instrument meant to force open a door to another dimension at terrible cost. Ho's void declares that the captive will serve as the key and medium for opening that dimensional gate. He exults that they will become pioneers by stepping into knowledge no one else dares touch. At that moment, the captive receives a system notice. A hidden quest called Cerulean Being is activated, tying his survival to this madness. Meanwhile, Mose reaches Lundabaran, a city revered as the holy land of magicians because the White Tower stands at its center. He and his companion arrive amid a city where magic is woven into everyday life. The White Tower's grandeur leaves them awestruck. They realize the city itself runs on magical infrastructure. Mose notices strange circles around the fountain that seem to be part of that system. When the people standing on them vanish, he understands they are some kind of transport device. A stranger suddenly appears beside him and identifies the system as the bypass. Mose nearly jumps out of his skin at the unexpected approach. The stranger apologizes and says he has been watching people struggle to find Lundabaran's information guild. He introduces himself as someone dispatched from that guild. He gives his name as Zaire, the Inquisitor. He repeats the introduction formally, presenting himself as their guide. Zaire offers to lead them directly to the guild. Mose senses at once that this smiling guide is extremely powerful, nearly on the level of Lydorn. Because of that, he openly questions whether Zaire can really be trusted. Zaire smoothly apologizes for startling him and claims he acted too quickly out of inexperience. Then he reveals the truth. He is not a normal man but a homunculus supplied by the White Tower to the guild. The mark on his face serves as proof of that origin, leaving Mose to compare him to an artificial being. Zaire explains that creating a being like him is difficult, but well within the White Tower's capabilities. He adds that Lundabaran itself was built by magicians and depends on magic for its public systems. The bypass, he says, is one such system, powered by a massive spatial crystal beneath the city that lets people move without portal stones. After giving that explanation, Zaire points out that the bypass only reaches public facilities, so he cannot easily use it to trap them even if he wanted to. Mose accepts the logic for the moment, and Zaire tells them to stand beside him. He activates the bypass and transports them away. They arrive at the Lundabaran Information Guild. The three materialize inside the guild's grounds. Zaire leads them in and says the branch's gold head is waiting. Inside, they are received in a formal chamber. The guild's horned gold head confirms that the missing pair do appear to have been teleported into the White Tower. When Mose asks if there is any way to enter the White Tower, the answer is a flat no. The guild cannot interfere because the tower is the magician's sovereign domain. Zaire compares it to the Sanctuary of Sordis, a place outsiders cannot simply invade. The only legitimate route is to pass the magician's examination, so the guild can offer no official help beyond that. As the audience ends, Zaire quietly closes the room off from outside ears. Then he reveals that there is still an unofficial way in. His answer is simple. If money can buy a magician's cooperation, then money can buy access to places reserved for magicians. Mose asks why the guild had denied any path at all if that option exists. Zaire explains that an official institution cannot openly endorse trespassing into the magician's territory. That is why he is willing to provide them with unofficial assistance instead. He contacts an associate named Leiden and makes a request on their behalf. Zaire asks to be introduced to a magician in need of money, someone willing to sell access. Leiden agrees and tells them to come to the southeast post to meet the candidate. With the arrangement made, Zaire invites Mose and his companion to go meet the magician who will serve as their key. They set out again under the looming White Tower. Zaire explains that once they move beyond the spatial crystal's range, they will have to continue on foot, and Mose gratefully accepts the inconvenience. Their walk is interrupted by a public outcry demanding that players be driven out. Zaire immediately shields Mose from attention and excuses himself for a moment. The protesters shout that players should leave their world. Their anger hardens into a declaration that this world belongs to them alone, and that players must be expelled. The anti-player demonstration swells in the street, revealing just how hostile the city has become toward people like Mose. Mose learns that the hostile crowd belongs to Lidtel, the movement carrying on Lydorn's ideals. The name alone unsettles him, and he realizes the danger around them has changed. Their guide explains that Lidtel has expanded at an alarming pace since Lydorn's fall. The scale of that growth is treated as a serious threat rather than a passing disturbance. He reveals that millions have openly joined the movement, making it a mass force. Worse, even more people now quietly shun players because of Lidtel, so Mose is urged to hide his face. To avoid provoking the crowd, the group decides to slip past before the situation worsens. Their caution proves necessary as the townspeople openly demand that players be driven out of their world. Hearing that hatred directed at his kind leaves Mose shaken and sickened. As they move away, the pressure of the mob keeps closing in behind them. Mose brushes off concern and admits only that the hostility is making him nauseous. Meanwhile, Leiden receives a trembling message through a crystal communication orb. The caller urgently reaches him and struggles to report something important. The message finally comes through that the master of Lowe's van has appeared at the Information Guild. The report identifies the visitor as the master himself, leaving everyone alarmed. Leiden and the others immediately understand that this concerns them directly. The master's message states that he is searching for two sorters from Asparagon. He names them plainly as Mose and Kia, exposing their identities. The crystal confirms that the two targets are already present there. Mose is stunned that someone as powerful as the Master of Lozvan is specifically hunting them. The question hangs over them as they try to understand why such a figure would want them. When asked if they broke any sort of law, Mose denies it outright. Kia reasons that if they had violated their own order's rules, their own master would have come, not Lozvan's. She concludes something must be wrong back in Asparagon and insists they return immediately to learn the truth. Mose then tests Leiden by asking whether he intends to hand them over. Leiden refuses and says his mission is to help them reach their goal as far as he can. He adds that he trusts them more than the people who attacked an information guild branch, earning Kia's approval. Leiden proposes using a bypass route, though the suggestion visibly startles Kia. She hesitates long enough for the others to notice that the bypass carries its own risk. Before she can explain, a strange disturbance rises in the sky. A brilliant eruption from the White Tower draws all of their attention and interrupts their escape. Leiden abandons discussion and orders them to move for the bypass at once. The tower's light intensifies into a violent magical flare that threatens the whole area. Panic spreads through the streets as civilians flee for their lives. The city descends into chaos, forcing everyone to run. Mose keeps moving, but the disaster ahead stops feeling random. Out of the smoke and fire, a lone swordsman appears and blocks their path. The man reveals himself as a one-eyed master-level fighter carrying a sinister blade. He greets Mose directly, making clear this encounter has been his goal all along. Mose and Kia realize they are facing someone far beyond an ordinary pursuer. The stranger calmly produces a stone as if preparing a formal summons rather than a simple attack. With a single command, he activates it and calls others to him. Two portals open behind him, bringing in additional elite fighters. He formally summons Asura and Larafi, the Blades of Lozvan, to answer their master's call. Kia is horrified as she recognizes that the man before them truly is the Master of Lozvan. She connects his arrival to the crystal message that named Mose and herself as targets. The master says he has remained silent for a long time about the Asparagon Sanctuary. He identifies Mose as a player who became a hero among players by killing Lydorn. Rather than condemning Lydorn as a fool, he praises the prince's conviction. He also values Lydorn for spreading the belief that players are a cancer on the world. Because of that belief, Lozvan has already decided what must be done. His summoned blades immediately move to enforce that decision. Kia intercepts and demands whether they understand what attacking them truly means. Asura dismisses her protest as if her outrage changes nothing. Larafi accuses Asparagon of ignoring the way players kill people for amusement. He cites the execution of a comrade for breaking a rule as proof that Sortus once upheld harsher standards. He condemns Asparagon for betraying the organization by accepting a player into its ranks. Larafi insists that Sortus endured countless burdens in secrecy to preserve their code. He declares that Sortus were meant to maintain the balance of the world. From his perspective, Asparagon shattered that balance by embracing those who disrupt it. Kia fires back that Lozvan has no right to insult Asparagon any further. The master answers her anger with cold contempt. He says truth and insult will be decided by whoever survives the coming fight. His killing intent slams into the ground and turns the standoff into open battle. In an instant he lunges straight for Mose, choosing the player as his first target. Mose desperately calls on Atoria as the attack closes in. He barely manages to draw his weapon in time to block the fatal strike. Even surviving that first exchange leaves him shocked by the master's speed. The force of the clash blasts through the street and tears into the surroundings. Mose is thrown back and bloodied, already struggling to keep up. Kia sees him hurt and immediately moves to protect him. She thrusts herself into the fight without hesitation. At the same time, Larafi launches his own sword technique to cut her down. His sweeping strike nearly catches her before she can react. The attack surges past with enough force to carve through the space around her. Kia counters with a fast defensive slash and barely keeps herself alive. Larafi only grows more excited, eager to continue the fight. He follows up with Aura's shoot, sending a ranged blade of energy at her. The projectile tears across the battlefield with lethal speed. Leiden steps in and blocks it with a magical barrier, saving both Kia and Mose. Larafi is startled by this unexpected defender, and Mose realizes Leiden is no ordinary guide. Asura orders Larafi to fall back, taking control of the engagement. He then drives spikes from the ground to force Leiden away from the others. Leiden recognizes the danger too late. One of the attacks strikes him hard, and Mose cries out as their ally is wounded. Kia rushes to Mose while both of them worry about Leiden's condition. Leiden regains enough composure to address them calmly. He judges that even with three of them, they cannot defeat the two blades while the master remains present. To him, the master's presence makes victory impossible no matter what they do. Asura decides they should withdraw for now and breaks the summoning stone. Leiden immediately offers to guide Mose and Kia to the bypass himself. He reveals his hidden ability, Flashing Eyes, which can seize control of an enemy for half a second. He believes that brief opening could be enough to reach the bypass if used perfectly. But Larafi damaged one of his eyes, so he needs 3 full minutes before he can activate the skill. Until then, they must keep the master as far from the bypass as possible. Once the ability triggers, they will have only half a second to sprint through the opening. Kia doubts whether that tiny window is enough, but Leiden warns that fighting head-on means certain death. The master overhears and coldly praises the tactic as an impressive creation of the White Tower. He recognizes it as the latest homunculus model and mocks the magician's efforts. Mose is shaken that the master can identify Liden's nature so easily. At that moment, the White Tower unleashes an even greater beam into the sky. Everyone pauses as the city is bathed in overwhelming magical light. Mose demands to know whether the master is behind the tower's catastrophe as well. The master denies involvement with the magicians but still blames the disaster on players, claiming all recent abnormalities began with their arrival. Mose presses him, asking whether this hatred of players comes from some personal grudge. The question lands harder than expected and forces the master into memory. He gives a bitter laugh before finally answering. 17 years earlier, as a rookie sworder, he had been sent to protect a small mountain village. There he came to understand the noble purpose behind the sworders' rule and devoted himself to preserving it. But that village and all its people were eventually wiped out. He says players built a guild base there and drove the villagers into troll-infested mountains, where they were destroyed. From that day on, he became convinced that players are parasites devouring the world and that accepting them is unforgivable. As his hatred peaks, Mose reaches out to stop Kia from charging in recklessly. Both of them hold their ground, stunned by the weight of his accusation. Liden admits that some of what the master says about the damage caused by players is true. He acknowledges that players' immortality and unchecked settlement have harmed the world's balance in many ways. Kia refuses to let that become an excuse for murder and points back to Mose. She names him directly to force the master to see the person in front of him. She insists Mose has fought harder than anyone against the crimes committed by other players. To her, the master is simply redirecting his hatred toward the nearest player instead of the true culprits. The master agrees that ideology itself is meaningless to fight over, but he believes victory alone defines truth, so he chooses violence over argument. He attacks again, sending another devastating wave across the ground. Mose and Kia brace themselves as the next assault bears down on them. Mose orders Kia to run while he throws out a desperate counterattack to buy time. The master cuts through the attempt as if it were nothing. He meets Mose's strike head-on and nullifies it with effortless precision. Kia tries to support from the side with a piercing thrust. Mose senses that she is stepping into mortal danger. He shouts for her to move before the master can punish the opening. The master answers with a vertical strike that erupts from the ground in front of her. He follows by sliding low and drawing his blade into a new stance. The motion is so fast and compact that even the start of it is hard to read. His hand settles on the hilt with the calm of someone about to end the fight in one stroke. A murderous focus gathers around him as he prepares a technique beyond Mose's understanding. He launches into a terrifying quickdraw, compressing all his force into a single instant. Mose can barely comprehend what he is seeing before it happens. Liden screams for Kia to duck, trying to save her at the last possible moment. Kia realizes too late that the attack is already upon her. The master releases his seventh form, Feather. The technique explodes outward in a circular sweep that shreds the battlefield. Its black shockwave tears through the street and smashes the city around them. Buildings and stone are ripped apart as the attack keeps spreading. Kia is caught in the blast and struggles to withstand it. The force hurls her away despite her resistance. Mose watches in horror as Kia is thrown across the ground. He and Liden are battered by the aftermath while trying to recover. Kia lands hard, injured but still clutching her sword. The master emerges from the wreckage untouched, still advancing. Then, for the first time, his composure breaks as a blue magic circle suddenly appears over his covered eye. At the crucial moment, the group commits to a desperate escape plan. Mose lunges toward the teleportation circle, forcing himself to move before the chance closes. The others rush with him, trying to reach the magic array ahead of their pursuer. The glowing circles ahead become their only hope of getting out alive. Mose fixes on the nearest array and throws everything into reaching it. He realizes they can make it and stretches out to trigger the escape. For an instant, he believes their gamble has worked. That hope collapses when the masked enemy appears behind him before he can get away. Mose recognizes Zaire has been struck and understands the enemy has cut them off. Gainer answers with a killing slash, showing he has no intention of letting them escape cleanly. As Gainer attacks, his attention sharpens on the ones still trying to flee. Kia realizes too late that Gainer has shifted his focus toward her. Mose immediately understands Kia is the next target and cries out for her. Gainer's blade finishes its arc with lethal precision. Blood hits the ground, confirming the strike landed. The spreading pool makes clear the wound is catastrophic. A system warning reveals Mose is nearly dead, even as Kia stares at him in shock. Kia breaks down, begging Mose not to die. Even while collapsing, Mose reaches toward her one last time. He uses his remaining strength to order Kia to run. Mose promises he will find her again and begs her to survive until he returns. Kia finally obeys and flees, carrying his promise with her. Gainer notices the escape but turns back when something else stops him. Mose, drenched in blood, grabs Gainer's sword to keep him from pursuing Kia. Gainer is briefly caught off guard that Mose can still move. Mose declares that as long as he is alive, Gainer still has to deal with him. He launches a final attack to buy Kia more distance. Gainer meets the attack without panic, treating Mose's last stand as insignificant. Gainer cuts through him decisively, ending the struggle. Mose's body gives out under the finishing blow. He falls beside the others, while Gainer remains standing over the slaughter. Gleanair calmly confirms control of the battlefield. Seeing the teleport circles, he notes that one person managed to escape. He orders his subordinates to move out, leaving Mose dying behind. Mose's health finally reaches 0. The system declares him dead and bars him from returning to circuit for 7 real days, equal to 21 days in that world. Mose jolts awake in the real world, dragged out of the game by death. The return hits him violently, his senses still tangled with the battle. He kicks free of his bedding in panic. Still half in shock, he gasps and screams as the memory of dying lingers. He sits up on the floor, disoriented and struggling to breathe. The taste and sensation of blood still feel real enough to make him gag. He stumbles to the bathroom and vomits. Bent over the toilet, he tries to steady himself after the forced logout. He realizes death in circuit left physical aftereffects in reality, down to the cold in his hand. Once he can think again, his first concern is whether Kia escaped safely and reached Sanctuary. But the 21 lost days terrify him, and he cannot stop imagining never seeing Kia again. Even hours later, Ginner's name still haunts him as much as Kia's fate. He tries to reassure himself that Gleanair understands immortals return eventually, so Kia should not be abandoned forever. Even so, Mose knows that if he faces Gleanair again without changing, he will simply be killed again. That fear hardens into resolve. He must become strong enough to kill Gleanair. Elsewhere in circuit, the world itself begins to shift under a strange purple light. A traveler questions whether their armored guide truly intends to proceed into such danger. The knight swears by Bellica that he will escort them safely. The traveler remains skeptical despite the knight's confidence. Seeing the massive disturbance ahead, he judges that this crisis is far beyond what a normal party can handle. The knight turns back when he realizes retreat is no longer an option. He admits they will need help and decides to respond instead of withdrawing. At the tower, the purple light intensifies into a blinding beacon. The phenomenon swells until it can no longer be contained. Columns of light erupt downward from the sky. The blast spreads across the land like the opening of a colossal gate. A blue-skinned giant addresses his people as chosen warriors. He proclaims that the long-awaited passage to another world has finally opened. Inside the tower, the beam strikes the core of the ritual and stabilizes the breach. A horrified mage realizes Hose Foy has done something unforgivable. He shouts that Hose Foy has no idea what disaster he has caused. The truth is revealed. The ritual opened a gate into a dimension that already belongs to someone else. Hose Foy tries to justify himself, insisting he only opened a door and even boasting that he has created an inventory like the immortals use. The other mage snaps that Hose Foy is a fool because this is not an empty storage space but a claimed realm. Refusing to listen, Hose Foy grabs the staff and silences him. Drunk on success, Hose Foy insists he has achieved a breakthrough. The two mages struggle over the consequences of his reckless triumph. In the chaos, the staff is knocked loose. The responsible mage breaks away and dives for it. He seizes the staff and immediately casts Atra Cage Rano to contain the situation. The spell blasts Hose Foy back and interrupts his control. The others realize the staff has been taken and turn on Hose Foy for his stupidity. Holding the staff, the mage curses their incompetence and knows brute magic users are useless in a crisis like this. Then he notices someone else nearby. A pink-haired woman collapses into the chamber, having been dragged into the dimensional breach. He rushes to her and recognizes her as Ms. Sharon. Using the staff, he checks her condition with magic. The spell identifies her state as arcane, confirming magical interference. Ms. Sharon stirs groggily, unsure whether she merely fell asleep. When she wakes, she is confused about where she is and what happened after fleeing Lydorn. The mage apologizes, admits much time has passed, and says his mistake trapped them here, so escape must come first. She recoils at the sudden urgency but follows his lead. He grabs her hand and insists they move immediately because there is no time to explain. Together they run through the unstable interior of the breached dimension. As they flee, he realizes this all began during the battle at Lydorn. Ms. Sharon understands that he was the one who saved her. When she thanks him, he rejects the gratitude and blames himself for dragging her into his disaster. He reveals she has been asleep for almost 10 days in circuit time, shocking her. He explains that his teleport spell was manipulated, sending them here, and that sleep magic kept her unconscious the whole time. At last he reaches the exit route he had been searching for. Before using it, he awkwardly asks whether she fears heights, because he does. Since there is no better option, he apologetically lifts her into his arms. She is startled, but he commits to carrying her anyway. She warns him too late that they are headed straight for a wall. Bracing for impact, she panics. Then she realizes something is wrong with the expected collision. Her confusion grows as the wall does not stop them. They pass through the barrier, revealing it was a hidden exit. The pair plunge out into open air and begin falling. Below them, another magical structure answers their descent. A teleport effect catches them just before they hit the ground. They land safely, still wrapped in the fading spell. The mage tells her they have reached Toiko, a safe place away from the breach. Though he has much to explain, he decides they should separate so she can deal with any real-world consequences first. She agrees, realizing she has been gone for 3 real days and may already be considered missing. As she prepares to leave, he stops her for one last request. He gives her a crystal ball and asks her to contact him if she suffers any aftereffects from the long magical sleep. He apologizes again for involving her, and says he hopes they meet under better circumstances next time. With that, he leaves her to return to her own life. Ms. Sharon watches him go in silence. Left alone, she thinks he is far too quick to blame himself. Meanwhile, the purple pillars continue opening across the world. The giant leader resumes his proclamation to his people. He declares that his race was born for conquest. Now their god has given them a new mission to fulfill. His transformed face shows that this command is both sacred and absolute. He names the breach the passage to the other world and rallies his warriors through it. The army answers with a vow to conquer. The leader calls the Rebakans to assemble under the open gate. As the invasion begins, a sudden quest appears, framing the Cerulean beings' assault as a massive world event. Near Lundabaran, the first signs of the incursion reach the frontier. The mages are surprised that their society sent only 300 people to answer the threat. A commander counters that those 300 mages should outmatch even 2,000 imperial soldiers, while reminding them the army also fields homunculi as living weapons. The homunculi stand ready as proof of that claim. The commander presses the mages to use their knowledge to uncover more about these invaders from another world. The mages report that their investigation suggests the first arrivals are merely scavengers, not the true main force. Even if the threat seems small for now, they admit they still have to obey orders and respond. Their discussion ends when the enemy finally appears. The scavengers rush in as feral beasts, confirming the invasion has already reached them. The commander immediately orders the first formation forward. The soldiers lower their spears and brace for impact. The front line meets the monsters head-on and begins cutting them down. The soldiers hold formation and keep striking as the beasts crash into them. But the commander notices something is wrong. There are far fewer scavengers than expected, and they seem to be in an abnormal state. A subordinate urgently calls for his attention. Examining the bodies, they find wounds that could not have been made by imperial weapons. That means something else attacked the scavengers first, and drove them here before the army ever engaged them. The implication unsettles the commander at once. He looks toward the hills, searching for whatever forced the monsters into retreat. Then the ground beyond erupts with movement. An enormous hidden mass of creatures surges over the ridge, revealing the true scale of the threat. The commander shouts for everyone to ready weapons and reform the battle lines before they are overrun. At the head of the charge, the giant leader himself drives the invasion forward. With a roar to the Rebakans, he leads the assault into the world they intend to conquer. A commander unleashes a merciless order, and a horde of blue-skinned invaders charges to wipe out the defenders. The human soldiers hurriedly rearrange their spear formations to meet the rush. Their officers desperately call for the wall and the homunculi to hold the enemy back. Before the line can settle, one of the horned attackers leaps straight into the defenders. The creature crashes into a soldier, and nearly breaks through by brute force alone. The defenders are caught off guard by how overwhelming the assault is. A spear finally drives into the attacker and halts his momentum. Even wounded, the invader glares back with murderous intent instead of retreating. More soldiers are thrown through the air as the melee turns chaotic. A player mage steps in from the rear and cuts through the pressure with a sweeping spell. The casters follow up by invoking Starfall to bombard the battlefield. Columns of light rain down and blast the charging monsters apart. For a moment, the front is cleared under the barrage, but survivors still emerge from the smoke, proving the attack barely thinned them. The defenders realize these are the same beings that crossed over from another dimension, and there are far too many to stop alone. Then a new presence arrives, drawing the invaders' attention away from the soldiers. The human commander recognizes that someone important has entered the battle. A ranked player guild called the Watch Tower charges in to reinforce the defense. Their arrival brings a flood of immortal players onto the field. The commander reacts with frustration, knowing the immortals have intervened again. It is explained that immortals fear no death, so they can rush into lethal battles in ways ordinary soldiers cannot. That makes them especially valuable as mercenaries, because only immortals can be hired for the most suicidal work. When true death threatens, however, the Imperial Army finds the immortals' involvement humiliating but undeniably useful, so the army accepts their help as the players cut down enemies the soldiers could not safely face. Elsewhere, a group of the blue invaders notices enemies approaching and asks how to respond. A calm woman reassures a frightened companion that they do not need to worry. Her confidence rests on a single armored champion fighting for their side. That paladin answers a saintess's call and receives multiple divine buffs that greatly amplify his combat power. The battlefield briefly stills as the empowered warrior prepares to act. He confronts the invaders directly and identifies them as the ones who came through the portal. He claims no personal hatred toward them, but believes killing them may be the key to ending the conflict. With cold resolve, he apologizes and declares that he has decided to take their lives. At the same time, a sudden S-rank Super Clash quest appears, requiring the defeat of 1.5 million cerulean beings. The paladin states that he does not know their origin, only that they threaten his world. The invaders listen in silence, their glowing eyes fixed on him. He repeats that he bears no grudge, but insists he must stop them here. One of the invaders snaps at his arrogance and prepares to attack. Another dismisses him as mere dust and lunges with a bow used like a club. The blow smashes into stone instead, missing its target completely. The attacker realizes too late that the paladin has already moved above him. The armored warrior drops straight down with his polearm aimed at the invader's head. He follows through in one fluid motion, carving through the enemy before the others can react. The strike becomes a brutal sweeping execution that tears through the front rank. Blood arcs across the clearing as the paladin finishes the swing without slowing. The surviving invaders immediately judge him to be as dangerous as a battalion commander. They decide they must report his existence to their main force. The paladin catches that thought and asks whether battalion commander is one of their ranks. He then refuses to let any report escape, promising he will soon introduce himself to their entire army. The quest window remains active, reminding everyone of the enormous scale of the war. Meanwhile, the Watchtower Guild surveys a field of corpses and assumes the quest should be cleared quickly if this pace continues. Their guild master starts thinking ahead to a full-scale war once the other guilds arrive. That optimism is interrupted when a scout warns that the Rebecans are attacking again. The guild master notices the interval between waves has shortened and guesses the enemy is enraged by the previous defeat. He immediately orders everyone back into formation and tells the sages to support the front line. He rallies the guild to survive together and stop the next wave as well. Then he suddenly senses something is wrong. The guild members pause, following his attention. A strange disturbance builds, and confusion spreads. A massive dark structure begins rising from the ground. The players are baffled and ask whether this new thing is another kind of Rebecan. Someone produces a reconnaissance crystal so they can inspect it safely. The crystal projects the object's shape, revealing it to be a barrier rather than a creature. From above, they see the enemy army enclosed inside a magical wall and advancing toward Lunderbaron's castle gate, though the rear section is lower than the rest. The guild master concludes the barrier was created by magic and decides they should exploit the shorter back wall. He lays out a plan to let the enemy preserve their numbers until the gate, then strike them from behind once they leave the protected zone. Trying to steady himself, he reminds everyone that this is still a game, and there must be a winning tactic against ordinary mobs. He coordinates with the other guildmasters, assigning the watchtower to the left side while ordering allied forces and archers to cover the right and rear. The dark barrier continues to loom over the field as the plan goes into motion. Its full height becomes clear beside the castle walls, towering even above the fortifications. The players realize the barrier exceeds the castle wall itself, so they prepare to react the moment it opens. But instead of opening, the barrier simply keeps advancing. It presses closer to the castle without releasing the army inside. The guild master is thrown off when the enemy refuses to emerge where expected. Then defenders on the wall notice black smoke leaking from the barrier and begin to panic. Within the darkness, countless glowing eyes appear. The smoke itself starts birthing hidden attackers from inside the barrier. The soldiers on the wall realize too late that the enemy is already among them. A warning goes up that Rebecans have infiltrated the defenses. The players below understand the trap just as the situation turns disastrous. The invaders erupt out of the barrier and launch themselves straight over the walls to conquer the city from within. Far away that night, an airship drifts under the moon, shifting the story away from the battlefield. Inside a quiet chamber, someone sits alone with a book. The book becomes the focus of her thoughts. A luminous spirit named Elsha gently asks Kia whether she is all right. Kia sits beneath a radiant statue, still weighed down by grief. Elsha asks whether she is still hurting over what happened. Kia finally admits the truth: Mose died for her. She confesses that when it happened, all she could do was run. Elsha reminds her that Mose is an eternal immortal and insists he will overcome death itself and return to her. Kia accepts that logic for others, yet cannot bear Mose's death the same way she accepted the deaths of his companions. Elsha pauses, understanding what Kia truly means. She tells Kia that this pain is proof of how deeply she cherishes Mose. That answer leaves Kia speechless. Kia reveals she once promised herself that she would someday read the final page of her book to Mose. She resolves to say those words when he returns next time. After regaining herself, Kia addresses Elsha again. She asks for Light to be prepared because she has somewhere she needs to go. Back in the real world, the protagonist finishes a haircut and returns to ordinary life. The stylist asks if he likes the result, and he awkwardly agrees. Even while sitting there, he feels out of place spending money so casually. He winces at paying 130,000 won for a haircut, though he tells himself this is exactly the kind of luxury he can finally afford. So he steps into the city determined to enjoy his wealth for once. 3 days have passed since his first death in circuit, and being locked out of the game has forced him to live off the fortune his luck earned. He has already upgraded from his shabby one-room apartment to a much better home, and takes real joy in simple comforts. He also sent 10 million won to each of his parents, who called him back in stunned disbelief. He deliberately avoided flashy excess like penthouses or luxury cars, knowing that would only draw attention. He reflects that although his remaining tokens could fulfill almost any dream, the game has changed and players are far stronger now. As average player strength rose, quest rewards shrank, making tokens harder to obtain. That scarcity drove the real-world value of a single Ormeshan token close to 180 million won. Since he already exchanged 2 tokens, he still has 137 left in reserve. Because prices are soaring and trading is restricted, he decides to hold the rest for now instead of cashing out recklessly. While thinking it over, he notices a call or alert on his phone. He answers casually, expecting nothing serious. Instead, a friend loudly demands to know whether he moved without telling anyone. Caught off guard, he lies that his father's business is doing well, and his friend immediately starts teasing him and asking for a housewarming party. He deflects by saying he has not even finished moving in yet, and they end the call on friendly terms. Afterward, he realizes that the sense of ordinary reality he had forgotten is finally returning. For a brief moment, he thinks maybe it is better that his real life has turned out this way. That peace shatters when a public update announces new progress in the Cerulean Being's quest. The report says only 12,000 Rebecans have been eliminated so far, a tiny dent in the total of 1.5 million. Even so, the news claims stronger players are actively fighting and presents the future of the quest in an optimistic light. Then the tone changes. Lundabaran has already lost half the city, and airships are evacuating civilians. Breaking news follows that one famous airship escaped with hundreds of NPC survivors before being sunk. The broadcast then mentions Mose by name as the only player known to own an airship. According to witnesses, Mose's golden ship was also shot down after it tried to rescue the survivors left in Lundabaran. Hearing that his ship was destroyed in the rescue effort, he is struck numb. He drops everything and lunges for his headset. In panic, he tries to reconnect to the game immediately. The system rejects him because 7 full days have not yet passed since his death. He keeps begging to connect, but the game refuses every attempt. Collapsed on the floor, he realizes he trusted Sky Lord to keep Kia safe and now can only beg to be let back in. He pleads into the silence for Kia to prove the news wrong. At that same time, Kia hears her name called. She turns, sensing something unusual. With a faint smile, she says it felt as if she had just heard Moses' voice. Elsha asks whether she is searching for something, and Kia says she intends to cross the Langara Mountains. Then she reveals that what she truly seeks is a person. That person is the former sword master of Asparagan. Back at the warfront, the surviving players report that Jin's son and Yongju have been killed. They also realize the enemy has learned exactly how their potions work. Worse, the Rebecans' attacks are becoming more precise, and one of them has already reached level 96. The Watchtower Guild master fumes that only small guilds are being left to fight desperately while the company-backed guilds merely skirmish and withdraw. Deciding this cannot continue, he orders his members to retreat to the city in groups using portal stones, since some still have real-world jobs waiting tomorrow. Before the withdrawal can begin, something slices through the air toward them. An ambush erupts as a rain of enemy projectiles suddenly falls from above. Players are hit immediately, and the guild master screams for the tanks to raise their shields first. The tanks form a desperate barrier to absorb the barrage. One teammate urges the others to use the portal stones and escape while he and the tanks buy time, promising they can regroup after the death penalty ends. The guild master rejects that logic, insisting death in circuit is not like dying in an ordinary game and arguing they need every body possible to stall the enemy while NPC evacuations continue. In the end, he forces himself to accept the risk and resolves to fight on, determined to make this tiny guild stand count for something. Manjuk rallies his exhausted guild to fight with everything they have left. They throw themselves into the battle with a desperate charge. A massive holy shockwave tears through the enemy ranks and abruptly changes the tide. The quest counter jumps, and Manjuk realizes a huge number of Cerulean enemies have just been wiped out. A silver-armored lancer appears on the battlefield and keeps cutting down Ceruleans in sweeping strikes. The newcomer calmly accepts the situation and steps fully into the fight. He judges that rescuing Manjuk's side will take longer than expected, but he is willing to handle it. Before anyone can process him, he launches another brutal attack. He carves through multiple enemies at once with overwhelming speed and precision. The kill count keeps rising as his intervention rapidly clears the field. His relentless slaughter drives the quest progress upward in huge leaps. Manjuk's people can only stare as blood and bodies fly from the knight's assault. When Manjuk asks about his older brother's level, he is told the official number is only 84. But with equipment and buffs included, the knight's true combat power is estimated near level 190 to 200, which shocks Manjuk. Manjuk reflects that after level 60, even a few levels create enormous gaps, so this difference is beyond anything he can bridge. He realizes that someone near level 200 exists on an entirely different scale from him. The knight continues spinning his halberd in wide arcs that erase everything around him. A skill window reveals he is using Judgment Wave, a holy area attack unleashed through his weapon. The resulting blast devastates the battlefield so completely that Manjuk concludes he cannot even be compared to this monster. The quest total surges again thanks to the knight's massacre. Elsewhere, hidden observers resent that a worthless guild is gaining too much quest share because of this unexpected powerhouse. One of them immediately suspects only Manjuk could have brought in someone capable of changing the shares so drastically. They ask a scout named Khan to confirm what is happening. Khan activates Eye of Orad, accepting a severe damage penalty in exchange for enhanced sight, and confirms he can see the source. Back on the field, the knight keeps fighting even as blood stains his armor. A watcher notices that the knight's temporary buff is about to expire. Once the enemy begins retreating, the survivors realize the Rebecans are finally pulling back. Relief spreads through Manjuk's guild, and some even celebrate the experience they gained just by surviving the battle. Manjuk calls out to the knight, now recognizing him as his brother. He offers gratitude and promises to reward him with quest share, but the knight refuses payment and says he acted of his own will. Manhwa admits his greed for a larger share nearly got his guild annihilated and feels he failed as guild master. The knight rejects that self-condemnation and praises the guild for fighting with genuine self-sacrifice. Manhwa is embarrassed by the formal praise and privately wonders if this strangely noble man even talks like a real player. Trying to continue the conversation, Manhwa asks whether the knight belongs to a guild. The knight explains that he is not in a guild at all but is affiliated with the Cologne Knights Order under the symbol of the smoke flower. That revelation stuns Manhwa, who has never heard of a player joining an order like that. Manhwa recalls that he once dreamed of becoming a knight himself, but the game's knight training was harsher than real military service. The required discipline consumed every part of daily life, even affecting reality outside the game. The loyalty tests demanded sincerity rather than simple grinding, making the path even more oppressive. He gave up on becoming a knight because the conditions were unbearable and returned to ordinary leveling instead. Looking at his brother now, he realizes this man endured that entire process. That realization leaves Manhwa simply admiring how cool his brother has become. The knight suddenly senses danger before the moment can settle. He lunges toward Manhwa and orders him to watch out. An explosion erupts behind them, and the knight shields Manhwa with his own body. He immediately understands the blast did not come from the Rebakans and worries that, with his buff gone, facing a new enemy will be difficult. Manhwa's guild rushes over in panic, fearing another attack. Through the smoke, a mocking voice praises the knight for protecting Manhwa so dutifully. A mohawked attacker appears, amused by the knight's selfless defense. He asks if the knight is the named player Manhwa. Then he reveals the real target is Manhwa and says he intends to force him out of the game for a while. The scene abruptly shifts to the real world, where someone insists the situation is serious. A woman explains over the phone that she had been asleep inside the game for 10 days. She wants to contact Mose immediately and considers posting publicly if necessary. She is identified as Sharon, whose real name is Kim Seon. She says she was terrified by reports that Mose's airship had been shot down and is relieved that part was misinformation. She then explains that before she died, a player named Killian helped her, the White Tower was involved, the kidnappers opened a summoning portal, and she was put to sleep for 10 days. Because of that, she decides to reconnect to the game at once to understand the situation and find out what Mose is doing. At the same time, another player confirms he will log back in tomorrow. He hopes to meet Sharon again inside the game, not as their real selves but as their in-game identities and roles. 2 days later, the story returns to the real world. Morning light fills a quiet room as someone prepares to wake. The man stirs in bed. He notes that 7 days have passed in reality and 21 in the game. Mose opens his eyes at last. He reflects that he gained enough in real life but lost what mattered most in return. Even if it is late, he resolves to go back and reconnect. He returns to the game, to the place where everything he earned still remains. He respawns near Lundabaron. Inside a small temple, local clergy argue because one of them insists he dreamed that an immortal would resurrect there. The elder dismisses the claim, saying this chapel is too small for such a miracle. But the younger acolyte remembers that true immortal resurrections usually happen in larger temples, which makes the situation feel strange. A beam of light descends anyway, and an immortal appears before the statue. Moses' body reforms in the temple. He slowly regains awareness. When he fully opens his eyes, he is startled to find himself alive again. He feels unnaturally light, as if he has been reborn, and wonders if this is what resurrection feels like. As he tries to orient himself, the clergy joyfully recognize the miracle as Belika's blessing. Mose takes in the unfamiliar temple around him. He asks whether all immortals awaken in temples like this and learns that they usually do, though normally in much larger ones. The elder explains that no one truly witnesses the process itself, only the immortal appearing in light, so they can only call it a miracle. The clergy formally declare his return a blessing from Belika and pray for her protection over his new life. Mose accepts their words with quiet gratitude. His thoughts harden into a single conclusion: if he wants to survive, he must become stronger. But before anything else, his mind turns to Kia. He reasons that if Sky Lord fell but Kia survived, she may still be somewhere in Lundabaron, and he desperately hopes she is alive. He emerges into a city already consumed by fire and smoke. Back at the battlefield, the knight demands to know who the new attackers are and whether they came for the quest. The Mohawk man mocks him for taking the situation seriously, and taunts him for role-playing honor while under attack. He presses harder by suggesting the knight is only cautious because his buff has ended. The knight accepts the challenge without emotion and moves to fight. He attacks first with a fast downward strike. The Mohawked enemy barely avoids the blow as the knight's swing tears through the space around him. Even while retreating, the attacker mocks the halberd as too heavy and slow, but a system warning shows the knight's health has already dropped below 60%. The knight suddenly proves the taunt wrong by severing the man's arm in a single clean strike. The attacker can only gasp in pain and disbelief. Manhwa immediately sees that this enemy is no match for his brother. The knight coldly asks whether the wounded man still wishes to continue. That is when the rest of the enemy group closes in, deciding their injured ally cannot handle the knight alone. Their blonde leader questions whether the knight's buff is truly gone, because his damage still looks monstrous. The Mohawk man furiously demands help and treatment for his severed arm. The blonde leader dismisses his whining and orders their healer, Kana, to patch him up. Kana uses a sacred healing art to restore the ruined arm. The severed limb is reattached and healed almost instantly. The mohawked fighter praises her skill while she complains that he is wasting her mana. The knight asks again who these people really are. The blonde leader finally begins a proper introduction, apologizing only for his impatient subordinate. He describes their group as share hunters, hitmen, helpers, and whatever else clients need. In other words, they are mercenaries who sell any service for the right price. He makes it clear that they simply do whatever they are paid to do. When the knight asks whether this job has anything to do with him personally, the leader says not really. Their real complaint is that magic interfered, and the leader warns him to stay away from this quest from now on. The knight refuses, arguing that this quest is a world-level disaster and that everyone should unite against it. The mercenary leader rejects that idealism outright. He explains that the large corporate guilds are deliberately staying still. They are waiting until small business owners harmed by the disaster beg for help, so they can profit from personal rescue requests, and magic's interference threatens that plan. The knight is stunned to realize powerful groups may be intentionally holding back while the disaster spreads. Manjuk also grasps the scale of the corruption and knows his older brother would never tolerate it. He angrily points out that small guilds like his fought for days to evacuate Lundabaron and lost half their members doing it. When he accuses the mercenaries of watching the city burn without helping, the leader says that blame belongs to the major guilds, not to hired hands like them. He insists that money matters more than anything, no matter what world they are in. Then he declares that since Manjuk's side is going to die anyway, they should at least learn some realism before the end. Meanwhile, in burning Lundabaron, bodies still hang from the walls as the city collapses around them. The streets below are engulfed in flames. Mose arrives and is horrified by the devastation. He realizes with dread that this ruined city is Lundabaron. The fire confirms that the entire district is still being consumed. Inside a damaged building, a frightened child hides with a small companion as something approaches. A cerulean hand grips the wall and climbs in. The monsters find the child and sneer at the survivors hiding like insects. Before they can strike, a blue slash cuts across them. Mose appears in dark armor and kills the ceruleans in a single sweeping attack. For a moment he is stunned by how naturally and powerfully he moved. He quickly reassures the child and points out the open path to the castle gate, urging them to flee at once. The child runs for safety through the route Mose cleared. As the child escapes, Mose thinks that if Kia were here, she would already know exactly what needed to be done. Even without her, he decides he now understands his role clearly enough to act. He plants himself in the burning street and activates Solar Rampage. Back at the battlefield, the blonde mercenary leader attacks the knight with twin blades. The knight meets the assault head-on, and their weapons clash in rapid succession. He remains calm and focused despite being pressured from multiple sides. A heavy impact knocks part of his weapon or guard aside, opening him up. The female swordswoman seizes the opening and rushes in, convinced he cannot avoid her strike. Her blade cuts into the knight, finally drawing blood through his armor. A larger enemy follows up with a crushing blow that sends the knight reeling. For the first time, the knight visibly falters under the coordinated assault. The mohawked fighter leaps in with twin fireballs, promising an attack that will finally shake the knight. The battlefield erupts in another explosion around him. The knight endures the blast but is clearly being worn down. Even so, he launches himself back at the blonde leader before the enemy team can settle their advantage. He answers their ambush with another sweeping counterattack, refusing to yield despite the odds. A wounded silver-armored fighter drives her heavy mace down as the battle rages on. Despite bleeding badly, she forces herself forward and gauges the weight of her weapon. A sudden shout cuts through the fight and pulls her attention aside. A blonde enemy rushes in, taunting that her mace must be slowing her down. She answers by shifting her grip and preparing a counter instead of retreating. The attacker is caught off guard when she intercepts him at close range. She crashes into him and seizes control of the exchange with brute force. The blonde man realizes too late that he has been overpowered. At the same time, a chain shoots across the battlefield toward her. The chain wraps around her arm and weapon, pinning her movement. A second enemy tightens the restraint and boasts that he has trapped her. Thinking victory is certain, he moves in to finish the immobilized knight. Instead, an arrow strikes him down, and a blue-haired ally behind him screams as he falls. A green-cloaked archer steps in, having taken the shot. He condemns the attackers for fighting dishonorably and ganging up on one wounded opponent. The knight calmly tells Manjuk that his sister and the Limpu were evacuated to safety, easing his immediate fear. Only then does the extent of her injury become impossible to ignore. Manjuk offers her a potion, but she refuses and tells him to flee because the enemies are after her, not him. The surviving attackers reject any withdrawal, furious that one of their own was killed. Their leader declares that both the knight and Manjuk will be eliminated from the game. The knight answers coldly that she does not involve herself with anyone outside the game, leaving Manjuk confused by the remark. The enemy leader stops wasting words and orders his two companions to kill them both. Manjuk draws again from behind the knight, ready to support her. Then a system notice appears for the Super Clash quest against the cerulean beings, showing the kill total beginning to surge. The quest counter keeps climbing in rapid jumps, far faster than normal. The nearby players are stunned as the total rises by thousands in moments, and demand to know who is causing it. Manjuk begins to suspect the answer before he can say it aloud. Even the enemy side is distracted, with one subordinate urging the guild master to stop whatever is happening first. The knight silently recognizes the name behind the phenomenon. The blonde guild master decides to withdraw for now, calling his opponent lucky and promising a deadlier meeting next time. Manjuk angrily rejects the idea that they were the lucky ones and accuses the retreating enemies of relying on numbers because they are weak alone. Before he can continue, the knight suddenly falters. Manjuk rushes to catch her as she drops to one knee from blood loss and exhaustion. She admits that whoever intervened saved them by chance, and that the enemy leader was right about one thing: they survived through luck. Elsewhere, the quest count keeps rising as blue-skinned cerulean monsters are cut down in flames. Mose appears at the center of the slaughter as the system warns that Solar Rampage has activated, while he has only half his HP left. He remembers Kia introducing herself as Master Robin's first disciple and saying she would partner with him for her master's sake. She had made clear that partnership did not mean she yet recognized him as a true swordsman. Still, she had once acknowledged that he had talent, even if he had far to go. He recalls lighter moments with her that made her feel close and alive to him. He also remembers her in tears, a memory that sharpens his grief. Her grateful smile and the friendship she offered him become the emotional core of what he is fighting for. That grief turns into rage and drives his flames even higher. Mose tears through the ceruleans in a blazing arc, cutting down multiple enemies at once. His swordsmanship becomes a continuous storm of fire-laced strikes. He pushes forward with a ferocity that borders on self-destruction. Even surrounded, he keeps carving through monsters without pause. He knows killing them will not bring Kia back, but he cannot stop. His face hardens as grief and fury fuse into a single purpose. He drives his blade down to unleash a larger attack. Mose decides that because Kia was taken from him, he cannot allow the enemies before him to live. A devastating flame skill erupts, and the quest total leaps upward as Solar Storm activates and consumes huge numbers of foes while his HP remains dangerously low. The battle is identified as taking place in the southern area of Lundabaron. Players across the area notice the exploding quest windows and stare in disbelief. Word spreads that someone is killing ceruleans at an absurd rate, hundreds every second. When asked which guild is responsible, the answer comes back that no guild is doing it. The truth shocks them even more. The destruction is being caused by a single fighter. They realize only one person could sustain that kind of close-range massacre alone. The crowd identifies him as Mose, the player currently ranked first in honor. As they marvel at him and his flames, Mose continues cutting through enemies without even noticing the attention. Veteran players snap everyone out of their awe and order them to advance around Mose instead of standing idle. The surrounding forces rally and charge back into the battlefield. Mose keeps cutting down ceruleans at point-blank range as the allied advance resumes. Each strike detonates into fire, turning the ground itself into a weapon. He launches another towering slash that cleaves through a fresh wave. But the cost of the power begins to catch up with him. Mose realizes his whole body feels as if it is burning, the direct backlash of Solar Rampage. The system explains that Solar Rampage only activates with the full Atoria set, and only through forced activation in a state of rage. It creates a fiery zone that damages nearby enemies constantly, but it burns the user even harder. Mose understands that his regeneration cannot offset the self-inflicted fire damage, and wonders how much longer his HP can last. Even as he weakens, more ceruleans mass around the burning zone. He refuses to accept death before finishing the enemies in front of him. Mose resolves that if he is going to die there, he will erase as many of them as possible first. The quest count surges again as he cuts down another cluster. He spins through a wide flaming sweep that keeps the kill total climbing. A surviving cerulean slips through the chaos and lands a heavy blow on him. The hit knocks Mose back and breaks his rhythm at the worst possible moment. A system warning drops him to 12% HP, and he realizes the attack did not pierce his armor but still dealt serious damage. Desperate, he tries to trigger Solar Storm once more. He forces the attack out again, determined to buy one more wave of destruction. The flames spiral upward into the sky before crashing back down. A massive fiery vortex expands around him and wipes out another ring of enemies. After the blast, Mose can barely remain standing. He sees the next wave still surrounding him and understands he may collapse before finishing them. Even so, he tells himself this battlefield is exactly why he returned, and he refuses to regret it. His body finally gives out, and he falls face first into the dirt. The nearby ceruleans notice something descending from above and look up in alarm. A lone figure drops from the sky toward the battlefield. The newcomer lands with explosive force among the monsters. A single blinding slash tears through an entire line of ceruleans in one motion. The monsters are cut apart before they can even react. An old man steps forward as if the battlefield were beneath his concern. He remarks that Mose has already proven himself troublesome while standing over the unconscious boy. Mose later wakes from the connector expecting the ordinary ceiling of reality, though now in a new home. He thinks about the real-world life he believed he had to return to. At first he tells himself there is no reason to keep living in Circuit anymore. That despair is tied entirely to the belief that Kia is gone. As his eyes open fully, his numbness begins to crack. He recognizes the room around him as the Skylord. Before he can understand how he got there, someone calls his name. Kia appears at his bedside in tears, telling him he is finally awake. Mose is so shocked he can only stare before saying her name. He sits up in disbelief and asks if she is really there. For a moment he cannot even form the rest of the question. Then he throws himself at her and clings to her as if afraid she will vanish again. Kia, crying openly, reassures herself that he truly survived and thanks fate for it. She confirms through tears that he is alive and present with her. They pull back just enough to look at each other, both overwhelmed. Kia notices his stunned expression and gently breaks the tension. She teases him about his face, trying to steady him. Mose admits he had believed she was dead. He confesses plainly that he missed her terribly. Kia reaches up and touches his face with tenderness. She answers that she missed him just as much. Once they calm down, Mose explains that after believing she had died, he tried to kill as many enemies as possible before losing consciousness to Solar Rampage. He finishes recounting how rage carried him until the skill knocked him out. Then he asks the question that has been bothering him most. Who saved him in the middle of that battlefield? He still cannot understand how anyone could have reached him inside that sea of Rebecans. Kia says she had planned to explain everything once he woke up. She begins by saying she wants to introduce him to someone. Mose learns that while he was unconscious, the Rebecan quest was largely handled by outside intervention. Major guilds such as Frozen Pass joined the battle. Other powerful guilds, including Do You Know Kimchi, also entered the fight. Even more large guilds mobilized, turning the battle into a full-scale coalition. The intervention of legendary item holders from those guilds shifted the balance of power. With those elite players involved, the war quickly turned in the Skylord's favor. Their overwhelming abilities smashed through the Rebecan lines. Mose is told that the Rebecans were ultimately fighting players who could return from death, the so-called immortals. No matter how fiercely the Rebecans charged, the players would revive and return in perfect condition after 21 days. Against that kind of enemy, the Rebecans' future was effectively sealed. In the end, the Rebecans suffered 780,000 casualties out of 1.5 million. Choosing survival over annihilation, they vanished into Ponetta's forest where mana could not be tracked, and the Super Clash quest ended in their retreat. After the battle, the next major topic became how the quest rewards and shares would be distributed. But in the present, Mose is abruptly yanked out of reflection by a blow from a wooden stick. The strike lands hard enough to make him cry out despite being in recovery. The old swordsman who saved him is revealed as the attacker. Gant batters Mose repeatedly with the stick, turning the introduction into a brutal lesson. Mose is knocked to the floor before he can defend himself properly. He realizes he cannot read even a single strike, despite his confidence in his dexterity. Kia explains that this man is Gant, a retired sword master who lived deep in the forest. At her request, he agreed to join the Skylord. She had persuaded him by saying that his best disciple had fallen to the dark side. She also reveals that Gant was the one who pulled Mose out of the Rebecan battlefield. And now Mose concludes, with growing panic, that the man may kill him before training him. Gant mocks him for thinking he has time to rest. He launches Mose through the air with another merciless strike and demands to know why he is taking a break. Mose crashes away, barely holding onto his sword. Kia quietly steps aside and leaves the room to let the lesson continue. Bruised and gasping, Mose struggles back up and tries to understand what is happening. As another beating looms, he can only marvel that Gant is overwhelming him with nothing more than a wooden stick. Mose is brought before the legendary level 260 Swordmaster Gant, who immediately establishes overwhelming authority. Gant reveals that he watched Mose's recent battle aboard the ship and has already judged the way he fought. He recalls that Mose fought while his whole body was pushed to its limit, burning himself out to survive. Gant presses him with the real question, asking whether that desperate struggle was simply about staying alive. Mose rejects that framing and turns the issue back on Gant, asking whether an immortal can truly fear death. The word death forces Mose to confront the contradiction in his own thinking. After a pause, he insists that he is not afraid of dying. Gant cuts through the excuse at once, pointing out that such bravado comes easily to someone who can return from death. He warns that anyone who does not value their own life can never defeat those who do. Then he declares that if Mose still refuses to value his life, he may as well die here again, and attacks without mercy. Gant's killing intent surges as Mose realizes the old master is coming straight for him. Mose panics because another death would cost him 21 more days, exposing that he does fear the consequences after all. Driven by that fear, he throws himself into a desperate counterattack. Gant effortlessly slips past it and slams Mose down, proving the gap between them is absolute. The master stands over him in silence, letting the lessons sink in. Gant states that he knows what truly crossed Mose's mind just now, not death itself, but what would happen after he was gone. He makes clear that he has no interest in helping Mose die for nothing. As the tension eases, Gant discards his branch weapon and shifts from punishment to instruction. He ends the beating and signals that the real lesson can begin. Mose immediately begs for one more chance and asks Gant to show him the proper path. After considering him, Gant addresses him again as immortal, or rather Mose. He acknowledges that the determination in Mose's eyes is finally becoming worthy of notice. Gant admits that his reason for boarding the ship was not only because of Guainer. He explains that beyond the dangerous Langaroo region lies the Lanhea mountain range, a place constantly struck by lightning. Even with the ship's capabilities, he says, crossing that storm was no small feat for the one who came to him. That effort made him wonder where Kia's sincere grief over Immortal's death had come from. At the mention of Kia, Mose is caught off guard. Gant asks him to weigh his own death against the sorrow that child carried. He explains that immortals often become arrogant after their first death, treating endless lives like a game and power like a privilege. Mose realizes this is not the shallow insight of a mere game character but a true understanding of players. He is stunned that Gant fully grasps the nature of beings like him. Gant says Kia fears watching Mose grow numb to death, including his own life and the lives around him. He forces Mose to remember the blood and reality of the deaths he has already passed through. Gant warns that Kia dreads the day Mose completely detaches himself from the life she still values. He says that day will come if Mose keeps treating death lightly. And if that happens, Gant predicts Mose will ultimately destroy Kia with his own hands. Elsewhere, Kia suddenly senses something is wrong. When she anxiously asks about Mose, Gant calmly tells her to go inside because Mose needs her now. His answer only deepens her confusion, but it sends her rushing to him. She finds Mose collapsed on the floor after the brutal lesson. Her panic breaks the tension, while Mose weakly calls her name through tears. Later, as his wounds are treated, Kia lightly asks how it felt to take strikes from Master Gant. Mose admits he still cannot find the answer Gant wanted from him. Kia tells him that is natural and that he does not need to force understanding too quickly. She quietly places her hand over his, offering comfort instead of pressure. Mose realizes Gant was not the only one who understood the distance between him and this world. Kia understood that difference too, yet still chose to stay by his side. Moved by that, Mose thanks her for refusing to let him go. The story then shifts to Lundabaron and the White Tower. Inside the professor's secret conference room, the Academy's leaders gather over the fallout from the portal disaster. They argue that the situation is grave and impossible to contain. With too many casualties, they know the incident cannot be kept from the public. They warn Eurindel Darien that even his son will not escape responsibility for what happened. Eurindel tries to redirect the discussion toward controlling the Bowl of Reversal, the key artifact tied to the case. The artifact is introduced as a device that can reveal the past of a specific place. Eurindel privately curses Hosfa's incompetence, and is furious that his son never learned about such an important relic. He quickly decides the bowl can be manipulated to shift blame onto the immortals instead. Feigning composure, he excuses himself and leaves the handling of the bowl to the others while planning to act first. Once he is gone, the room settles into uneasy agreement. The remaining professors conclude that blaming the immortals should be easy, especially with Kellyan already involved. They even see the scandal as a chance to erase Kellyan's humiliation and strengthen Eurindel's standing. They decide to move before the Academy president can interfere. Their conspiracy is interrupted when someone arrives at the door. A hooded messenger bursts in and begs forgiveness for the intrusion. Though scolded for barging in, he insists the matter is urgent. He announces that the prince is supposedly on his way to the White Tower at that very moment. The professors are thrown into panic and abandon their plotting to prepare for a royal visit. As they teleport away in haste, the messenger is left alone in the room. He exhales in relief, but his disguise is about to fail. The shadow potion's effect ends and he struggles as the transformation collapses. The messenger tears at his face while the false appearance peels away. Kellyan emerges from the disguise, relieved that his deception worked just in time. He reflects that in the coming trial, even as the victim, he would still be blamed simply because he is a player. So he prepared his own countermeasure, using a rare shadow potion to gather proof against Hosfoy. He knows no one would expect such a potion to be used inside the White Tower itself. But because Circuit is effectively his second life, Kellyan had no choice except to take that risk. He accepts that using the potion may get him punished or exiled, but preserving his life matters more than avoiding scandal. With that resolve, he vows to make Hosfoy and his father pay for their schemes. Meanwhile, the White Tower staff grow confused when the prince still has not arrived after a long delay. Eurindel returns to find everyone gathered and asks what is happening. The president explains that they were told the prince was coming to investigate the incident personally. He assumes the visit was prompted by the seriousness of the portal disaster. Eurindel is startled and begins to suspect something is off. Then he realizes the false royal visit may actually be someone else's move. He immediately decides to exploit the confusion by forging evidence with the Bowl of Reversal and rewriting the past to glorify Hosfoy. In his fantasy, that fabricated heroism would win royal favor and elevate his son into the imperial family. The thought of Hosfoy becoming the prince's-in-law makes Eurindel greedily ecstatic. He asks the president to bring the Bowl of Reversal at once so it can be shown to the prince. Outwardly obedient, he inwardly assumes Hosfoy has already tampered with the bowl and that victory is close. Kellyan interrupts the room and reveals that there is no need, because the prince was never coming at all. He steps forward with confidence, ready to overturn the entire scheme. Then he shocks everyone by producing the real Bowl of Reversal himself. Eurindel tries to bluster that the prince is still on the way, but Kellyan flatly repeats that no one is coming. He exposes the supposed royal visit as a lie he invented to scatter the conspirators. The room erupts in outrage at his audacity, but their anger cannot hide their alarm. Kellyan accepts that he will be punished for impersonating a messenger, yet insists that comes after the truth is shown. He pulls the bowl fully from his inventory, proving he controls the key evidence. That revelation stuns Jorindel, who cannot understand how Kellyan obtained the artifact first. Kellyan mocks their confusion and suggests Hosfoy must have failed spectacularly on the way to secure it. A flashback confirms that Kellyan confronted Hosfoy while carrying the Shadow Potion plan into action. He knocked Hosfoy out before the other man could complete the setup. Leaving Hosfoy crumpled behind him, Kellyan took control of the situation. Back in the present, he presents the bowl and declares that it will reveal what truly happened when the portal opened. Jorindel desperately orders him stopped, but the command comes too late. Kellyan activates the bowl of reversal. The artifact begins replaying the hidden conspiracy for everyone to witness. The recording exposes Hosfoy planning to use Kia in a secret homunculus laboratory beneath the tower as part of his scheme. Someone in the room tries to deny it, but the evidence keeps unfolding. Hosfoy's smug face appears clearly in the replay, leaving no room for doubt. The professors recognize him at once and the accusation turns toward Jorindel. Pressed for an explanation, Jorindel can only falter. He lashes out by calling Kellyan a filthy immortal and insisting the evidence should be ignored, but his denial sounds hollow. Kellyan remains calm, knowing the truth is now beyond their control. He even twists the knife by reminding them that he, the player they wanted to bury, is now the one deciding their future. The case is later summarized. Hosfoy is publicly exposed in court as the true culprit behind the Dimensional Gate incident. He is sentenced to the medium spell prison, and the crisis is officially closed. Afterward, Kellyan watches the disgraced aftermath in silence. A system message confirms that his special quest to prove his innocence has been completed successfully. The story then turns toward a new destination beyond the storm-racked Lanhea Mountains, deep in the continent. Hidden there is the Shining Mountain, where an unexpectedly peaceful village rests. Mose learns that this secluded place is the final homeland of the Swordists. Kia explains that retired Swordists spend their last years there together with their swords. Those who no longer fight settle into steady lives instead of battle. Even in retirement, they continue forging new swords for the next generation. Kia reveals that her own sword was made there by Garam, one of the residents. The blade's brilliance immediately catches Moses' attention. He realizes he has never really thought about Kia's equipment, or the story behind it. Curious now, he asks if he can examine her sword. Kia gladly hands it over without hesitation. Mose studies the weapon carefully. Its item information identifies it as Femur, a unique rapier forged by Garam. The sword's history begins with Garam praising Kia's beauty while recognizing that she tried to hide herself behind a veil of mist. But his true judgment is that her kindness and courage outshine her appearance, and that she should not fear the beauty others call a curse. He gave her the sword as his first and last gift, a deeply personal blessing from the Shining Mountain. Reading that, Mose realizes Kia naturally inspires affection wherever she goes. He tells her that Garam must have cherished her greatly. Kia is puzzled by how Mose could know that just from looking at the sword. Mose awkwardly remembers that she cannot see the item window that revealed the truth to him. So he covers by saying that no one would forge and gift such a refined blade without caring deeply for its owner. Before the moment can linger, a welcoming voice calls out to Mose and Kia. Their host greets them warmly and says their long journey is finally over. The ship reaches the Shining Mountain, bringing them to their destination. They descend into the bright mountain village. From above, the settlement appears peaceful, orderly, and hidden from the outside world. The villagers notice the newcomers and happily announce their arrival. More residents gather at the entrance to receive them. An older woman rushes forward in delight at seeing Kia again. Gant follows with shamelessly affectionate greetings, acting less like a stern master and more like an eager relative. Their overblown reunion leaves Mose and Kia frozen in embarrassed disbelief. Another elder laughs at the spectacle and teases them for making such a fuss in front of the youngsters. An elf villager warmly brings Mose inside, assuming the long journey has worn him out. As they enter the quiet village, Mose is reminded that he has already met Master Gant. He is then introduced to another elder, Master Shiran, whose presence suggests hidden importance. Mose greets him formally as a sorter from Asparagan, but Shiran immediately dismisses rank and insists everyone here lives as ordinary villagers now. When Shiran calls himself nothing more than a blacksmith in hiding, Mose is caught off guard by how completely these former masters have buried their pasts. Shiran explains that he came both to welcome Mose and because Kia asked for help, then decides to inspect Mose's gear. The moment he sees the equipment, Shiran recognizes it as something far more valuable than common armor. He is appalled by how badly it has been damaged, confirming that Mose has recently gone through something severe. After a closer look, Shiran concludes the gear is exceptional and promises he can do better than restore it. He vows to forge equipment worthy of the coming large-scale battle and asks only 2 weeks to do it. With that settled, Mose and Kia slip back into the village's peaceful rhythm, feeding livestock like ordinary residents. Soon after, Shiran personally works with Mose at the forge, turning the promised help into hands-on training. The hard work quickly produces small results, and the villagers celebrate even a simple success as if it matters. Night falls over the hidden settlement, emphasizing how far this place is from the wars outside. Under the moonlight, Kia admits she is honestly surprised by what she has discovered here. She explains that nearly everyone in the village used to be sorters, despite now living simple and peaceful lives. Mose awkwardly laughs at his own assumptions, and Kia gently points out that swordists do not all end in tragedy. She tells him their kind remain obscure because they are few, secretive, and shaped by lives spent detached from ordinary society. Still, she insists that beneath all that distance, swordists are just people. What they truly are, she says, is ordinary people forced to keep living while fighting to survive every day. If they endure long enough, they simply grow old and return to ordinary life like anyone else. She adds that most retired swordists avoid cities because past ties and accumulated interests would drag them back into dangerous complications. Mose realizes that is why this village feels like a place where people have hidden themselves away, and Kia admits she felt conflicted when she first arrived. Over time, however, the village became a source of hope for her, and that answer leaves Mose wanting to understand more. Kia confesses that living here made her believe she too might someday survive long enough to claim an ordinary life. Mose falls silent as he realizes that what he takes for granted is the very dream she has been fighting for. He understands that Kia is speaking about a future that was never naturally available to her. Her memories return to a childhood spent gripping a sword simply to stay alive. In a world that discriminated against and oppressed her, the thing she longed for most was never glory but normalcy. That dream is simply an ordinary life, and Mose finally addresses her by name with full seriousness. He tells Kia that she will find the life she desires. More importantly, he assures her that no one has the right to dictate how she must live anymore. He gives her permission she has never truly received before, saying that if she wants an ordinary life, she may choose it. Kia admits that when she first came here alone, she could only treat that possibility as an impossible dream. Given everything she has endured, she still feels that a comfortable, ordinary life is almost too distant to imagine. Even so, she promises she will survive, because being with Mose makes that dream feel a little closer. Mose quietly accepts the weight of her trust instead of brushing it aside. He answers with a vow of his own, promising that he too will survive to the very end. As he wipes away her tears and kisses her, he swears he will never die and leave her behind. In his heart, that promise becomes absolute. There will never be a second death. The night briefly returns to silence, as if the world is holding its breath after that vow. Elsewhere, two swordists race through the dark discussing how more fighters were defeated at Pantheon the day before. They fear Lozin is being hollowed out by betrayal and admit that traitors seem to be everywhere. Their suspicions deepen when they recall that the rebellion's leader came from Lozvan and that the sanctuary itself has already suffered a purge. Worse still, they have heard that some swordists are openly siding with the traitors and Tikris, making even allies impossible to trust. One of them warns the other to stop speaking so freely, knowing how dangerous such accusations have become. For now, they decide their priority is to regroup with the Pantheon swordists in Vanderfell. They try to reassure themselves that the traitors are only a minority, and that the sanctuaries can still unite. That hope is cut short when a sudden attack strikes without warning. One of the two barely registers the ambush before pain and panic overtake him. The attacker follows through with a lethal strike so fast the victim has no chance to recover. The wounded sworder is cut down in a spray of blood, his resistance ending almost instantly. As he collapses, he realizes too late that the enemy standing before him is the true traitor. Dying, he can only ask how their hidden location was discovered when even the Information Guild was supposed to be shut out. The black-clad killer offers no immediate answer, letting the question hang in the air. He finally dismisses the secrecy as meaningless in the face of overwhelming force. To him, no secret, institution, or defense can withstand absolute strength forever. That same ruthless logic is shown at an Information Guild outpost already turned into a slaughterhouse. The red-haired swordsman contemptuously judges the guild as too weak to matter. He mocks a surviving beast-folk clerk begging for mercy, sneering that better treatment is no longer possible for the dead. He declares that everyone there is already as good as dead, making mercy irrelevant. Then he toys with the terrified survivor, asking for a reason not to kill him as if the answer could matter. He praises the clerk's efficiency only to make the interrogation crueler. According to him, another dying elf managed to reveal only a single useful fact after repeated stabbing. That broken witness is left barely alive, reduced to a final fragment of information. The killer coldly condemns the Information Guild as heartless, even while proving himself far worse. He ridicules the idea of withholding information while colleagues are butchered around you, using terror as his method. Nearby survivors can do nothing but tremble, fully aware that resistance is impossible. The red-haired swordsman decides the game is over, since the massacre will soon draw inquisitors and other authorities. He promises the pleading clerk a cleaner death than the others received and raises his blade to finish it. By morning, the story shifts back to the hidden village and the training ground under clear skies. Mose stands facing Master Gant, who has come to test him directly. Gant accepts the moment with calm certainty, as if he has already judged what Mose lacks. He challenges Mose to prove whether an immortal who claims not to fear death can truly stand before it. Gant notes that Mose's presence has changed slightly, likely because of the emotional shift brought on by Kia. Without further ceremony, the old master steps in and begins the lesson through violence. He orders Mose to prove himself and attacks before the younger man can settle his thoughts. Mose realizes in panic that he still has no clear idea how to fight back properly. Even so, instinct drives him to move and meet the assault head-on. He is still too slow, and Gant's strike crashes into him before he can respond. Gant keeps pressing, battering Mose with relentless follow-up attacks. The master criticizes him for attacking recklessly, saying Mose still has not found the right state of mind. Another blow lands hard, forcing Mose to feel the gap between raw will and real skill. From the sidelines, Kia and Shiran watch anxiously as Mose gets thoroughly beaten. Driven to the ground, Mose struggles just to breathe while Gant waits for him to rise again. Even in pain, Mose reaches back for his sword instead of giving up. Gant studies that stubbornness in silence, measuring whether it is enough. Then he asks Mose a brutal question. If he were to die one more time, what exactly would he lose? The question forces Mose to confront the fact that death is no longer only about himself. His focus sharpens as the answer forms in his mind. At the same time, the image of Gainer rises before him as the true threat waiting beyond this training. Mose realizes that if he dies again, Gainer will kill everyone around him. Unlike Mose, those people would not come back, and Kia in particular would be lost forever. That understanding changes him at a fundamental level, because he now has something more important than his own life to protect. The system explains that experience is not just counted mechanically but reflects the player's lived feelings and realizations. As Mose's resolve deepens, the character's senses are strengthened in response. He stands again, calmer and more centered than before. Gan asks whether Mose can feel the difference, then immediately moves to test that change. Another strike comes, and this time Gant wants proof rather than excuses. Mose no longer freezes under the pressure and begins to move with new clarity. He can now sense the intimidating air around the attack itself. That sharpened perception lets him react far faster than before and meet the blow in time. Gant is visibly impressed when Mose successfully blocks him. Watching from hiding, Kia and Shiran are stunned that Mose has stopped one of Gant's strikes at all. The clash tears through the ground, showing that Mose has finally entered the exchange instead of merely enduring it. He follows with a counterattack, forcing Gant to acknowledge him as a real opponent for the first time. Gant notes with approval that Mose was ready for the next move as well. Still, the master's follow-up remains overwhelming, and he drives Mose back again. Mose barely keeps up as Gant's blade and body move with ruthless precision. Even while retreating, Mose manages to catch and redirect another strike instead of taking it cleanly. Their weapons collide in a burst of force, proving Mose can now survive exchanges that would have crushed him moments earlier. He braces himself and absorbs the pressure rather than being blown away by it. Gant pauses, satisfied enough to begin explaining what Mose is actually facing. He points out that this time Mose has not allowed a single strike to land directly on him. Then he addresses Mose by name, signaling that the lesson has truly begun. Gant broadens the lesson by explaining that swordsmen across the world develop distinct regional styles. He starts with the first style Mose must understand. That first lesson is the swordsmanship of Mose's homeland, Asparagan. Asparagan swordsmanship is compared to wind, flexible, aggressive, and suited to controlling many opponents through unusual movement. At its height, that style becomes a storm that pierces through anything and attacks without pause. He then contrasts it with the swordists of the Bing Caravan, whose methods grew from commerce rather than rigid tradition. Their style values practical combat above all else and prioritizes efficient killing over ceremony. Finally, Gant turns to the swordsmanship of Lozan, the style tied to Gainer. He explains that Lozan specializes in channeling mana directly into each strike, producing devastating force. The red-haired killer's earlier massacre stands as proof of how lethal that power becomes in practice. Gainer's own swordsmanship is described as a bizarre but exact fusion of 11 forms, making him both orthodox and uniquely dangerous. To answer that threat, Gant decides to demonstrate another style himself. He introduces decreased swordsmanship, known as the swordsmanship of the straight line. With a simple stance, he embodies the style's entire philosophy in one uncompromising posture. Decreased swordsmanship is utterly honest and simple, but its destructive power in a direct line is absolute. Gant admits that no style guarantees victory on its own, because combat always depends on matchups. Against the elaborate mana-driven techniques of Gainer and Lozan, he says, Mose will need a style built on pure destructive certainty. What Mose needs most is overwhelming power concentrated into a single decisive line. Gant demonstrates by carving the air and stone with straight, merciless trajectories. Mose is shocked that attacks so simple can be so unnaturally exact. The old master continues drawing flawless lines through the rock as if the world itself must yield. He explains that swordists who break past their limits often gain enlightenment simply by witnessing this fundamental principle. After the demonstration, Gant asks whether Mose has gained anything from watching the swordsmanship of the straight line. Mose decides that if enlightenment will not come naturally, he will force himself to break the limits of a sworder, and a new acquisition quest appears to master the style through training. Gant warns him that Gainer is unquestionably Lozvan's strongest master, so Mose will not surpass him through technique alone. Still, if Mose can deliver the best possible attack at the right instant, the unmatched efficiency of the straight line may create the opening he needs. In other words, landing that one perfect strike could change everything. What follows after that, Gant says, will depend entirely on Mose's ability to wield the style for himself. Mose accepts that he must raise his own limits as quickly as possible if he wants any chance against Gainer. Time passes again, and the training continues beneath another moonlit sky. The quiet forest suggests a brief calm while Mose keeps pushing himself in secret. Someone approaches the training area, breaking that stillness. Kia waits nearby in silence, lost in thought after everything that has happened. When she notices Shiran has slipped away, she startles awake and realizes she may have dozed off while waiting. Then Kia suddenly senses something and turns to call out to Mose. Mose is told that his target must remain motionless if he wants any chance of succeeding. He steadies himself and fixes his grip, committing to a single decisive strike. Facing an enormous boulder, he prepares to test the swordsmanship he has been trying to grasp. He hardens his resolve and pushes past hesitation. With that decision made, he launches into the attack. Mose drives forward in a perfectly straight line, putting everything into one clean cut. He lands from the charge as the force of the strike continues through the stone. The boulder splits apart under the linear slash he was trying to master. The system confirms his breakthrough by granting him the passive skill swordsmanship of the straight line, and he is thrilled to have succeeded. He immediately calls for Kia, eager to share the result. Kia rushes in and throws herself at him in delighted celebration. Their joy is cut short when the elder watching them reminds them he is still present. The elder warns Mose not to get carried away, because mastering a straight line technique alone will not guarantee victory, and he must remember what truly matters in battle. Kia suddenly remembers the crystal ball message they had been waiting on. A projection of Master Robin appears and greets the two after their time apart. Robin is relieved Mose is safe, and Mose quickly asks what has happened since they were separated. Robin's silence makes clear that the news is serious, and that this was why he contacted them. He reveals that Guinir is not the only one stirring unrest among the sorters. Robin names Guinir, Sidon, and even Yoren as key figures involved in the upheaval. He explains that 3 masters are leading a rebellion, joined by sorters from Litel who embraced anti-player ideology. The rebellion has already turned violent in Tikri's and Pantheon, leaving multiple casualties, and Mose bitterly realizes that the hostility he and Kia faced was part of the same movement. As the implications sink in, Mose understands that he himself is one of the reasons this rebellion exists. Robin says the mission has effectively already begun and now formally places it in their hands. He orders Mose and Kia, as sorters of Asparagon, to exterminate the traitors. The system turns that order into a superclass quest to hunt down the named rebels, while requiring caution if they encounter any master. Robin adds that Yoren and Guinir, the 2 masters of Lozvan, have openly turned against them. That revelation makes Mose remember someone from Lozvan he met before. He recalls Kalor from the Garna's mission and wonders what became of him. Mose asks Robin whether he knows what happened to the Lozvan sorter named Kalor. Robin is startled when Mose refers to Kalor as a master. Mose remembers that Kalor had seemed merely strong at the time, but in hindsight he realizes Kalor had already reached the level of a master. Robin confirms Kalor recently became a master and says he doubts the man would have been swayed, though with the rebellion beginning in Lozvan he can only hope Kalor is safe. That hope gives way to a grim image of Kalor in silence, already bloodied. Kalor turns toward approaching danger and understands that the confrontation he expected has arrived. He faces his attackers and identifies them plainly as traitors. One of the rebels acknowledges Kalor's strength as a newly made master and treats him as a serious obstacle. Kalor accepts the fight without wavering. Elsewhere, Mose activates a summoning bracelet that can equip gear instantly to reduce delay in battle. The equipment begins materializing onto his body piece by piece. He is fully outfitted in the legendary Atoria's Rising Sun set, a powerful heavy armor ensemble with major stat boosts and set effects. Mose is surprised by how light the armor feels, and he is told it is the work of the finest blacksmith among the sorters. He learns the armor's body is made from strengthened yet lightweight Valoran ore, with protective golden thread lining inside. Shiran urges him to try it on properly, presenting it as the best gift he can offer. Mose asks why Shiran went so far for them, especially given the dangerous politics surrounding Guinir. He points out that others were linked to Guinir, but Shiran's help seems unusually personal. Shiran brushes it off and says the gift is really for Gant rather than for Mose and Kia directly. The elder explains that Gant is trying to support their coming battle as a form of atonement for the disciple who strayed. The scene settles into a calmer moment at the village as preparations continue. Shiran and the villagers admire how imposing Mose looks in the new armor. Mose gratefully praises Shiran for the craftsmanship. He still cannot believe such heavy armor can feel almost weightless. When Shiran jokes that Kia would love seeing him like this, Mose becomes awkwardly self-conscious. That makes him realize Kia is missing, and he asks where she went. Shiran hints that she is making preparations of her own. A new set of footsteps announces her arrival. Kia returns dressed for battle and casually asks whether she kept them waiting. Mose is caught off guard by the sight of her. Kia excitedly admires Mose's new armor, and he notices she has new equipment as well. She explains that Master Shiran made her gear too, adapting one of Mose's old items for her. Shiran says he selected a suitable piece from Mose's collection and reforged it into protective leather armor for Kia. Mose recognizes it as the black mountain leather armor he once used, now transformed into something far better. Before the moment can linger, someone else approaches them. Master Gant arrives, sees that their preparations are complete, and is asked whether he will accompany them again. He says he must go to the capital on other business, answering with enough force to make Mose back off from pressing him. Shiran takes the cue to send the pair off and tells them to look after themselves. Gan quietly shares a tender farewell with the woman beside him, revealing the emotional weight of the departure. As an airship rises into the sky, those left behind watch it go and hope to meet them again. Night falls over the Asparagan Sorta sanctuary. The sanctuary stands quiet for only a moment before tension returns. Robin readies himself alone, sensing the threat that has come to his door. He recognizes the intruder before the confrontation even begins, Gainer. Robin remembers that when he first became a sorter, Gainer had been a senior he deeply respected. He recalls how villagers once praised Gainer for protecting them and preserving their lives. Those memories include Gainer standing among grateful people as a trusted guardian. Robin remembers the heartfelt thanks Gainer once received, proof of the admiration he inspired. That memory leads Robin to question whether recruiting Mose as a sorter triggered Gainer's hatred of players. He wonders if his own choice set this disaster in motion. Yoren appears from the shadows and presses him on that doubt. The blindfolded master identifies herself and joins the confrontation. She tells Robin to ask Gainer directly and pointedly asks whether he feels guilty. Robin refuses the accusation, insisting Mose deserved to become a sorter and that he has never regretted that decision. Yoren challenges him further by asking whether he can truly take responsibility for an immortal who cannot die. She argues that such a being can never be properly eliminated if he breaks the sorter's rules, making him a threat to their order. Robin rejects that logic and counters that Mose never betrayed anyone, while the true traitors are the rebels standing before him. Yoren accepts his answer with cold amusement, and says she likes that he has not changed. Then she attacks without warning, forcing Robin into immediate combat. The sanctuary shudders under the first clash. Yoren's opening assault tears through the structure with overwhelming force. Robin crashes through the corridor but recovers fast enough to stay in the fight. He rebukes Lozen for bringing destruction to the sanctuary itself. Yoren advances calmly, fully confident in her superiority. Her power erupts outward and devastates the grounds around the sanctuary. The attack races across the building like a cutting storm. Yoren follows through with another precise strike, keeping Robin under relentless pressure. Robin reads the attack and braces for the next exchange. Their blades collide violently in midair, either side yielding. Robin lands a heavy counter that finally knocks Yoren off balance. He presses forward, trying to seize momentum before she can recover. Robin unleashes a vertical slash meant to finish the exchange decisively. Yoren remains unnervingly composed even as the blow closes in. She twists away and turns Robin's attack into an opening for herself. Using that opening, she slips behind his guard with frightening speed. Yoren fires Aura Shoot, sending a concentrated blast at Robin from close range. Robin barely intercepts the blast, shocked by how quickly she chained the attack together. Even so, the impact tears into him and forces him back. He digs in and regains his footing before she can finish him. Robin assesses the damage in silence, realizing how dangerous her range technique has become. Yoren mocks him for recklessly blocking Aura Shoot with his own arm. She escalates the threat by asking whether he can survive taking the next one with his body as well. Invoking the 7th chapter of Feather, she releases a broader and more destructive wave of power. Robin answers with Air Current, planting himself to redirect the incoming force. He adds Comprehension, reading the flow of the attack to counter it more precisely. The redirected force tears across the battlefield and sends the exchange outward. The collision detonates against the sanctuary grounds, blasting apart stone and earth. The corridor and courtyard are ripped open by the shockwave. As the structure collapses around them, another figure enters the ruined battlefield. Guinir arrives and notes that Yoren's destructive sphere has grown larger, suspecting the mana crystal ball is responsible. Yoren gives no denial, only a cold, steady stare. Guinir asks how Robin, a man who cared only for strength, ended up at the center of this internal conflict. Robin admits that he did. That answer draws out Yoren's memory of how, from the moment she became a sorter, she pursued strength above all else. She had wanted her strength to become something others admired and followed. When that dream came true and younger sorters began revering her, she realized that admiration also made her responsible for them. She came to believe that the power she gained also bound her to the consequences borne by those who followed her. In her mind, that responsibility includes punishing their wrongdoing herself. She frames that harsh duty as discipline rather than cruelty. Yoren reminds Robin how many young and foolish sorters have died under the order they upheld. She accuses him of making all their sacrifices meaningless by recruiting an immortal player into the sorters. Calling him by name, she demands that Robin raise his sword and answer for that choice. Robin silently tightens his grip, accepting that words will not end this. Yoren formally declares herself as the master of Lozen and claims she fights to rebuild the sorter organization anew. Before the duel can settle, a weighted chain sickle suddenly cuts into the battlefield. Kalor appears and intercepts the attack, joining the fight at Robin's side. Sidon follows immediately, revealing himself as the wielder of the chain sickle. Kalor blocks Sidon's strike cleanly and prevents him from reaching Robin. He counters with a powerful slash that forces Sidon back. Sidon recovers and whips the chain around again, trying to regain control of the engagement. Kalor keeps moving, refusing to let the weapon dictate the pace. Sidon spreads the chain's reach across the hall, turning the space itself into a trap. He advances with confidence, certain the chain's range will corner Kalor. Kalor studies him in silence and quickly understands the weapon's true threat. He realizes the weighted chain sickle is designed not just to wound, but to steal an opponent's sword. Knowing Saiden's speed, Kalor understands that losing his blade would decide the fight instantly, and he struggles to find a way to attack without falling into that trap. Saiden taunts him for doing nothing but retreating despite being a master of Lausanne. Then Saiden seizes the initiative and lunges in to force a decisive exchange. He swings the chain in a wide arc to bind Kalor's options before striking. Kalor meets the attack head-on, cutting through the pressure instead of yielding more ground. The chain snaps around his blade and arm exactly as Saiden intended. Saiden thinks he has finally trapped Kalor and won the exchange, but the moment he commits, he is jolted by a sudden reversal and realizes Kalor has turned the trap against him. A chained swordsman senses an opening in the duel and hardens his resolve. He snaps his restraint taut, trying to seize control of the fight through his opponent's weapon arm. Believing he has trapped the elf swordsman's right arm, he prepares to finish the battle. The elf immediately turns that restraint into a killing angle and aims for a decapitation. His attack crashes down with lethal force. But the chained swordsman counters from below and disrupts the strike before it can land cleanly. The elf realizes too late that his advantage has vanished. His confidence breaks into confusion as the reversal catches him off guard. The chained swordsman slams him violently into the ground and takes back dominance. Pinned and stunned, the elf is mocked for misjudging the contest. His opponent declares that restraint only belongs to the stronger fighter, not the one who grabs first. Force-free, the elf lunges again in frustration rather than retreating. His anger spills out as he throws himself back into the attack. The chained swordsman calmly draws his blade to meet him head-on. The elf tries to overwhelm him with a close-range strike while still entangled in the chain. Instead of panicking, the chained swordsman praises the elf's last instinct as a true swordsman. Then he cuts through the opening and lands a decisive blow. The slash tears across the elf's side and ends the exchange. Bleeding and fading, the elf can only gasp in disbelief. The victor stands over him as blood pours from the fatal wound. He coldly judges that relying on a chain was never the path of a real swordsman. At that moment, a system quest confirms a purge order against named traitors, including Master Yorin and several swordists. Elsewhere, a one-eyed master named Yorin enters battle with full intent. Robin, a silver-haired swordsman, braces himself to face her. Their blades collide in a fierce opening clash. Yorin presses hard enough to drive Robin backward across the stone. She calls for Aura Shoot and unleashes a ranged sword technique. Robin is forced to evade a sweeping wave of blade aura. He cuts through the pressure while trying to read her power. Realizing Yorin is no longer holding back, Robin decides to answer in kind. He escalates the duel and releases a far stronger barrage of sword force. Yorin narrowly avoids the crossing strikes that tear through the plaza. The shockwaves rip apart the surroundings as the duel reaches master level. Yorin acknowledges that Robin has become formidable. A sudden shift in killing intent makes her sharpen her focus. She is struck by a cut she failed to fully anticipate, proof that Robin has truly grown. Robin steadies himself after landing the hit, no longer the weaker swordsman from before. Yorin admits he has not wasted the years since their last meeting. Even while reminding him he never defeated her in the past, she treats him as a worthy rival now. Robin agrees and thanks her for giving him this long-awaited chance. The two masters separate, measuring each other before the next exchange. Robin's expression hardens as memory and purpose settle into the duel. He recalls a much earlier meeting when Yorin once helped him up. That old bond resurfaces for an instant between enemies. Robin reflects that their confrontation was always inevitable, only delayed. Yorin remains composed, accepting the path that brought them here. Robin admits the timing feels abrupt, but not wrong. Yorin rejects the idea that this is sudden at all. She reminds him that from the moment swordists accepted their seals, they were prepared to kill one another if necessary. For her, this battle is simply the day they decide whose path lives on and whose rots away. Robin accepts that judgment without flinching. He openly declares himself master of a Saprogan and announces that he has come to execute the traitor Yorin. With that declaration, he charges to end the matter. Yorin meets his attack with calm confidence rather than outrage. She raises her blade for a final exchange. Their swords crash together with enough force to shake the battlefield. Robin senses the opening and commits everything to the clash. Yorin answers with a sudden counterstroke at point-blank range. Robin is cut across the neck before he can fully withdraw. The wound shocks him, but not enough to stop his hand. His blade continues forward despite the injury. Yorin realizes too late that he accepted the hit to create a killing line. Blood falls as Robin forces himself through the pain. The two impale each other in the same instant, and Yorin laughs at the brutal symmetry. She says that no matter how long swordsmen trade blows, death is decided by a single true strike. That final lesson becomes her last as the wound takes hold. Robin remains standing, grim and silent, while Yorin's strength leaves her. The quest updates to mark Master Yorin dead, confirming Robin's victory. At the Tikri's Information Guild Suburban Branch, officials begin assessing the aftermath of another massacre. A field report states that the attacker was eliminated immediately on sight. Investigators identify the dead assailant as a Losvan swordsman. They struggle to recall his name amid the chaos. The answer comes back as Asura. That identification lands heavily because the name is already tied to the traitor purge. His corpse lies among the blood and bodies of guild personnel he slaughtered. Investigators note that his seal was missing, suggesting someone removed or concealed it. From the records he searched, they infer that the sorters are now in internal conflict. A superior asks for the guild's own losses. The answer is devastating: 47 dead. 18 of them were administrative staff used as hostages before being sacrificed. Most of the rest were guild officers, including the Inquisitor, showing the attack targeted leadership as well as civilians. The investigator cannot yet identify who orchestrated the bloodshed. All she knows is that Asura attacked multiple information guilds without pattern. When the guild's forces arrived, he fought them savagely instead of fleeing. His behavior looked less like strategy than a deliberate death wish. With no sign of accomplices, the scene suggests he acted alone. Still, the investigator's suspicion deepens rather than easing. She cannot understand why the sorters have suddenly turned on each other with such madness. Deciding this is bigger than one incident, she moves at once. As head of the execution department, Asura orders the investigation department to report everything on every swordsman from now on. Meanwhile, at Asparagan Grand Plaza, two allies search for their missing master. They are told Master Gant split off to handle separate business. They then ask what Master Robin said before leaving. The answer is troubling. The traitors are somehow using the Information Guild, whether through sympathizers or coercion. That means even this plaza may already be under enemy surveillance. The immortal swordsman senses the rebellion beginning in earnest, and realizes his instincts have sharpened for it. A sudden warning in his body tells him danger is already near. He calls to Kia just as he pinpoints the threat. He tells her the enemy has already found them. Kia is stunned that assassins would move in a crowded public place. A pale-haired man steps out from among the civilians without fear. The immortal recognizes him as someone important before the name is spoken. He realizes this may be the swordsman he has heard about. A white-haired woman appears beside the man, revealing a coordinated pair. The allies understand there are two enemies, not one. The woman instantly chooses Kia as her target. She dives straight at Kia before the others can react. Her descending strike crashes down with playful enthusiasm and murderous intent. Bystanders panic, mistaking the sudden violence for random player killing. The immortal shouts for Kia while trying to identify the attackers. The pale-haired swordsman points at him and asks if he is Mose. He then orders the woman toward Langaroo. She answers by sending Kia toward Demont Hill instead. A pair of violet portals opens, splitting the battlefield and separating the targets. Kia and the immortal realize too late that they are being divided on purpose. With no time to resist, they commit to entering the portals. The enemies finalize the separation, sending each prey to a different destination. The scene shifts to a remote snowy mountain range. In a suburban area near Langaroo, the trap completes itself. The immortal emerges alone from the portal into the snow. His opponent greets him as the immortal and seems pleased to have drawn him personally. The immortal realizes the other swordsman deliberately left Kia to his partner and chose him instead. The man treats that choice as an honor rather than a tactic. He introduces himself as Zariv of Lozvan and demands a full-power duel. The immortal accepts without hesitation. He summons his armor and battle stance in a burst of power. Now fully armed, he warns Zariv that he will regret provoking him. The snowy silence breaks as the duel begins. They rush each other across the snow and exchange the first blows. Zariv fights with relaxed confidence, testing rather than straining. The immortal answers with a heavy upward strike that forces Zariv to respect his strength. He follows by invoking Etoria's swordsmanship and raising his power further. A sweeping arc drives Zariv back and proves the immortal can pressure him directly. The immortal chains that momentum into another crushing slash. He keeps pressing, trying to overwhelm Zariv before the man can settle into rhythm. Zariv blocks, but the impact still batters him and sends sparks flying. He slides through the snow to absorb the force. Even while hurt, he casually praises the weight behind the immortal's attacks. Then he compares that weight to Kalor, implying the immortal still falls short of the strongest swordsman he knows. The name immediately catches the immortal's attention. When asked, he admits he has met Kalor once before. He remembers being overwhelmed by Kalor's sheer level in the past. But hearing Zariv rank his own strikes against Kalor's now gives him a new measure of both men. Zariv explains that Kalor is currently the strongest swordsman in Lozvan. Though he and Kalor parted over conflicting beliefs, Zariv welcomes this duel because he wants to defeat Kalor by his own strength someday. With that conviction laid bare, he attacks again with renewed intensity. The two trade another rapid series of hard collisions in the snow. Zariv's blade work stays orthodox on the surface, but its timing keeps shifting in subtle ways. The immortal reads the style as mostly conventional and initially judges Zariv manageable, despite the unpredictable variations. Yet, in the middle of the exchange, an eerie mismatch unsettles him, because Zariv's sword is moving at him while his senses fail to fully register the threat. The armored fighter realizes his opponent lacks the same hatred for immortals that drove Guinir and Azura, and that absence unsettles him. Facing the wounded traitor in the snow, he presses him directly instead of finishing the fight. He demands to know whether betrayal came from resentment toward immortals or from some deeper conviction. The traitor casually admits he never even thought that far about it. That answer shocks the swordsman more than the betrayal itself. When he protests that such a choice should require serious thought, the traitor dismisses the idea entirely. The traitor explains that lofty talk about immortals means nothing to him, and that he simply admired Ginner's defiance. What he truly wanted was the chaos and struggle that follows someone who rebels against the established order. In the end, his betrayal came from a selfish desire to become stronger. Accepting that answer, the swordsman changes the question and turns the conversation back on himself. The traitor points out that the swordsman is clearly superior and could have ended the duel already. He asks why that killing blow never came. The swordsman is forced to admit that if he had fought without restraint from the start, the battle would already be over. He finally understands his hesitation. Despite everything, he does not want to kill this man. He reflects that in this world, killing feels real in every sense, making the burden far heavier than in ordinary games. Every life he has taken before had some necessity behind it, from desperate battles to acts of defense. He remembers those earlier moments as proof that he never killed without a reason. Those deaths came in response to immediate danger or undeniable evil. That is why this fight feels different and morally unresolved to him. The traitor interrupts his thoughts and demands an answer. The swordsman declares that the traitor is not truly his enemy, and that he has no reason to kill him. The traitor cannot understand why reason matters when he has already branded himself a traitor. The swordsman argues that without a real ideological conflict, killing each other without even trying to understand one another would be unjustifiable. The traitor answers with chilling certainty that it would be justified anyway. That merciless logic leaves the swordsman wondering whether the man feels anything at all. The traitor reduces death to a game mechanic, reminding him that killing an immortal only grants experience points. That blunt answer leaves the swordsman momentarily speechless. The scene abruptly shifts as someone steps out through a portal. An elf swordwoman arrives from the rift and surveys the area. She appears on the Munthill near Lake Silodi, far from the snowy battlefield. Tude immediately recognizes that someone has come for her. The newcomer reveals she expected Tude to follow and came prepared for a private confrontation. With unsettling delight, the white-haired woman says she chose Tude because she found her beautiful. She makes it clear that she arranged this meeting so no one could interfere with them. The peaceful lakeside setting only sharpens the threat hanging over the encounter. The woman admires the scenery as if she were hosting a date instead of an execution. She says she loves this place because flowers named after her bloom there in abundance. Then she asks Tude whether she likes it as the place where she will die. Tude dryly agrees that the place is beautiful, refusing to be cowed. But she immediately turns that beauty into mockery. She vows that after Tude dies, only the flower will remain and the person behind the name will vanish. The white-haired swordswoman laughs at Tude's inability to provoke her properly. Before Tude can answer, she launches the first attack. Instead of striking cleanly, she suddenly kisses Tude and throws her off balance. The unexpected move completely scrambles Tude's composure. Flushed and furious, Tude recoils in confusion. The attacker only grows more amused, teasing Tude for being adorable when upset. She treats the fight like play, promising to toy with her more. Then she dives back into combat with manic enthusiasm. Tude recovers just in time to meet the renewed assault. She steadies her rapier and prepares to counter. The white-haired swordswoman closes in at high speed, still smiling. Their blades clash in a rapid exchange that tests Tude's reflexes. Tude uses the terrain and her footing to redirect the attack. She slips through the pressure and regains space between them. That small success finally earns a flicker of surprise from her opponent. Tude gathers aura into her rapier, shifting from defense to offense. She unleashes a descending barrage meant to pin the woman down. The white-haired swordswoman blocks and weathers the storm with brute skill. Even so, the force of the exchange tears at her footing. She lands hard but remains ready to continue. For the first time, she sounds genuinely impressed. She notices that one of her boots has been damaged in the exchange. Tude seizes the moment to mock her for relying on flimsy fashion over function. The taunt finally angers the woman, who vows revenge for the ruined custom boots. She plants herself again and commits fully to the next charge. Now openly enraged, she rushes Tude head-on. She brings down a massive aura blade that threatens to split Tude in two. Tude narrowly slips past the strike instead of trying to stop it. She keeps moving, knowing a direct block would be fatal. The woman grudgingly praises Tude's evasiveness. Then she escalates by forcing Tude to dodge not just her sword, but the aura attacks it releases. She invokes Feather, revealing a named technique that expands her threat range. Tude is alarmed to realize her opponent can use Feather as well. A huge dark impact gouges the ground and turns the battlefield into a cratered trap. Tude sprints along the edge of the devastation to avoid being swallowed by it. When Tude points out that she is destroying the place she claimed to love, the woman dismisses the contradiction. She argues that the damage does not matter because nature can recover. To her, anything living can simply be replaced as long as it grows back. She follows with Aura Shoot, sending multiple crescent projectiles through the air. Tude is forced into a desperate retreat as the blasts carve up the hillside around her. She realizes in shock that her opponent can fire several Aura Shoots at once. Even while dodging, Tude recognizes that the enemy's sword itself is highly specialized. The woman confirms that Tude has judged the weapon correctly. She proudly explains that she remodeled the blade to suit Losven's swordsmanship and maximize aura projection. With that revelation, she warns Tude that knowing the truth will not save her. She readies another volley with complete confidence. Then she declares that caution is useless and floods the field with more attacks. Tude can only keep dodging as the projectiles rain down faster than she can parry. One blast finally tears into her side. The hit confirms how little margin for error she has left. More crescent shots continue to close in from every angle. Bleeding and cornered, Tude still keeps moving through the barrage. The woman notices Tude tiring and starts taunting her between attacks. Tude strains to block what she can, but the pressure is becoming overwhelming. Another strike rips through her clothing and defense. She grits her teeth and refuses to collapse. Tude realizes she cannot possibly intercept every projectile with her rapier alone. What frightens her most is that the woman shows no sign of slowing despite the mana cost. She concludes that this opponent is not merely strong, but one of the elite swordswomen of Lozvan. The woman, still smiling, mocks Tude for gasping and calls her little kitty again. Growing bored with pure combat, she abruptly decides to interrogate Tude instead. Her first question is whether Tude is romantically involved with the immortal traveling beside her. The question catches Tude completely off guard. Seeing that reaction, the woman assumes the answer is obvious and tells her not to bother responding. She says that if Tude keeps an immortal close, there must be a personal reason behind it. Tude snaps back that Mose is simply her colleague as a sort of asparagus. That answer makes the woman's expression harden, because to her the very premise is impossible. She insists that swords exist to protect the balance of the world, and therefore an immortal can never truly be one. From there she launches into a doctrine of hatred, blaming immortals for years of theft, murder, and social ruin. She claims they have corrupted the land ever since they first appeared in it. Tude rejects that argument and points out that violence and greed existed long before immortals did. The woman concedes that ordinary people commit evil too, but says immortals are worse precisely because they are immortal. In her view, their power and persistence make their crimes fundamentally different from everyone else's. She declares immortals to be the darkness of the world and says Ginner's hatred proved the only proper response is annihilation. Tude counters that some immortals genuinely struggle and sacrifice themselves to solve these problems, and asks whether those people deserve extermination too. The woman mocks the very idea of calling an immortal's suffering a sacrifice. Tude answers with personal conviction, insisting that Mose truly did sacrifice himself for her. The woman dismisses that pain as meaningless because an immortal can eventually come back. Tude admits that Mose did return, but refuses to let that erase what happened. She argues that death still inflicts the same terror and agony on immortals, and that this shared pain gives their sacrifice real value. Her words are backed by the memory of Mose dying in front of her. That memory still breaks her composure and reveals how deeply it scarred both of them. She insists that immortality does not make a person's willingness to die for someone else worthless. The woman rejects that outright. She argues that immortals owe that much because too many ordinary people die permanently because of them. Still clinging to that belief, she attacks again with lethal intent. Tude raises her rapier and endures another storm of aura blades. The impacts tear up the ground and fill the battlefield with dust and debris. Half blinded, Tude realizes she can no longer see where the next strike will come from. A hidden aura slash cuts through the dust toward her. It catches her and hurls her violently through the air. Stunned and bleeding, Tude struggles to understand what just hit her. She crashes to the ground in a cloud of dirt. The woman senses blood and assumes the fight is finally over. She sneers that risking herself for an immortal was a foolish choice from the start. Certain of victory, she says Tude should have surrendered when warned. She calmly raises her sword for the finishing blow. Promising a quick death, she unleashes a final sweeping execution strike. The attack detonates across the ground in a blinding cascade of aura. But within the explosion, something moves that should not have survived. A body drops through the dust instead of being cut apart. The smoke continues to billow, hiding the outcome from both fighters. The woman pauses and wonders whether Tude is finally dead. She advances cautiously toward the settling dust. When the cloud thins, the place where Tude should be is empty. The woman is jolted into alarm by the sudden disappearance. She realizes Tude must have taken the attack and escaped through it somehow, but cannot tell where she went. A disturbance on the lake gives away the answer. Tude bursts upward from the water, wounded but alive, launching herself back into the fight from an unexpected angle. A white-haired swordswoman is caught off guard by a sudden threat at close range. She realizes too late that the attack is already upon her. Her dark-haired opponent commits to the strike despite the emotional strain on her face. The blade flashes forward with lethal speed. The two women wound each other in the same exchange, turning the duel into a mutual kill. Both collapse against each other, choking through the pain as the cost of the fight becomes immediate. The world falls quiet around them, as if the battle has already ended. Blood drips from the sword, confirming the blow was fatal. The white-haired swordswoman struggles to breathe and coughs blood as death closes in. Her opponent can only stare, exhausted and horrified by what she has done. The dying woman falls back onto the grass while the victor remains frozen beside her. Even on the ground, the white-haired swordswoman is still conscious enough to face her killer. The survivor pants heavily, shaken and barely holding herself together. Her strength gives out, and she drops to her knees beside the woman she defeated. Now able to look closely, she begins to truly see the person she killed rather than just an enemy. She realizes the fallen swordswoman is still very young. That realization deepens as she understands this girl must have endured a brutal path similar to her own to reach such skill. Overcome with grief, She wonders whether this tragedy ever needed to happen at all. The dying swordswoman weakly lifts a hand toward her. The survivor is startled by the gentleness of that final gesture. With her last strength, the white-haired girl comforts her instead of cursing her, telling her she is beautiful even in tears. The survivor confesses that she believed she would win, but now thinks she may have lost because she chose the wrong side from the beginning. The dying girl rejects that self-blame and says the fault belongs to all of them. A quest notice makes the larger truth explicit. This was a purge of named traitors, and several swordsers on both sides are already dead. The survivor is suddenly hit by the pain of her own injuries. She realizes she is badly wounded and covered in blood herself. Her vision starts to blur, showing that the duel has left her near collapse too. Her body begins to fail as consciousness slips. Thinking of Mose, she falls beside the woman she killed. The story shifts to night in the city, where another part of the conflict is unfolding. A one-eyed master named Gainer waits in the street with cold composure. He answers a report delivered through a crystal ball. He learns that Asura is dead and that the execution department moved after the attack on the Information Guild. The report adds that the swordsers of Takriz now openly oppose him. Gainer accepts the setback and asks about the information Asura had gathered. He is told that one master and two swordsers relocated to a small town in Vanderfell, though the intelligence arrived too late. When Gainer asks whether those swordsers were encountered, the answer is yes. The report confirms that all of them are dead. The messenger braces himself and says there is still one more urgent matter. He reveals that the immortal Mose has returned, making Gainer react at once. He further reports that the swordsman Zariv is currently fighting Mose. Rather than worry, Gainer finds the situation intriguing. Elsewhere, Mose reflects that the immortals he met were ruthlessly rational, judging everyone by usefulness. He admits that part of him admired that clarity. His opponent argues that humans naturally grow through conflict and that fighting is proof of their true nature. The man urges Mose to stop denying that instinct and embrace violence as humanity's essence. He attacks with a blade wrapped in blue power, pressing that philosophy through force. Mose narrowly evades the strike. The empowered slash tears through the space between them. The attacker follows with overwhelming force, shattering the ground and dominating the exchange. The impact leaves the battlefield broken apart. Confident in his superiority, the man calls the difference between them overwhelming. Believing he has proven his point, he tells Mose it is time to kill him. Mose refuses and instead demands that he surrender. The man remembers Mose once saying he needed conflict to understand something. He raises his knife as if he has found a way to force that understanding. He threatens to start killing random people in Langaru if Mose does not kill him within 10 seconds. He begins counting down without hesitation. Mose tries to stop him, but words alone cannot break the countdown. The man keeps counting as he advances, turning time itself into a weapon. Mose desperately argues that this does not have to happen. The countdown continues while the two close the distance in the snow. Mose tightens his grip, forced toward a decision he does not want to make. At the final seconds, both men realize the moment of choice has arrived. Mose lunges first. Blood hits the snow, showing the clash ended in a killing blow. Mose catches the man as he falls, having stabbed him through the body. Dying, the man tells Mose that this ordeal has made him stronger, yet questions why Mose still looks so anguished. Mose can only breathe in shock, unable to answer. Snow and silence swallow the battlefield as the man's life fades. With his last words, the man says Mose now seems more like an immortal than he does. Later, in Asparagan Square, Mose's companions wait for someone who has not arrived. They begin to worry that the delay means something is wrong. One suggests calling through the crystal ball while another hesitates. Their concern is interrupted when the missing companion finally calls out to them. Sharon arrives cheerfully, instantly lifting the mood. The three reunite warmly after a long separation. That reunion is contrasted with the memory of the violence they all survived. Sharon notes that this is their first meeting since the Lydorn incident. They admit the aftermath of death hit them hard, with one of them even getting sick from it. The oldest among them decides they should move somewhere private before discussing anything serious. Just as they are about to leave, Sharon stops them with another surprise. She says she wants to introduce them to someone first. A joke about it being a boyfriend is immediately shut down. The newcomer approaches politely. He introduces himself as Kellyan and says he has heard much about Sharon's friends. Sharon proudly presents him to the group. She hypes him up as a rare mage and a ranker, though he modestly downplays it. Kellyan explains that his rank fell long ago and hopes he will not burden the party. The others are thrilled at the idea of having a mage join them. They invite him along as they head to Kobold Beer to talk. Inside the tavern, the conversation turns serious again. They confirm that the gate incident was caused by something inside the White Tower and are relieved it has been resolved. Kellyan adds that residents now view the players more positively because of what happened, especially because of Mose. They mention that Circuit TV is celebrating Mose's performance and the sheer scale of the enemies he defeated. The broadcast imagery emphasizes how overwhelming Mose's feat looked to the public. That praise gives way to an uneasy silence at the table. They admit they still have not been able to contact Mose and begin wondering where he is. The story returns to Demont Hill, where the answer lies. Mose searches the area using coordinates, trying to find his missing companion. He discovers the aftermath of the duel, with two bodies lying by the lakeside. The sight shocks him instantly. He rushes to Kia and gathers her into his arms. Panicked, he begs her to wake up. When he touches the wound, he realizes how much blood she has lost. He understands at once that the stab wound is dangerously deep. Refusing to accept her death, he resolves that he will not let her die. He opens a portal to Asparagon and carries her through it toward help. He arrives at a major hospital in Asparagon at sunset. Bursting in with Kia in his arms, he begs the staff to save her. The doctors demand an explanation, and he tells them she was stabbed. They quickly identify the complication. She is a half-elf resident, while he is a player. A doctor takes charge and orders immediate treatment to stop the bleeding and close the wound. They explain that player recovery potions do not work on residents, so ordinary medicine must be used instead. Because the bleeding is severe, the doctor asks whether Mose still has enough health points left. When he says yes, she proposes an emergency transfusion of health and tells him to change clothes and return immediately. As the transfusion begins, Mose can only repeat Kia's name in fear. Lying beside her, he silently begs her to survive while his own vitality is fed into her. The blood line slowly fills, showing the transfer is working. After surgery, the doctor reports that Kia is out of immediate danger and the suturing succeeded. She adds that Mose's health transfusion made the difference, saving Kia with what would normally require several players. Relief finally breaks through Mose's fear as he thanks Kia for holding on. The doctor warns that because she lost so much blood, she will remain unconscious for some time. A nurse then informs Mose that Kia's crystal ball is receiving a call and asks whether he will answer it. The caller is Robin, who thinks he is speaking to Kia and asks for a status report. When Mose identifies himself, Robin is immediately alarmed. Mose explains that they split up to fight the traitors and that Kia was badly injured in the process, though she is now in the Asparagon hospital. He reassures Robin that she is safe and that the doctor says she will recover. Robin, injured but steady, tells Mose not to worry about him. He then reveals his next move. He intends to pursue Gleinier and bring him down. Robin orders Mose to stay behind and protect Kia while he goes with the remaining swordsers. Mose refuses inwardly, saying he owes Gleinier a debt and knows Gleinier is also searching for him. He openly asks Robin to let him be the one to go. Mose insists on it with complete conviction. Robin understands that this is not simple recklessness but a personal obligation. He decides Mose may indeed be the one best suited to settle that debt. Robin tells him that Gleinier has headed to Langaroo. He adds that Gleinier already killed 4 swordsers from Tikris. Robin also warns that Gleinier was only slightly injured in those killings. He concludes that Gleinier knows his rebellion is over, but that does not make him less dangerous. Robin reminds Mose that Gleinier is the strongest master in Losvian and must not be underestimated. Even so, he gives Mose his blessing and wishes him luck. Before leaving, Mose promises the unconscious Kia that he will be beside her when she wakes. He steps out of the hospital already committed to the hunt. Using a teleportation stone, he departs for Langaroo. He arrives in the snowy wilderness where Gleinier passed through. Mose walks out of the portal alone, focused and silent. He finds blood in the snow, confirming he is on the right trail. He recognizes that this is exactly what he expected to find. Ahead of him, Gleinier waits in the snow and calmly says he knew Mose would be the first to arrive. An eye-patched swordsman appears in the snow and declares himself beyond death. He mocks the young knight for still coming to face him even after dying once, and demands to know what he hopes to gain. The knight grips his sword and answers that he has come for his own sake. He advances with renewed resolve, vowing to protect everything that makes him who he is. Gleinier rejects that claim and insists the knight has no place among those who preserve balance because he only disrupts it. Mose fires back that Gleinier speaks of balance while destroying another balance himself. He accuses Gleinier's twisted logic of getting countless swordsmen killed. Gleinier coldly answers that restoring a broken order always demands sacrifice. He claims only the victor has the right to decide whether a new balance can be built on those deaths. Certain of his own supremacy, Gleinier declares that he will be that victor. Mose recalls the extermination order that branded Gleinier and the others as traitors, realizing how many masters and swordsmen have already fallen. He launches forward before Gleinier can fully seize the initiative. Mose commits himself to stopping Gleinier here no matter the cost. Gleinier notices that Mose now dares to confront him head-on and begins to reassess him. He wonders whether Mose has truly changed or is only pretending to be fearless. To test that, Gleinier strikes first with overwhelming speed. Mose immediately realizes that even blocking Gleinier's blows is brutally difficult. The force of the exchange throws Mose backward across the snow. Gleinier calmly shifts into another technique. He unleashes Aura Shoot, channeling a massive wave of sword aura through his blade. The attack tears across the battlefield in a huge blue arc. Mose is stunned by the sheer scale of Gleinier's aura. The blast engulfs the area in blinding force. Gleinier remains steady inside the storm he created. Mose survives the first wave and braces himself amid the swirling impact. He calls out to Sharma, planning to force Gleinier to dodge. At the same time, he prepares Churma in his other hand to strike from Gleinier's blind side. Mose bets everything on landing a single decisive hit. Sharma shoots toward Gleinier as planned. Mose closes in behind the attack, expecting Gleinier to be pinned between the two threats. But Gleinier reads the trap instantly. He counters first, and drives his blade into Mose before the plan can unfold. Without pausing, Gleinier follows through with ruthless momentum. He hammers Mose again at close range and breaks his rhythm completely. The impact sends Mose crashing through the snow. Gleiner recovers his stance with total composure, barely troubled. Mose struggles up and spits blood into the snow. A system notice tells him he still has 70% of his health left. He curses himself for underestimating Gainer's reach, but his recovery item restores a small amount of health and keeps him in the fight. Refusing to die the same way again, Mose steels himself and swears he will survive this time. He accepts the wound as the price of misreading Gainer's movement. Even so, Mose decides that pressing the attack is still his best option. He surges forward again with a shout, forcing another direct clash. Gleiner watches his persistence with amused contempt. He sneers that Mose's desperate struggle reminds him of an insect. Then Mose notices Gainer's stance and recognizes something dangerous in it. Gleiner shifts into another chapter of his swordsmanship. He releases Feather, a red crescent-like sphere of sword aura that expands around him. Mose refuses to retreat and orders his sword onward. Sharma and Mose's own blade crash against the red aura sphere. The collision erupts into a violent storm of blue and red energy. The sphere grinds against his attacks instead of breaking cleanly. Mose keeps pouring mana into the clash, but his reserves drop to 60%. He continues forcing the contest and watches his mana plunge from half to 30%. Still straining against the pressure, he drives himself until only 10% remains. At last he cracks Feather, shocking Gleiner for the first time. Mose pushes until his mana nearly bottoms out, and the engraved sword summon state ends. As the summoned blade disperses, Mose realizes he has one brief opening. He calls Atoria back into his hands to exploit it. Mose dives straight into the gap, forcing his sword through the collapsing aura. His strike pierces the barrier and reaches Gleiner. Mose realizes in disbelief that he has actually broken through Feather. Gleiner acknowledges the feat and admits Mose has pierced the strongest feather in Lozien. He addresses Mose by name, no longer dismissing him as lightly as before. But Gleiner immediately counters with a close slash of his own. The blade cuts across Mose before he can fully withdraw. Gleiner presses the advantage with another merciless follow-up. Mose cries out as the second hit drives deeper into his armor and flesh. For an instant, even Gleiner is surprised when his sword catches and fails to twist freely. Mose laughs through the pain and taunts him for getting his blade stuck. He reveals that his armor has trapped the sword just enough to deny Gleiner a clean finishing motion. Gleiner bristles at the insult and his composure cracks. In anger, he expands another red aura sphere to crush Mose at point-blank range. Mose strains against it and realizes the sphere will reach him if he stays where he is. He understands that once the sword aura touches him directly, it will tear him apart almost instantly. A separate sword suddenly enters the battlefield. The newcomer's strike intercepts the red sphere and halts its advance. Gleiner is caught off guard by the unexpected interference. The new blade cuts cleanly through the red aura. Mose recognizes the technique and the sword behind it. Even Gleiner realizes the attack is about to break through. Mose endures the lingering pain as the pressure around him collapses. The red sphere is driven back, forcing Gleiner to disengage. The battlefield clears enough for the new arrival to step in. Gleiner turns toward the intruder as the snow settles. A familiar voice remarks that it has been a long time. Master Gant appears in front of Mose, and Mose is stunned by his teacher's arrival. Gleiner greets him calmly, confirming the old connection between them. He addresses Gant not as an enemy stranger, but as his teacher. Gant praises Feather as worthy of its reputation as Lozien's strongest version of the technique. He tells Mose that his desperate answer was a long shot, but also the best possible choice against Feather. Gant calls it a wise response, leaving Mose bewildered. Gleiner rejects that praise and says it was not wisdom but mere struggle. Then he demands to know why Gant has come. Gleiner asks whether Gant came intending to die by the hand of his own student. Gant dismisses the idea of seeking death and says he came to take responsibility instead. He declares that he must awaken his disciple, who followed the same wrong path as his teacher. Gant accepts that this duty may require killing Gleiner. He frames even that death as one final lesson for the disciple who replaced Gleiner. Gleiner repeats the words with dark amusement, testing their meaning. He challenges Gant to prove what lesson such a death could possibly teach. Then Gleiner attacks, insisting that a disciple who does not die can still learn from it. Mose is shaken by the sheer force released from the clash between master and student. Gant presses Gleiner and notes that he has grown weaker. Seeing Gleiner occupied, Mose decides this is his chance to rejoin the fight. He rushes in through the snow toward the duel. Mose charges while Gant keeps Gleiner engaged from above. Gleiner notices the pincer attack and instantly recalculates. He slips low and moves to break their coordination. Gant is startled when Gleiner suddenly closes the distance on him instead. Gleiner lashes out and sends Gant flying, cursing him as he does. Mose tries to punish the opening with a downward strike. Gleiner senses the attack at the last moment. Gant recovers fast enough to swing again and keep pressure on Gleiner. His blade finally lands and draws blood from Gleiner. Gleiner snarls at the old man, angered by the wound. He answers with a barrage of continuous slashes to overwhelm Gant. The relentless assault shatters Gant's guard. Gant grits through the damage, but is clearly being driven back. Gleiner declares that this is the proper end for a swordsman already marked for elimination. Mose desperately calls both Gant and Sharma, trying to intervene. Sharma shoots back into the fight at his command. Gainer notices the incoming blade and Gant's movement at the same time. He realizes Mose can no longer fire the sword aura directly. Mose confirms it himself, admitting he is out of mana and must rely on the sword physically. Even so, he keeps rushing to save Gant. Gant seizes Sharma and turns it into his own counterattack. Mose follows through with a shout, trusting Gant's opening. Gainer is momentarily surprised by the improvised handoff. Gant swings Sharma with full force to pin Gainer in place. That opening lets Mose close in from Gainer's blind side with the Toria. Mose's strike finally wounds Gainer, drawing blood. Gant immediately shouts for Mose to use the swordsmanship of the straight line. Mose freezes for a beat, stunned by the name of the forbidden technique. Then he raises his sword and begins invoking the swordsmanship of the straight line. Gainer laughs as he recognizes exactly what Mose is attempting. He realizes this hidden style was the trump card Mose had been relying on. Mose is shaken that Gainer knows it on sight. Gainer reveals that he too knows the swordsmanship of the straight line and prepares the same art. Gant braces himself, seeing the cursed technique return in Gainer's hands. A sudden slash catches Gant before he can fully defend. Mose cries out in horror as Gant is struck. Gainer admits he had sworn never to use this cursed swordsmanship again, but Gant's return forced him back into that buried past. His expression hardens as old resentment resurfaces. Mose urgently tells Gant to fire the technique before Gainer can finish. Gainer rejects the entire legacy, declaring that Gant and this corrupt organization should vanish rather than pass their teachings on, especially to someone as decent as Mose. Mose realizes Gainer is moving faster than he can answer. He understands Gainer's blade will reach Gant before his own can stop it. Gainer's dark strike cuts through first while Mose and the wounded Gant are still a step too late. Mose can only stare in shock at what has just happened. In the snowy battlefield, the eye-patched swordsman senses something wrong just as the old master collapses in blood. The elder crashes into the snow, leaving no doubt that his wound is fatal. Even while coughing blood, Master Gant forces himself to stay conscious. Gainer realizes in horror that his master is dying. His shock breaks into a desperate cry for his teacher. As death closes in, Gant's mind drifts back to a peaceful departure from home. He remembers being called by name and turning back one last time. Peth had asked him to return safely again, as she always did. He had answered with affection and a promise to come back soon. That memory extends to Gainer as well, who had once stood beside him before setting out. The younger man had accepted that farewell in quiet trust. Gainer reflects that the people born in this world live fully real lives within it. Even if they were artificially created, their lives are no less genuine than his own. His memories of living among them feel just as real and meaningful. The dying master clings to Peth's name as his final thoughts return to what he loved. Gainer hears his master's fading voice and is shaken to the core. The eye-patched enemy notices the change in Gainer immediately. Gainer's grief triggers solar rampage, surrounding him with violent black-red flame. The enemy dismisses the power as some unknown trick but does not retreat. Instead, he declares that Gainer will die by the very swordsmanship he relies on most. Gainer realizes that solar rampage normally erupts from emotional agitation. It is usually born from rage and madness, and it burns away the user's life every second. But now, in a state of eerie calm, Gainer gains control of the rampage and converts lost health into rising power. Rather than chasing raw strength, he focuses completely on reading every detail of his opponent's form. He studies the perfect straightness of the enemy's sword path. He also reads the exact placement of the feet that support that style. Through that observation, he begins to see through the straight-line swordsmanship itself. He answers with the same ultimate straight-line movement, turning the enemy's own art back on him. For the first time, the eye-patched swordsman is visibly rattled. Gainer's blade tears through the snow in a decisive counter. The exchange leaves Gainer standing, but the rampage has nearly consumed him, dropping him to a sliver of life. He realizes too late how brutally solar rampage drains his body. His opponent, now wounded and coughing blood, cannot understand what just happened. The man stares at Gainer and demands to know how he was beaten. Master Gant answers for him, saying the man has once again fallen to that same swordsmanship, just as he once lost an eye to Gon. Humiliated, the eye-patched swordsman lashes out and tells the dying elder to be silent. Gant ignores the threat and offers Gainer one final lesson as his teacher. He tells the enemy to look back at the blood he has spilled and the countless lives he has taken. Then he reminds him of the oath he once swore to protect others. Gainer forces himself toward his master despite his failing body. He reaches Gant's side, desperate to hear him out. Tears run down Gainer's face as he listens in silence. The eye-patched swordsman, still clinging to his conviction, asks whether Gainer still believes he is the one who harmed the balance. He struggles to answer, insisting that he must protect something. In his mind, everything he has done was to shield this world from immortals corrupting it. Gainer suddenly realizes the man is preparing to escape with the portal stone. He tries to move after him, but his body refuses. With his health nearly gone, Gainer can only watch in frustration as the chance slips away. The eye-patched swordsman activates the portal stone and calls for transport to Demont Hill. The crystal flares, opening a way out. Even while fleeing, he brands Gainer a traitor. But a new swordsman steps out of a portal and reveals he has been waiting for this moment. The newcomer's seal marks him as one of the organization's elite. Alyugin, master of decrees, announces that he has come to punish the traitor. His strike lands before the fugitive can escape. The eye-patch man is stunned by the sudden intervention. Badly hurt, he staggers but still tries to continue the escape. He activates another portal stone, this time aiming for Toiko. A second portal opens beside him. From it emerges Mida, master of Toiko, also declaring judgment on the traitor. Their coordinated attack cuts him down again before he can flee. He coughs blood and begins to lose strength rapidly. His body buckles and blood spills into the snow. Guinea can only watch the collapse from a distance. Still refusing to surrender, the traitor reaches for yet another portal stone and calls for Asparagon. His fading eye shows he is close to death. Even so, he forces the activation through sheer will. A third portal opens, and another figure appears. The newcomer identifies himself as Robin, master of Asparagon. Robin calmly states that he too has come to punish the traitor. The eye-patched swordsman recognizes that the net has fully closed around him. Snow falls over the silent mountains as the final confrontation settles into place. The dying man recognizes Robin and understands who has come for him. Robin draws his sword without emotion, while the traitor falls quiet. Surrounded by 3 masters and unable to escape, the traitor is finally cornered. He asks the immortal before him whether he was wrong after all. Guinea answers that he was, and at that moment a healing effect restores Guinea's depleted life. The traitor repeats the question, shaken by the certainty of that judgment. Guinea admits that the distortions spreading through the world are caused by immortals like himself. He includes both himself and the native people of this world in the damage that has been done. He names every race touched by that suffering, from elves and Olympus to trolls, and he adds humans as well, making clear that no people have been spared. His point is that all living beings carry flaws and distortions, not just immortals. The traitor mocks that answer as an attempt to spread the blame. To him, Guinea's view sounds naive and idealistic. Guinea accepts that the man would see it that way. Robin then states that those who truly seek to correct distortions and protect balance are one and the same. He broadens that principle across every kind of being, including players and half-elves. What matters, he says, is not race but the will to preserve balance. Guinea recognizes the truth in that much, even if the rest remains unresolved. The traitor acknowledges the point with grim resignation. Still, he insists that history belongs to whoever survives to write it. Before the end, Guinea asks what truly happened between him and Master Gant. The man resists answering directly, as if the truth is the one thing he still cannot surrender. He suddenly lunges, trying to seize one last opening. As he moves, he reflects that even at death's door there are things a person refuses to lose. He slips close to Guinea in a final desperate gamble. His hand reaches for the red gem set in Guinea's sword. He grabs hold of it with bloody fingers. Guinea is caught off guard by the sudden theft attempt. He jerks the sword away and counters immediately. The strike flashes through the snowy air. Blood stains the snow as the blow lands, and Guinea's level rises from the kill. The system confirms the traitor's death and updates the extermination quest that had already marked many of the organization's own as dead. Later, aboard Robin's airship above the mountains, the battle is over but its meaning lingers. Guinea opens his inventory and retrieves a small black sphere left behind. He realizes it is Guinea's core. The core is pitch black, tiny yet unnaturally heavy. Seeing it, he wonders whether the man's heart blackened his core or whether his heart had long since been charred by what he became. His thoughts are interrupted when Robin calls for Mose and asks if he is ready. The scene shifts to Master Gant's body laid out in rest. Mose stands over his fallen teacher in silence, unable to hide his grief. Robin informs him that Gant will be cremated at the Shining Mountain. He adds that the other fallen sorters and masters from the conflict will receive the same end. Mose asks how many lives this internal war has cost. Robin answers that 16 sorters and 5 masters have died. Despite the loss, Robin says he approved of what Mose said to Guinea. He specifically praises the speech Mose gave in the heat of battle. Embarrassed, Mose downplays it as something he blurted out in the moment. Robin tells him he already understands that. What matters is that Mose is carrying guilt over the incident. Robin admits he has his own reason for feeling that way, since he was the one who recruited Mose into the sorters. He has wondered whether that choice deepened Mose's hostility toward players. He asks the question plainly because even he was shaken by what happened. Yet Robin says he has never regretted making Mose a sorter. For that reason, he tells Mose not to drown in guilt, just as Mose himself told Guinea. Mose answers that he has never regretted becoming a sorter either. Robin warmly agrees and knocks away the self-reproach with familiar ease. Then his tone hardens as he says the real trial begins now. He explains that their organization must suspend missions for the time being. The deaths are one reason, but the deeper problem is that the Sorter Seal has stopped granting its former advantages. At the same time, the Information Guild has begun a major surveillance campaign against them. By that, he means the Guild's execution department has started moving. When Mose asks what that means, Robin identifies them as the Information Guild's practical military arm. They are known as the Inquisitors, survivors hardened by the untamed new continent and feared as monsters. Mose understands at once that the threat is severe. He recalls that Inquisitors once aided him in Tikris and realizes they may now turn against their organization. That memory makes the political shift feel immediate and dangerous. Robin confirms that their standing has fallen and that hostile forces are gathering around them. To survive what comes next, the organization will need new sorters and new masters to lead them. Mose senses where Robin is leading the conversation. Robin says he intends to recommend Mose as the next master. Mose is so startled that he can barely repeat the title back, and Robin reminds him it is only a recommendation for now. Robin makes clear that the final decision belongs to others, not to him alone. Even so, Mose cannot imagine himself in that role yet. Robin says this tragedy proved that the organization truly needs a revolution. He believes Mose stands at the center of both the problem and the solution, and that what he becomes will depend on his own choices. Mose falls silent, taking in the weight of that responsibility. As Robin turns to leave, he adds one final thought. Before anything else, he says, there is something they must confirm first. Mose is summoned for a matter serious enough to make him tense before he even steps inside. He enters the room, bracing himself for whatever judgment or demand is waiting. Faced with Kia's stern guardian, he kneels in uneasy silence as the atmosphere turns formal. The old man drops all pretense and confronts Mose directly about his feelings for Kia. He studies Mose with the severity of someone prepared to challenge his sincerity. Mose realizes there is no safe way around the question, so he blurts out that he truly loves Kia, answering with complete conviction. The blunt certainty catches the elder off guard, even as he tries to keep his composure. Mose, embarrassed but resolute, presses to know why he is being interrogated like this. The elder explains that he has watched over Kia since childhood and sees himself as her father, so he has every right to test the man who loves her. Mose accepts that explanation, though only after his confession is already out in the open. The elder reflects on how fragile Kia seemed when she was young. Because of that weakness, he pushed her to train relentlessly so she could survive. She grew strong in body and skill, yet something inside her never fully settled. Even as she matured, he felt her heart still wavered somewhere. But after meeting Mose, he sensed a change in her, and tells Mose he should see the truth of it for himself. He reveals that Kia has already awakened, sending Mose rushing toward her. Elsewhere, a cheerful streamer named Jihyun returns to broadcasting for her audience in Circuit TV. She greets her viewers warmly and frames the day as a long-awaited, peaceful live stream. Jihyun shows off a scenic waterfall in Toiko, but her chat keeps bringing up reports of a major noble conflict happening in Tikris instead. She stubbornly refuses to be baited into covering violence. Doubling down, she loudly declares that fighting is bad and treats that as the lesson of the day. She insists the stream will stay relaxing after the exhausting recent quest content. To prove peaceful sightseeing can still be interesting, she invites everyone to look more closely at the waterfall. She reveals the water is flowing upward, instantly winning back the audience's attention. Jihyun explains that the strange falls were created by the legendary mage Varabandaran, whose motives and whereabouts remain unknown even though the magic still endures. Pleased with herself, she moves on to her next destination, lured by rumors of famous never-melting shaved ice. Her chat abruptly informs her that the route is blocked because another fight has broken out there. She laments the loss of her dessert, and uses it as further proof that conflict ruins everything. Still, she admits Circuit is not only about battle, since people can live many kinds of lives there. She points out that players travel, eat, trade, and even build businesses in this world as if it were a second reality. Industry and cooperation have grown there as well, with whole communities and economies taking shape. Jihyun muses that while perfect peace may be impossible in real life, perhaps it could be achieved in this world, and she sincerely wants to see that happen. The story shifts to Asparagan Hospital, where that hope for peace feels fragile and immediate. Mose arrives carrying blue flowers, trying to turn his worry for Kia into something gentle. He stands outside the hospital with the bouquet, gathering himself before going in. As he reaches for his crystal ball, he is interrupted by an incoming call. To his surprise, the caller is Sharon, finally back in contact after disappearing. Mose suddenly realizes this is the very person he had been trying to find. He remembers searching for Sharon in Tikris before everything spiraled, and now feels relief at finally reaching her. Sharon immediately demands to know what happened and where Mose has been all this time. Mose tells her it is a long story, but the urgent part is that Kia was hurt, and he is at Asparagan Hospital. That news shocks the others listening in, though Mose quickly reassures them that Kia is recovering. He adds that Kia has just awakened, so he is heading to see her now and will meet the others at the hospital. Inside, the staff confirm Kia's room number and direct him upstairs. Climbing the stairs with the bouquet in his arms, Mose wonders nervously why he is suddenly so self-conscious. At her door, he hesitates, wondering if she is truly awake and what this meeting will mean. He opens the door and steps into the room. The light catches him off guard, and for a moment, he can only stare. Then he senses someone turn toward him. Kia sees him, says his name, and welcomes his presence with quiet relief. The sight of her alive and awake leaves Mose flushed and speechless. Overcome, he drops the bouquet without caring where it lands. He calls out to her, all restraint breaking at once. Mose rushes to Kia and kisses her, holding her as if afraid she might vanish again. Kia, crying with happiness, tells him how glad she is. She says she is grateful that they have found each other again. Their reunion is immediately interrupted when their friends burst in cheering, revealing they were already nearby and arrived faster than Mose expected. The group crowds around them in relief, celebrating that both Kia and Sharon are safe after everything. Mose can finally smile without forcing it. Reflecting on it all, he recognizes that this world is filled with people who matter to him. They are not empty figures to him, but beings who feel joy and sorrow as deeply as anyone in reality. He remembers the quiet, living moments he has shared with Kia in that world, moments that made it feel undeniably real. He also remembers the bonds forged through work, struggle, and daily life with others there. Those relationships have become another essential part of who he is. And the other Mose within Circuit is telling him clearly what he wants. He wants to keep protecting that world and the people who live in it. With that resolve, Mose and Kia stand with their companions as their guild, Cass, officially launches into its next chapter.